Chapter 1. The Holy Sun. Feng Shao never imagined that he would find himself embroiled in an otherworldly journey of this nature. Even more surprising was that not long after crossing over, he would face the imminent threat of freezing and starving to death. Looking up at the sky shrouded in thick, dark clouds, he instinctively tightened the thin garment around him, inwardly cursing the heavens. You pulled me from a perfectly fine modern life into this cursed realm. I don't expect to be a chosen one on my very first day. But could you at least not let me die right away? It had been 5 days since his arrival. After the transition, he discovered that he had transformed into a boy of merely 12 or 13, with nothing to his name but a coarse linen robe. As for his surroundings, they were engulfed in an endless expanse of ice and snow. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single house in sight for dozens of kilometers. It felt as though he was the last soul on Earth, struggling to survive in utter solitude. Desperate to stay alive, Feng Shao reluctantly began a grueling trek through the snow. He could no longer keep track of how far he had walked in this icy wilderness, and the seemingly eternal dark clouds above, coupled with the relentless howling blizzard, made it impossible to discern direction, even with the sun's help. He could only gauge the passage of time by observing the subtle changes in daylight. Due to a lack of clothing and food, he felt as though the very embers of his life were flickering out. Exhausted, famished, and weary, the biting cold wind relentlessly sapped the little warmth he had left. He knew he was nearing his limits. Gazing forlornly at the sky, Feng Shao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I must be the fastest and most tragically dying transmigrator in history. A sudden misstep caused him to stumble, and he fell into the snow. Struggling to rise, his body, weakened from days without food, simply would not cooperate. Let it be. I'm tired. If there's a next life, I hope to be reborn into a warm and loving family. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely perceived a figure approaching him. Though he couldn't make out the details, he faintly heard the person's words. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Instinctively, Feng Shao whispered, then can you save me? If you take me as your master, I will save you. And if I don't, I will still save you. Then I am willing to take you as my master. This brief exchange would forever alter the course of Feng Shao's life. Later, as the leader of the Tianhua sect, Jiangzi once asked his great disciple, what if I had said, if you don't take me as your master, I won't save you? What would you have done? Feng Shao replied, of course I would have taken you as my master. After all, I don't want to die. Then why do you ask me such a question? Because I need to understand what kind of person my future master is. Does it make a difference? Of course it does. If you would only save me on the condition of me becoming your disciple, it would indicate that you are driven by self-interest. I would respect you and obey you like any disciple, but I wouldn't revere you. Eventually, I would distance myself from you, fearing you might someday abandon me. And what about now? I will always consider the Tianhua sect my home and treat you like family. I will do everything in my power to realize your aspirations for our sect's prosperity. He spoke these words, and he acted upon them. 30 years later. Today, the Tianhua sect in Dongzhou is adorned with vibrant decorations and bustling with activity. Numerous prominent sects have sent elders or valued disciples to gather here. They have come for a special occasion, a ceremony to officially confer the title of Holy Sun. The term Holy Sun symbolizes both power and status, as well as responsibility and duty. As the Holy Sun, one has access to the sect's finest resources and can act in the leader's stead. More importantly, one must manage all members of the sect, ensuring the organization remains orderly and prosperous, so as not to tarnish the title of Holy Sun. The reason the Tianhua sect hadn't conferred the title for hundreds of years was twofold. It was deemed unnecessary, and there were simply no suitable candidates. Unnecessary, because the sect had been in decline for so long that at its lowest point, there were only 5 members left, including 2 doing menial tasks. With so few people, was there even a need for a Holy Sun to oversee them? There were no suitable candidates because, with so few members, it was incredibly difficult to find someone capable of shouldering such responsibility. A sparse membership meant a limited influence. Lacking influence meant true prodigies could not be attracted. This vicious cycle had led the Tianhua sect to a continual decline over the past few centuries, edging perilously close to being forgotten altogether. Yet just as the sect seemed on the verge of collapse, its leader, Jiangzi, stumbled upon a treasure. More precisely, he discovered a disciple capable of revitalizing the sect. It is said that this disciple was found by Jiangzi in a desolate landscape, a rescue that was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Had he not been found, this ordinary boy would surely have perished in the icy wasteland. What many would dismiss as a trivial occurrence unexpectedly became the key to the resurgence of the Tianhua sect. Once initiated into the sect, this disciple began to assist his master, Jiangzi, in managing the sect. Gifted with extraordinary talents, he devised numerous strategies to gradually pull the Tianhua sect back from the brink of extinction, restoring its ability to contend with other mid-tier sections. Although still some distance from being a top-tier sect, the transformation exceeded everyone's expectations. He was, without a doubt, the principal architect of the Tianhua sect's revival. Today, this revivalist stands at the center of the Holy Sun conferment ceremony. Representatives from various sects have gathered to witness this momentous occasion, intrigued to see the one who resurrected a sect that had nearly fallen into obscurity. However, amidst the eager anticipation, Qin Jiangzi felt a twinge of annoyance. The auspicious hour was fast approaching, yet his great disciple, the one soon to be named Holy Son, was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Feng Shao sat on the floor of the scripture pavilion, perusing a weathered tome with yellowed pages. Surrounding him were dozens of opened ancient texts stacked haphazardly. But not here either? How strange, I could have sworn it was supposed to be here. He closed the book, lost in thought. Having been in this world for 30 years, Feng Shao had devoted the majority of his time to cultivating the Tianhua sect's techniques, while the rest went towards expanding the sect's influence. This required frequent research into extensive ancient texts and explorations throughout Dongzhou. During this time, he encountered numerous adventures and discovered countless rare treasures, all of which he leveraged for the sect's development. What enabled him to achieve such fortunes repeatedly was the binding of a legendary artifact upon his arrival in this world. This artifact, known as the Tianhua Yujian, was said to be one of the 10 treasures of the ancient cultivation sect, Qingquan Palace, and ranked first among them. Feng Shao was initially unaware of just how precious the Tianhua Yujian was until he learned that the Longxiang Baojian, another treasure part of the 10 treasures, was the prized possession of the Ziqing sacred land. To share the same level as such artifacts indeed, the Tianhua Yujian ranked even higher was a clear indication of its extraordinary status. Upon making this discovery, Feng Shao thought that even without a supporting system in this new life, having the Tianhua Yujian bound to him was akin to a golden opportunity. However, it did not take long for him to realize that the Tianhua Yujian was not as he had imagined, equipped with apocalyptic power. In fact, it lacked offensive or defensive capabilities entirely, and there were no attribute bonuses. Its sole function was to visualize the surrounding terrain for Feng Shao. Essentially, it functioned as an electronic map for cultivators. For a time, he fell into despair, until he discerned the true purpose of the Tianhua Yujian. On the surface, it appeared to be a mere map, but in reality, it was a treasure map. A treasure map that recorded the locations of all magical artifacts, rare treasures, extraordinary beasts, and techniques across the world. With such a treasure map in hand, one could hardly deem it insignificant. It was no wonder that Qingquan Palace ranked the Tianhua Yujian as the foremost among the 10 treasures. Possessing this artifact would make it easy to uncover numerous other treasures. The only problem was that activating the treasure map required a unique type of energy. This energy was neither spiritual power, demonic aura, Buddhist light, nor magic energy, but a rare phenomenon known as purple qi, visible only when using the Tianhua Yujian. It was only after some time that Feng Shao gradually realized this purple qi was in fact linked to fortune. Excessive consumption of fortune would lead to adverse effects. Hence, upon discovering this, Feng Shao consciously reduced the frequency of using the Tianhua Yujian, being careful not to deplete his fortune too quickly. Through his meticulous calculations, aided by the Tianhua Yujian and his innate fortune, Feng Shao was able to gradually amass numerous supplies and treasures for the sect, which in turn contributed to the gradual revitalization of the Tianhua sect. That very morning, having expended a small amount of fortune, Feng Shao accidentally uncovered a lead on the fire source he had been seeking. Considering how the Tianhua sect had languished for years, many of the facilities that were once critical to its operations had long since fallen into neglect. The two most essential facilities were the Alchemy Pavilion and the Forge, both of which required a fire source for reconstruction. However, this fire source could not be ordinary at the very least, it must be the Samadhi True Fire. Alternatively, the Nanhua Strange Fire, 8 Fiends Xian Fire, Sun True Flame, Bijin Flame, or 6 Yang Spirit Fire would all suffice. If he could obtain the 9 Heavens Leaving Fire, that would be even better. Regrettably, Feng Shao had spent over 20 years searching for even the most basic Samadhi True Fire, with no success. He had initially planned to venture to the distant seas in the Far East in pursuit of the legendary divine bird, the Sun Crow, in hopes of obtaining the Sun True Flame. Yet now he found himself suddenly with information regarding the Bijin Flame. To procure the Bijin Flame, Feng Shao hurried to the Scripture Pavilion to research materials related to Bijin Plain, one of the 10 forbidden places in Dongzhou. Bijin is a legendary fire spirit beast, said to appear like a crane with a single leg, sporting azure feathers adorned with crimson patterns and a white beak. It was rumored to be the guardian bird of Emperor Xuanyuan's chariot, igniting rootless flames wherever it roamed. The Bijin Plain received its name because it was said that once a Bijin fell in that very place. Today, the world no longer holds any sight of the Bijin, yet its flames still blaze fiercely across Bijin Plain. However, the plain stretches for 100 miles, filled with fire, and not all flames within are Bijin flames. If he couldn't locate the source of the Bijin flames, then collecting all the flames across Bijin Plain would be futile. Having finally acquired a lead on the Bijin flames, how could Feng Shao possibly let this chance slip away? However, after scouring the Scripture Pavilion, he found that the information available on Bijin Plain was scant. Furthermore, he couldn't locate any mention of Bijin bamboo that the Tianhua Yujian had highlighted, leaving him feeling both defeated and puzzled. Could it not be here? At that moment, a voice calling from outside interrupted his thoughts. Senior brother, senior brother, are you in the scripture pavilion? Furrowing his brows, he rose and stepped outside, calling out, what sort of ruckus is this? Why are you shouting outside the scripture pavilion? I've already told you to stay calm and not be hasty. Have you forgotten? Besides, is this a place where you can shout freely? Though Feng Shao had surpassed 40 years of age in this world, his appearance still belied this, as years of cultivation had granted him the looks of a youthful man in his 20s, a fine figure indeed. The two disciples standing before him, one tall and one short, were nearly out of breath from their hurried run. Seeing Feng Shao now, they looked as if they might burst into tears from excitement. Unfazed by Feng Shao's reprimands, they chimed in, Senior brother, the auspicious timing for the conferment ceremony is nearly upon us. You need to hurry. Master sent us to urge you. The auspicious time? Wasn't it set for 3/4 past the time of the sea? What time is it now? As Feng Shao instinctively looked up, he realized the sun was nearing its zenith, and he was momentarily taken aback. At this hour already? Senior brother, we truly did not wish to shout. It's just that Master has been quite impatient. If you intend to scold us, could you wait until after the ceremony? The taller disciple, thinking Feng Shao was about to continue his lecture, quickly interjected. While Feng Shao was generally well regarded, he had a tendency to be somewhat too instructive, which made many disciples more apprehensive of him than of their own master. They feared incurring his ire for any minor misstep, knowing he would not hesitate to reprimand them if he caught them in error. However, he was well liked for his fairness, often providing guidance rather than compunction. Thus, even when scolded, the disciples could feel his underlying care, leading to their respect eclipsing any fear they held. Feng Shao regarded the sun, contemplating for a moment before saying, but I haven't found the ancient text I'm looking for yet. Senior brother, what time is it? Must you find that ancient text at this moment? Can it wait until after the ceremony? I'd be glad to look for it afterward. The shorter disciple pleaded, both amused and exasperated. After a moment of thought, Feng Shao relented. Very well. I trouble you both to tidy up the scripture pavilion. I shall head to the square now. Upon hearing this, the two disciples eagerly declared, Senior brother, there is no need for such formality. Helping you out is our honor. All right, enough of that. I'm off then. As Feng Shao spoke, he summoned his flying sword and took to the sky, vanishing into the air. Watching his departing figure, the taller disciple couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of the name Senior brother. Look at him soar on his sword, like an immortal. Indeed, only someone like Senior Sister Lu would be worthy of him in the Tianhua sect. The shorter disciple agreed, awestruck. At that moment, a voice called out from behind them. What are you two whispering about? Chapter 2. The ceremony. Upon hearing the sound, the two disciples promptly turned around and bowed in unison, exclaiming, Senior Sister Lu. Standing before them was a youthful maiden who appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years of age. She was clad in pristine white garments, exuding an ethereal grace, her demeanor otherworldly. Yet her stunning beauty, reminiscent of celestial beings, was marred by an icy coldness akin to frost. At first glance, one might feel as though her frigid visage could freeze a soul in its tracks. Upon noticing the two, the maideness brows furrowed slightly, and she spoke in a measured tone. What were you discussing just now? Ah well. The two exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for words. With a disdainful huff, she admonished, in the future, refrain from whispering behind others' backs. Having said that, she turned on her heel and departed without awaiting their response. The maiden was named Lu Qingyuan, a disciple of Du Yuanxi from the Tianhua sect. Du Yuanxi was a junior sister to Qin Jiangzi, and aside from her elder brother, there existed another senior brother named Qin Zhao. These three siblings had been the last vestiges of the sect during its most desolate times. When Qin Jiangzi took on the mantle of sect leader, the trio had once believed they could be the final disciples of the Tianhua sect, even preparing to divide their inheritance. Yet, they had not anticipated that Feng Shao, whom Qin Jiangzi had rescued from the snow, would breathe new life into the sect. Lu Qingyuan was the third disciple of Du Yuanxi, with two elder sisters preceding her. 3 years prior, Du Yuanxi had taken in a fourth disciple, unexpectedly choosing a male disciple this time. According to Du Yuanxi, their branch of the sect had become overly feminine, necessitating a male disciple to restore balance. Lu Qingyuan was uncertain of her elder sister's thoughts on this matter, but she personally believed her master's reasoning was merely an excuse. Among the younger generation of disciples at the Tianhua sect, Lu Qingyuan was often regarded as the epitome of beauty. Consequently, many believed that only she was worthy of Feng Shao, the sect's savior, garnering much private discourse among the disciples. However, Lu Qingyuan harbored a profound aversion to such notions, as she disliked the feeling of being subjected to others' expectations. Although her master and the sect leader had pondered over such matters, Lu Qingyuan found herself incapable of developing any interest in Feng Shao. It remained uncertain whether Feng Shao genuinely held feelings for her or if there were other motivations. But he did exhibit a notable level of concern for her compared to other disciples, which only served to deepen her reluctance to engage with him. In contrast, she felt that her junior disciple, who had grown up in the bustling streets, resonated more with her inclinations. Yet, after today, Feng Shao, who had merely been her senior brother, would ascend to the position of the sect's holy son. The holy son could act in the capacity of the sect leader. And given Feng Shao's significance to the sect, it was evident that as long as his requests were not overly unreasonable, both her master and the sect leader would lend their unwavering support. If it came to pass that Feng Shao wished to impose upon her, how could she possibly refuse? As these thoughts troubled her, Lu Qingyuan found herself walking with a furrowed brow when a somewhat frivolous voice called out, "Third sister." Turning towards the source of the voice, she beheld her junior disciple, Yi Chun, sporting a beaming smile. "Third sister, why do you seem so burdened by worries? Have you encountered some vexing dilemma? Perhaps you could share it with your junior brother. I might just devise a solution." Lu Qingyuan shook her head with a wry smile. "Junior brother, do not jest. If I were truly beset by a problem beyond my own resolution, what good would it do to confide in you?" Yi Chun shrugged. "Even if you don't speak, I can venture a guess. You must be concerned about what Feng Shao might do after he ascends to the Holy Sun today, right?" Lu Qingyuan frowned. "Junior brother, after all, Feng's senior brother is the sect leader's foremost disciple, and he will be our Tianhua sect's holy son from this day forth. You should speak of him with a modicum of respect." Yet Yi Chun retorted dismissively, "What qualifications does someone who has spent 30 years in cultivation without achieving the golden core possess to be called a holy son? He merely relies on his status as the sect leader's disciple to impose himself upon us ordinary disciples." Lu Qingyuan fell silent. While she bore no particular feelings for Feng Shao, she could not concur with Yi Chun's words. Everyone had witnessed how Feng Shao treated his junior disciples over the years. Whenever someone faced a dilemma, seeking out Feng Shao often led to a resolution. Even her cherished sword, the Qinghuan sword, had been crafted by Feng Shao, who had sourced the materials and personally invested significant resources to have it made that if such dedication to his fellow disciples could be deemed as imposing. Lu Qingyuan genuinely questioned what qualities constituted a competent senior brother. Resolutely, she chastised, "Junior brother, cease your baseless remarks. Regardless of Feng's senior brother's demeanor, he has always treated his fellow disciples with utmost kindness. His position as holy son is entirely warranted." Yi Chun, however, remained agitated, asserting, "Those are merely superficial tactics to curry favor. You all are simply bewitched by his appearance." Before Lu Qingyuan could respond, the sound of 3 resonant chimes echoed from the direction of the square. She was compelled to swallow her reproach and said, "Let us proceed to the square to witness the ceremony. Remember, we must not act recklessly." All right, I understand," Yi Chun replied impatiently. The two made their way to the square. Feng Shao had already arrived. The square was now thronged with disciples of the sect, in addition to the direct disciples, there were now hundreds of outer disciples present, though their presence did not rival that of the 3 great sacred lands. There was a palpable sense of momentum in the air. Witnessing this scene, Feng Shao could not help but smile. The present state of the Tianhua sect was the result of his relentless efforts over 3 decades. Transforming the once dilapidated sect into the flourishing entity it had become was primarily due to his contributions that he had every reason and right to take pride in his accomplishments, that he silently vowed that one day he would elevate the Tianhua sect to the status of a sacred land. Meanwhile, the representatives from other sects observing the ceremony scrutinized Feng Shao closely. To speak candidly, Feng Shao's aptitude was not exceptional. At best, he could be classified as above average. The fact that he had not achieved the golden core after 3 decades hinted that his ultimate potential might be limited to the god transformation stage, with any advancement beyond that fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, they had not come to witness the ceremony simply due to Feng Shao's somewhat ordinary qualifications. Instead, their curiosity was piqued by the individual who had revitalized the Tianhua sect. Following the initial 3 chimes, another 3 resonated. Once the sound subsided, Qin, seated at the high dais, rose slowly and announced in a clear voice, "Where is my eldest disciple, Feng Shao?" Feng Shao stepped into the center of the square, bowed, and replied solemnly, "Disciple is present." Qin regarded Feng Shao with a nod, stating, "I am grateful to all the esteemed colleagues for witnessing the enshrinement of our holy son. Feng Shao, the 76th disciple of the Tianhua sect, has been with us for 30 years. His character is noble, his demeanor radiant. He holds great respect for his elders and extends kindness to his peers throughout his 30 years in the sect. He has made numerous contributions. Therefore, today, I hereby announce to the ancestors of the Tianhua sect the establishment of Feng Shao as our 76th holy son, to act in the capacity of sect leader. May the ancestors bless the Tianhua sect with eternal prosperity and longevity. May the ancestors bless the Tianhua sect with eternal prosperity and longevity," echoed the voices of hundreds of disciples in unison. Feng Shao received the Holy Son's seal. Feng Shao stepped forward as Qin produced a square jade seal, addressing Feng Shao earnestly. "Feng Shao, from this day forth, you shall become our sect's 76th holy son. As holy son, you must exercise humility and restraint, fostering unity among your fellow disciples. You must not act recklessly or abuse your privilege. Remember, your duties must always prioritize the well-being of the sect. You bear a heavy responsibility. Do not take it lightly." Feng Shao replied solemnly, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall repay your kindness and dedicate myself to the growth of the sect." Qin smiled and nodded. "Now, take the seal." Yet, just as Feng Shao was about to accept the Holy Son's seal, an abrupt voice interjected, "I oppose." Chapter 3. The choice. The sudden outcry instantly captured the attention of everyone present. None had anticipated someone would voice such dissent at such a pivotal moment. Feng Shao turned to look at the speaker and instantly recognized him. Yi Chun, the fourth disciple of his third master. Du Yuanxi. From the very first day of his entry into the sect, Yi Chun had caught Feng Shao's eye, not for any ordinary reason, but due to the strikingly vivid aura of fortune that radiated from him. Having traversed this world for many years, Feng Shao, after discerning the usage of the Tianhua jade slip, had taken to observing the fortunes of others, whether intentionally or not. His master, Qin, possessed a blue fortune, indicative of being in the middle tier. His second master, Qin Zhao, had a green fortune, placing him in the lower tier, while his third master, Du Yuanxi, had a red fortune, signifying the upper tier. Feng Shao himself bore an orange fortune, only slightly below red. The hierarchy of fortune values, from lowest to highest, is black, gray, white, green, blue, orange, red, purple, gold. This disparity puzzled Feng Shao. Why did his master, the esteemed leader of the Tianhua sect, possess such a low fortune value, while his third master, a rather hands-off elder, enjoyed such robust fortune? The second master's fortune was unremarkable, and his demeanor resembled that of a mere bystander, as for the disciples of the Tianhua sect. Most possessed only white fortunes, with a scant few having green fortunes, and only a handful boasting blue fortunes. Beyond that, there were no higher fortunes to be found. Then came Lu Qingyuan, whose fortune was also red, and even more vibrant than Du Yuanxi's. The two red fortunes within the sect were both attributed to the third master, leaving Feng Shao both puzzled and contemplative. Generally speaking, fortune was indicative of a person's potential. The higher the level of fortune, the greater the potential, and the more promising the future becomes. Conversely, those with low fortune are likely to fade into obscurity. Disciples who can enter the Tianhua sect naturally possess much stronger qualifications than the average person. Consequently, white is the most common color within the sect that, in contrast, the lower tier, represented by gray, indicates those who lack even the qualifications to join the sect, relegated to the status of mere mortals. Worse than gray is the color black, which Feng Shao has encountered, though he is uncertain of its exact tier, as he has witnessed individuals transition from blue fortune to black in the blink of an eye. All who experience this transformation invariably meet a tragic demise within a very short time, that is, for those who pass away peacefully, their fortune appears to have little effect. With the two most fortunate individuals in the sect converging, Feng Shao deliberately attempted various strategies, such as nurturing Lu Qingyuan and fostering a good relationship with his third martial uncle. The latter proved effective, as third martial uncle showed great care and affection during Feng Shao's visits. However, his efforts with Lu Qingyuan did not yield the same results. It seemed she harbored some aversion towards him. While they had not reached a point of hostility, Feng Shao rarely received a warm reception from her. As for other changes, none occurred. His aspirations of leveraging their fortunes to elevate the sect now lay in ruins. While pondering the implications of their fortunes for the sect, Du Yuanxi took on a fourth disciple, a male named Yi Chun. This detail was inconsequential compared to the revelation that this young man possessed an astonishing purple fortune. Such a powerful fortune was something Feng Shao had never encountered in his life. Those who attained this level of fortune could rightfully be termed children of fortune. Coupled with the name Yi Chun, which bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a protagonist, Feng Shao, who had not reflected on his past life for quite some time, felt a jolt of realization as a daring thought struck him. Could this person possibly be the protagonist of this realm? With this hypothesis in mind, Feng Shao decided to observe Yi Chen more closely for a while. He soon discovered that Yi Chen's demeanor was frivolous and his behavior careless. And each time he looked at his three senior sisters, or even at their master, his gaze was decidedly inappropriate. Moreover, he was narrow-minded, ruthlessly punishing those who offended him without mercy, completely disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. His selfishness was evident, as the treasures he obtained outside the sect were seldom shared. Most were kept for himself, with only a small portion allocated to his master and senior sisters. When it came to the distribution of sect resources, he was always the most eager, fearing he might receive less than others. On top of this, his luck was extraordinary, bordering on miraculous. While Feng Shao needed the guidance of the Tianhua Jade Slip to seek treasures, Yi Chen could return laden with spoils simply by taking a stroll down the mountain. Whether saving someone or picking up a stone, he was surrounded by extraordinary beings and rare treasures. A casual walk would lead him to encounter breathtaking beauties. In just 5 years, Yi Chen had thrived within the Tianhua sect, his reputation rivaling that of Feng Shao, the sect's chief disciple. Initially, Feng Shao viewed Yi Chen's fortuitous encounters with a sense of delight. He was not one to envy the talented. Having another capable disciple in the sect would contribute to its prosperity. However, it wasn't long before Feng Shao sensed something amiss, that Yi Chen was excessively selfish, preferring to gift the treasures he acquired to random passersby rather than contribute to the sect, that he showed no concern for the sect's welfare and had never considered making a contribution to its development. Thus, Feng Shao quickly abandoned the idea of nurturing Yi Chen, choosing instead to support Lu Qingyuan to prevent Yi Chen from overshadowing the other factions. Despite her reservations about him, Lu Qingyuan held a strong sense of belonging to the sect. And Feng Shao believed that if she were to manage the third faction in the future, she would continue to contribute to the sect's growth. As for Yi Chen, Feng Shao was uncertain of the impact this child of fortune would have on the sect, whether positive or negative. Whether it would strengthen or weaken the sect, he could not tell. Nevertheless, he was determined to keep a close watch on this ticking time bomb. He had long recognized Yi Chen's audacity and arrogance, but never did he anticipate that he would choose this moment to challenge him. Before Feng Shao could respond, disciples began to angrily rebuke Yi Chen. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to oppose? Senior brother has devoted himself to the sect tirelessly. No one is more suited for the position of Saint's son. What a strange age we live in, where anyone dares to speak up. Get lost, or don't blame us for being impolite." Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Yi Chen remained unfazed, gazing at Feng Shao with an insouciant expression, his eyes twinkling as he remarked, "Senior brother Feng, you have been in the sect for 30 years without entering the Golden Core realm. Your qualifications are indeed lacking. Our Tianhua sect is a renowned sect in the Eastern continent. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the Saint's son position?" His words ignited a powder keg, inciting the disciples to an uproar. Yet, Feng Shao raised a hand, and silence fell over the crowd. Although the disciples were indignant, they could only comply with their senior brother's request for quiet. This was not fear, but respect. Observing Yi Chen's irreverent demeanor, Feng Shao smiled faintly and replied, "You make a valid point, junior brother Yi. However, who do you believe is more deserving of the Saint's son position within the Tianhua sect?" "Yi Chen," brimming with confidence, declared, "In my humble opinion, I have reached the innate realm after 5 years in the sect. I anticipate that within a year, I shall attain the golden core realm. Might I contend for the Saint's Son position with you, Senior Brother Feng?" At this proclamation, guests from other sects began to murmur amongst themselves. Achieving the golden core realm within 6 years is an exceptional feat, one that would be commendable not only in the Eastern continent, but throughout the entire upper region. With such qualifications, he was undoubtedly qualified to be the Saint's Son of a second-tier sect like Tianhua, if not more than sufficient. However, everyone was aware that the Tianhua sect had previously been a minor sect, only ascending to its current status through Feng Shao's efforts. In other words, without Feng Shao, the Tianhua sect might not even exist today, let alone have a Saint's Son. Thus, the appointment of a Saint's Son was more a recognition of merit than mere honor. Yet, it seemed unreasonable that someone with such qualifications could not even contend for the title. Many guests with only a casual connection to the Tianhua sect widened their eyes, intrigued by this unfolding drama. They were eager to see how the sect's master would respond, as one was a benefactor and the other a prodigy. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Feng Shao spoke. "Whether Junior Brother Yi has the qualifications is not for me to decide. This matter ultimately rests upon Master's judgment." With that, he turned his gaze toward Qin Jiangzi. However, he noticed a flicker of hesitation in Qin Jiangzi's eyes, as if he were conflicted. Feng Shao was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, that he bowed respectfully to Qin Jiangzi and said, "Master, Junior Brother Yi Chun from 3rd Martial Uncle's faction wishes to contend for the Saint's Son position. I kindly ask for your guidance." After a pause, Feng Shao then turned to Du Yuanxi, who was seated on the high platform, and added, "I also seek your input, 3rd Martial Uncle." In truth, the moment Yi Chun made his bold claim, Du Yuanxi had inwardly scolded her reckless disciple. The position of Saint's Son was clearly conferred to honor Feng Shao's contributions to the sect over the years, unlike other sects that merely appointed their most talented disciples as Saint's Sons. Had it not been for the special circumstances, she would have reprimanded him long ago. Hearing Feng Shao's inquiry, Du Yuanxi felt a sense of relief. She understood that Feng Shao's question was, in fact, a means of providing an exit for the third faction while also gauging her stance as a martial uncle. Not one to be foolish, Du Yuanxi knew what needed to be done. And she began, "Nephew Feng, my disciple is unaware of his limits and has acted recklessly. This is truly a failure on my part as his master. You need not take his words to heart." Before she could finish, Qin Jiangzi interjected, "If that is the case, you should spar with Junior Brother Yi to silence any misgivings." Feng Shao looked incredulously at Qin Jiangzi and then at Yi Chun. In that moment, he noticed that Qin Jiangzi's fortune was gradually shifting to orange, while Yi Chun's purple fortune seemed to carry a hint of gold. However, as the Tianhua sect gradually ascended to the status of a second-tier sect, and subtly hinted at the momentum to become a first-tier sect, Qin Jiangzi suddenly realized that Feng Shao's aptitude seemed insufficient to bear the weight of the sect's revitalization, that if there had been no better candidates, Qin Jiangzi would likely have merely entertained the thought. Yet upon witnessing Yi Chun's astonishingly exceptional talents, Qin Jiangzi's thoughts immediately became invigorated. Although Yi Chun was the disciple of his junior sister, this was of little consequence. As the sect master, he had every right to take on a disciple on behalf of his junior sister, in such a case. Although they would not have the formal master-disciple relationship, the substance would be the same, indistinguishable from directly taking on a disciple. Many sects adopt similar practices when confronted with comparable situations. The most gifted disciples are often groomed to become the next sect master. This approach not only ensures the sect's standing within the cultivation world, but also prevents internal strife. When the sect master's strength can suppress all others, naturally, no one would harbor ambitions for the sect master's position. Moreover, this strategy conveys a message of selecting the best to other disciples, motivating them to strive harder. It can be said that appointing Yi Chun to the position of the Holy Son would yield numerous benefits, the only issue being the unfairness it posed to Feng Shao. Should Yi Chun ascend to the role of Holy Son, Feng Shao would not only suffer disgrace within the sect, but across the entire Eastern continent. However, the thought of relinquishing such a prodigy as Yi Chun left Qin Jiangzi somewhat reluctant. After much contemplation, he devised a plan, To have the two compete, with the victor assuming the title of Holy Son, that in this manner. Should Feng Shao lose, he could only blame his own inadequacies and not his master. Upon hearing his master's decision, Feng Shao understood Qin Jiangzi's intentions and felt a heaviness in his heart that in truth, he had discerned his master's character flaws long ago during his apprenticeship, that he was indecisive, overly ambitious, and prone to vacillation. Nevertheless, Qin Jiangzi was indeed his master, and despite his many shortcomings, Feng Shao, as a disciple, could not speak out openly, opting instead to offer subtle hints. Yet it appeared that his master's old habits had resurfaced. Qin Jiangzi believed that this decision could cater to both sides, but he had not considered that certain dynamics had already shifted by the time he made such pronouncements. Feng Shao sighed inwardly. Had there been a better candidate from the outset, it was likely that the ancestral master would not have chosen such a person for the next sect master. However, what weighed more on Feng Shao's mind were the shifting fortunes of both Qin Jiangzi and Yi Chun. Following Qin Jiangzi's decision, both their destinies seemed to exhibit signs of transformation, leading Feng Shao to make a bold conjecture in his heart that it appeared that Qin Jiangzi intended to side with Yi Chun. And with Qin Jiangzi's support, Yi Chun would undoubtedly become the true chosen one. After Qin Jiangzi spoke, Du Yuanxi was also taken aback. She could not help but send a thought to Qin Jiangzi, saying, "Master brother, the position of Holy Son is not to be taken lightly. Have you forgotten about the little princess of Yunjian?" Qin Jiangzi, however, responded with unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, if Yi Chun truly possesses superior talent over Feng Shao, I believe Yunjian would be more than willing to reconsider their choice of a marital partner." 3 years prior, Yunjian had unexpectedly approached the Tianhua sect with a proposal for a marriage alliance that in terms of strength, Yunjian surpassed Tianhua sect by an unquantifiable margin. Thus Qin Jiangzi, taken by surprise, graciously accepted, facilitating an engagement between Feng Shao and Lin Xiaoran, the daughter of the Yunjian leader. Following the union, the Tianhua sect received substantial support from Yunjian, further elevating its power. Qin Jiangzi had never met the daughter of Yunjian's leader, but had heard that she was exceptionally talented and breathtakingly beautiful. Given Feng Shao's aptitude, he considered it quite an elevation. Qin Jiangzi had harbored unease, fearing that one day Yunjian might lose interest in Feng Shao and annul the engagement, which would inevitably render the Tianhua sect a laughingstock across the eastern continent. However, now Qin Jiangzi felt reassured. Given Yi Chun's remarkable talents, even if he fell short of Lin Xiaoran, he would certainly not be far behind. With such a prospective marital partner, it was unlikely that Yunjian would oppose the union. Qin Jiangzi's thoughts were quite optimistic and carried some logic. Yet Du Yuanxi sensed that the situation was far more complex, that it was crucial to remember that 3 years ago, Tianhua sect had only just ascended to the status of a second-tier sect. They were nowhere near the level of a major force like Yunjian, let alone its subordinate 13 halls. Did such a powerful entity truly seek a marriage alliance out of genuine regard for Tianhua sect's potential? That seemed doubtful, although Yunjian had expressed high praise for Tianhua sect when the engagement was established. Du Yuanxi did not believe that Tianhua sect could genuinely catch Yunjian's eye. They were merely being courteous. She hoped her master brother was not taking it at face value. Troubled by these thoughts, Du Yuanxi, seeing that her master brother had made a decision, chose to remain silent and observe how events unfolded. Feng Shao turned to Yi Chun, his expression calm, seemingly unperturbed. He offered Yi Chun a faint smile and inquired, "So, how does Yi Shidi plan to compete?" Yi Chun, brimming with pride, replied, "Isn't it simple? We shall fight as we did before. Fate shall decide life and death." Feng Shao frowned slightly. "However, since we are merely sparring among fellow disciples, let us keep it within limits." Feng Shixiang, Yi Chun said with a hint of a smile that was not quite a smile. "As cultivators, we must strive with valor and audacity, defying destiny, that if we are so fearful of life and death struggles, how can we hope to achieve genuine success?" Feng Shao sighed. "If that is the case, then please, Yi Shidi, make your move." When Yi Chun drew forth his sword, radiating a crimson glow, Feng Shao's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Though it quickly vanished in this battle, Yi Chun possessed unwavering confidence in defeating the sect's senior disciple and seizing the position of Holy Son, but he had awaited this day for a long time. Well aware that only by sitting in the seat of the Holy Son could he wield greater power and acquire more resources. Eventually, all the young disciples of the sect would look to him for guidance. The thought of the promising future within his grasp nearly made Yi Chen's smile impossible to contain. Yet, just as Yi Chen was about to initiate his attack, Feng Shao suddenly shouted, "Hold on!" Feng Shao's shout came just as Yi Chen was about to strike, nearly causing Yi Chen to choke back his energy. Yi Chen suppressed his surging energy and retorted angrily, "Feng Shao, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why play such tricks?" Qin Jiangzi, observing the scene, could not help but frown slightly, yet he said nothing. Feng Shao glanced at Yi Chen with a hint of amusement and said, "Apologies, Yi Shidi, but I just realized that in this match, should I lose, I would forfeit the position of Holy Son. While if you lose, you stand to lose nothing at all. Doesn't this battle seem somewhat unfair?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback that he had engaged in many such risk-free bets before. If he won, he gained benefits. If he lost, there was nothing to lose. What was there to complain about? Many disciples had fallen victim to his schemes, only to grumble afterward for not thinking ahead. Yet Feng Shao understood the crux of the matter. He did not care much for what he could win through gambling, but upon seeing Yi Chen's sword and recalling his master's attitude, Feng Shao decided this time to consider his own interests more carefully. Feng Shao pointed to his own sword and proposed, "Let Yi Shidi wager this sword, that if you win, the position of Holy Son will belong to you. But if I win, this sword will be mine. What do you think, Yi Shidi?" This, Yi Chen hesitated. Although he was confident, deep down he felt that by introducing a wager, he was at a disadvantage. This was characteristic of Yi Chen. If he did not gain an advantage, he felt he had suffered a loss. Noticing Yi Chen's indecision, Feng Shao smiled and asked, "Yi Shidi, you come here brimming with confidence, yet you fall silent at the mention of a wager. Are you perhaps looking to engage in a no-risk endeavor? Forgive my candor, but this habit of yours is rather unwise." Yi Chen snorted coldly and declared, "A wager is a wager. If you win, then this Crimson Dragon's sword will belong to you." Feng Shao nodded, smiling. "Then please, Yi Shidi." Yi Chen looked at Feng Shao's amiable face, which he found utterly detestable. He inwardly cursed, then raised his right hand, foregoing any formalities, and immediately unleashed the flowing fire sword technique from the Tianhua 18 sword arts, thrusting directly toward Feng Shao's chest. Feng Shao swiftly drew his sword, blocking Yi Chen's strike with ease, stepping back while saying, "Yi Shidi, is it not customary to bow before striking? Have you forgotten the rules of our sect sparring?" The onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Sparring within the sect was fundamentally different from real combat. Bowing was the most basic form of etiquette. Yet Yi Chen disregarded this and attacked recklessly, displaying both rudeness and shamelessness. Such a person, regardless of their strength, would struggle to shoulder great responsibilities. However, Yi Chen did not dwell on such matters. He had always believed that those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. As for etiquette and principles, those were mere trifles. In this world, the strong ruled. At that moment, Yi Chen's sole thought was to defeat Feng Shao and claim the position of Holy Son. Thus, when Yi Chen made his move, he unleashed all his power. Faced with Yi Chen's tempestuous onslaught, Feng Shao found himself on the defensive, and to the casual observer, it seemed as though he was being overwhelmed by Yi Chen. Yet, only Feng Shao knew that he was merely probing Yi Chen's capabilities. The identity of Yi Chen as the fated child of destiny has essentially been confirmed. However, Feng Shao remains uncertain whether this world is indeed a narrative realm, and, consequently, whether Yi Chen's modus operandi aligns with the descriptions found within novels. Thus, he must first ascertain one crucial fact. Does Yi Chen possess the capability to engage in battles beyond his current tier? Although Feng Shao is presently in the innate realm, his prowess has actually reached the Golden Core stage, for he has not practiced the ancestral technique of the Tianhua sect, the Tianhua Heart Sutra, but rather the ancient art recorded in the Tianhua Jade Tablet, known as the Qian Kuan Canon. As described in the Tianhua Jade Tablet, the Qian Kuan Canon was co-created by the three sovereigns of the Qian Kuan Palace, embodying the principles of creation and destruction, encompassing all phenomena, and offering boundless applications. Most importantly, the Qian Kuan Canon does not prioritize the practitioner's innate quality, as it mentions a method of defying fate. Through this technique, Even the most mediocre talents can transform into extraordinary ones. It is said that the Qian Kuan Palace vanished from history due to its overwhelming defiance of fate. Despite the fact that Feng Shao's cultivation method differs from that of the other disciples within the sect. This technique possesses the unique characteristic of masquerading as any other martial art. Thus, although he has practiced the Qian Kuan Canon for over a decade, no one has ever detected it. Unbeknownst to them, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. And Feng Shao gradually began to discern certain anomalies that Wei Yichen's sword, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, was not only blood-red in hue, but also emitted a faint, piercing shriek when wielded. Initially, Feng Shao thought this sound was merely the roar of a dragon. However, he soon realized it was much more profound. Each time the piercing sound echoed, he felt his spirit waver, experiencing a slight disorientation that as the battle intensified. This sensation became increasingly pronounced. Furthermore, he sensed that his vital essence was inadvertently drawn toward his opponent. Leaving Feng Shao utterly astonished, instinctively, he activated the Tianhua Jade tablet, a faint blue light gradually enveloping his eyes. Turning his gaze towards the red dragon sword, he was taken aback, eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, it was the legendary divine weapon. If the Tianhua Jade tablet's identification was accurate, then the sword's effects were hardly surprising. With the unique properties of the red dragon sword at his disposal, Yichen confidently maintained the upper hand in the confrontation, that he had long since recognized the sword's soul-ensnaring capabilities and was fully aware of its power to siphon life essence. Yet he felt no trepidation, rather. He perceived himself as possessing a genuine treasure. With this sword in hand, what was there to fear about combating foes beyond his level? The onlookers, witnessing Feng Shao's suppression, were filled with astonishment, their gazes directed at Yi Chun tinged with intrigue. In merely 5 years since his initiation, he was capable of outmatching a senior brother who had been in the sect for 30 years. Such talent was undeniably formidable. However, as time progressed, Feng Shao's performance left many perplexed. Under Yi Chen's ferocious onslaught, Feng Shao managed to endure for an extended period without revealing any signs of defeat. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could perceive that Feng Shao was deliberately concealing his true capabilities. Yi Chun had initially assumed that Feng Shao would be unable to withstand his assault. Yet to his surprise, despite maintaining the upper hand, he found himself unable to subdue Feng Shao, which stirred a sense of impatience within him. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Feng Shao, do you intend to merely cower like a turtle in its shell?" Feng Shao, with a tranquil countenance, replied, "Junior brother Yi, we are merely engaging in a friendly sparring session. Why resort to such agitation and aggression? It is essential to remember that the path of cultivation prioritizes nurturing the heart, and only secondarily the practice itself. Your impatience will hinder your ascent on the true path of cultivation." Yi Chen scoffed, "If being a turtle like you is the only option, then I would rather abandon the path of cultivation altogether." "Very well, since you insist. As your elder brother, I shall have to reveal my true abilities." Feng Shao feigned regret as he sighed, then abruptly swung his sword. Unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged towards Yi Chun like an unstoppable tide, the Wei Yichun was taken aback, quickly raising his sword to defend himself. However, Feng Shao continued to unleash one strike after another, though his movements appeared unhurried. The relentless barrage of sword energy overwhelmed Yi Chun, leaving him gasping for breath and with little ability to retaliate. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, leaving the spectators in astonishment. While Yi Chen's earlier assaults had indeed been fierce, they were somewhat chaotic. Among the onlookers were many seasoned practitioners who could easily discern Yi Chen's lack of practical combat experience. He focused solely on offense while neglecting the strategic application of different techniques in varying circumstances. In contrast, Feng Shao exuded an air of composure, effortlessly wielding his sword with grace, as if his opponent were of no concern. Yet his strikes were sharp and unrelenting, crashing down like a tempestuous wave. The disparity between the two was stark and unmistakable. Among the spectators, a petite girl in green attire, her face veiled in white, gazed at Feng Shao with eyes shimmering with admiration, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "Brother Shao, I never expected that within merely 3 short years, you would master the tide sword technique to such an exquisite degree." Mother was right. You truly are my great treasure. As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of tenderness flashed in her gaze. Brother Shao, I must take my leave for now. Though I cannot be with you this time, merely catching a glimpse of you brings me immense joy. Do remember, upon my return from the Xiaoyao Hall in a year, you must come and marry me. At that moment, another girl, also veiled in white, softly urged from behind, Junior sister, we must be on our way. The girl nodded, very well. Senior sister, let us depart. After a lingering glance at Feng Shao, she resolutely walked away. That as she left, Feng Shao seemed to sense her departure, turning his gaze in her direction. Noticing Feng Shao's momentary distraction, Yi Chen seized the opportunity without hesitation, retrieving something from his robe and hurling it towards Feng Shao. A streak of red light shot directly towards Feng Shao's chest. Caught off guard, Feng Shao hastily gathered his true energy to protect his heart. In the next instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, the tremendous force displacing his internal organs and causing a surge of blood to rise in his throat. Struggling to swallow it back, he regarded Yi Chun with a chilling glare. Junior brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? What Yi Chun had just employed was a talisman, yet it was not a technique the Tianhua sect excelled in. However, this was inconsequential, as the sect did not prohibit its disciples from learning other arts that as long as they did not violate the principles of righteousness, they were free to pursue whatever they wished. The issue lay in the fact that the talisman Yi Chun had just used was imbued with a malevolent aura, striking Feng Shao with such force that it seemed to threaten the very essence of his soul. Such a talisman could hardly be considered righteous. Yet, Yi Chun felt no remorse for his actions, instead exuding pride as he declared, Brother Feng, all is fair in war, that if you must assign blame, you can only fault yourself for being distracted. With that, Yi Chen surged forward once more, each strike aimed at Feng Shao's vital points. Believing this justification would garner the approval of the majority, Yi Chen was taken aback as the spectators shook their heads in disapproval. The disciples of the Tianhua sect could no longer contain their outrage. Yi Chen, how utterly shameless! You claim this is a fair competition, yet resort to such despicable tactics. Yi Chen, did you not boast of being stronger than the senior brother? How can you shamelessly employ talismans? Humph. Yi Chen has always disregarded the rules. Are you only now realizing this? With such a character, no matter how strong he may be, he is utterly unworthy of being the Holy Son. Yi Chen's face flushed with shame and anger, and he retorted, What do you know? In a battle, one must use every means at their disposal. Do you adhere to rules when confronting an insurmountable foe? Before the onlookers could respond, Feng Shao coldly interjected, Junior brother Yi, have you forgotten the reason we are sparring? Despite Yi Chen's lethal strikes, Feng Shao's impenetrable sword net thwarted each attempt, plunging them back into a stalemate. The reason? It is, of course, because Yi Chen's words faltered halfway. Indeed, this contest was not a fight to the death, but rather a challenge to prove that his aptitude surpassed Feng Shao's, thereby qualifying him as the Holy Son. However, should he resort to talismans in this contest? How could he ever demonstrate that he was superior to Feng Shao? Realizing he was in the wrong, Yi Chen knew he could never admit it in front of so many witnesses. Stubbornly, he declared, Feng Shao, if you believe yourself to be at a disadvantage, you are welcome to surrender now and concede. Feng Shao narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Junior brother Yi, it appears that during your 5 years of initiation, you have learned the techniques but not the ways of humanity. As the eldest disciple of the sect leader, I have a responsibility to manage the disciples under our master. At this juncture, Feng Shao raised his voice, proclaiming, Third master uncle, junior brother Yi disrespects his seniors, acts impulsively, and resorts to treachery without remorse to as the eldest disciple of the sect leader. I bear the duty to oversee and instruct the disciples of the sect. Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline junior brother Yi on behalf of the master uncle. Du Yuanqi's expression darkened at these words, yet she forced a smile. What you say is indeed correct. So I must ask you to take good care of this unworthy disciple. As her words fell, Feng Shao noticed the strands of golden patterns within Yi Chen's purple aura dissipate in an instant. Not only that, but he also sensed a wave of joy emanating from the Tianhua jade tablet concealed within his body. Feng Shao immediately grasped the situation, Yi Chen's inappropriate behavior had evidently displeased their master, which to some extent had diminished his fortune. The fortune he had lost, however, had now nourished the heavenly Hua jade slip. Contemplating this, Feng Shao's gaze towards Yi Chen suddenly glimmered with delight. This fellow is akin to a power bank for me. The advancement of the heavenly Hua jade slip relies on you. With this thought, Feng Shao let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "Junior brother Yi, come and witness this move of mine." Before his words had fully settled, Feng Shao unleashed a formidable sword intent, and the vast sword light descended like a heavenly river crashing down. The white Yi Chen's countenance turned pale with horror as he staggered backward, relinquishing his offensive stance to focus entirely on defense. Yet, confronted with such a tumultuous wave of sword light, how could he possibly defend himself? Among the distinguished guests seated in the viewing area, someone could not help but exclaim, "Is this the Super Sea sword technique?" To wield the might of Taimai while surpassing the Northern Sea, the secret technique of the Xiaoyao Hall, has he truly mastered it? Faced with such an overwhelming sword light, despair surged within Yi Chen. He shouted, "This is unfair. What you are using is not even the sword technique of Taimai's sect. Junior brother Yi, it seems that what you employed just now was not a technique of our sect either. Was it?" Feng Shao retorted with a cold smirk. That Wai Yi Chen fell silent, but he had always considered himself exceptionally gifted, believing no one in the sect could match him, and thus assumed the position of Holy Son should be his alone. Yet he never anticipated that this senior brother, whom he had consistently looked down upon, could wield such an exquisite sword technique. Although Feng Shao's cultivation was merely innate, his true qi seemed to reach the level of the golden core stage. How could this be possible? How had he achieved this? Just as the torrential sword light was about to crash down, a calm voice suddenly interrupted, "Enough!" In the next moment, a beam of sword light sliced through the air, severing Feng Shao's overwhelming sword attack. Wai Yi Chen, on the brink of despair, gazed skyward in a daze. Chapter 6. Apology. Feng Shao sheathed his sword and performed a respectful bow. "Master." The one who had intervened was none other than the sect master of Taimai, Qin Jiangzi. Feng Shao was not surprised by this turn of events. After all, this competition was fundamentally a sparring session among disciples, not a life-or-death struggle. Moreover, on such an important occasion, it would be inappropriate to cause any fatalities. Even if Qin Jiangzi had not intervened, Feng Shao would have retracted his move the instant the sword light descended. Qin Jiangzi nodded with a tranquil expression, though a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. To be honest, even he had not anticipated that his eldest disciple would surpass his expectations, having learned both the tidal sword technique and the Super Sea sword technique from the 36 sword techniques of Xiaoyao Hall. Xiaoyao Hall ranked first among the 13 halls subordinate to the Yunjian, and its master was Xiao Riao, the wife of Lin Fengtian. The head of Yunjian. It was said that the Xiaoyao fairy, Xiao Ruiyao, possessed extraordinary swordsmanship, having initially stunned the crowd with her heavenly feather sword technique upon her debut. Later, after Lin Fengtian and Xiao Ruiyao met and fell in love, they together established the vast enterprise of Yunjian. After their marriage, the couple delved into swordsmanship, gradually creating the 36 sword techniques of Xiaoyao Hall. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Xiaoyao Hall had subtly become comparable to the Tianhua sect, another sword cultivation sect. The Super Sea sword technique was renowned as the most powerful technique among the 36 sword techniques, traditionally a closely guarded secret, said to be known only to Lin Fengtian, Xiao Ruiyao, and their daughter Lin Xiaoran. Now, with Feng Shao also mastering the Super Sea sword technique, it was evident how highly valued he was by both Yunjian and Xiaoyao Hall. This compelled Qin Jiangzi to reconsider who was truly more suited for the position of Holy Son. Feng Shao, observing Qin Jiangzi's expression, understood the master's thoughts, yet he chose to remain silent and stood quietly to the side. After casting a complex glance at Feng Shao, Qin Jiangzi spoke. "Shaoer, you truly live up to the title of my eldest disciple. I can rest easy knowing that the position of Holy Son is entrusted to you." Feng Shao respectfully replied, "Master, you flatter me." Meanwhile, Yi Chen finally regained his composure, but he looked at Feng Shao, gritting his teeth and solemnly stating, "Senior brother Feng, you are indeed formidable. I can see." Feng Shao frowned slightly, He could not fathom why Yi Chun harbored such animosity towards him. From the beginning, it was Yi Chun who had instigated trouble, yet he appeared as if he had been humiliated. Leaving Feng Shao utterly perplexed, Yi Chun limped down from the high platform. Feng Shao suddenly remarked, "Junior brother Yi, have you forgotten something?" Yi Chun cast a dark glare at Feng Shao. "Forgotten what?" Feng Shao smiled faintly. "Junior brother Yi, are you not forgetting the wager we agreed upon before the match?" Yi Chun's expression instantly became awkward. The red dragon sword was a rare and powerful weapon he had acquired during his travels. Since obtaining it, he had triumphed over countless opponents. The thought of relinquishing it was unbearable. With a flicker of inspiration, he suddenly grinned at Feng Shao. "Senior brother Feng, that match was merely a jest on my part. You didn't take it seriously, did you?" Feng Shao replied with a knowing smile. "I was unaware that junior brother Yi had a penchant for jesting in front of so many people. So, are you implying that you wish to renege on this wager?" As the child of fortune, Yi Chun had always possessed a thick skin. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Feng Shao was further convinced of Yi Chun's identity as the child of fortune. After all, in many novels he had read in his previous life, numerous protagonists possessed the skill of cheating in their dealings. When betting against them, winning meant little in terms of actual follow-through. Conversely, many antagonists adhered to their agreements, never shying away from defeat. That, of course, protagonists typically never lost their bets. However, from the moment they agreed to the wager, they had never intended to honor it. With this thought, Feng Shao felt a chill run down his spine. That if Yi Chun was the protagonist, could it be that I, targeted by him, was the antagonist? At that moment, Yi Chun, with a playful grin, said, "What are you talking about, senior brother? It is only natural that as a disciple who has only been in the sect for 5 years, I am not your match. I merely aim to liven up the atmosphere with so many people attending. Now that the atmosphere has been set, I must take my leave." With that, Yi Chun attempted to descend from the high platform. Observing Yi Chun's obstinate demeanor, Du Yuanqi and her trio could not help but chuckle. What appeared to others as shameless behavior struck them as endearing. However, Feng Shao suddenly interjected coldly, "Junior brother Yi, since the wager has been established, I care not whether you were jesting or serious. You must fulfill the terms of the wager." Yi Chun was enraged and was about to retort when an enchanting female voice chimed in from beside Du Yuanqi, "Senior brother Feng, junior brother Yi is young and inexperienced. He was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? You are already the Holy Son. Surely you can afford to be magnanimous." Feng Shao turned towards the source of the voice, responding coolly, "Junior sister Lu, did your third uncle not teach you that if a wager is lost, one cannot simply renege?" "You." Lu Qingyuan's expression turned awkward, momentarily speechless, that Du Yuanqi felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Still, she recognized that her disciple had been in the wrong, so she refrained from speaking further. Moreover, with Feng Shao having ascended to the position of Holy Son, his status had evidently surpassed that of her. His senior, it was crucial to note that the entire sect's supply of spirit stones, elixirs, and celestial treasures fell under Feng Shao's purview. Thus, even though Du Yuanqi was Feng Shao's senior, she dared not act arrogantly in his presence. Feng Shao's gaze returned to Yi Chun, declaring, "Junior brother Yi, let me impart a lesson to you today that I am the path of cultivation. One must first cultivate oneself, and to cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the heart. If one is untrustworthy, what is there to discuss regarding cultivation?" As these words left his lips, Du Yuanqi and the others all changed their expressions. Feng Shao's statement was unmistakably clear. If you do not relinquish the red dragon sword today, do not expect to remain in Tianhua sect any longer. While the Holy Son lacked the authority to expel disciples from the sect, during such a significant ceremony for the Holy Son's enthronement, Qin Jiangzi could not deny the newly appointed Holy Son this face. After all, Qin Jiangzi's earlier wavering had already been inappropriate. If he were to dismiss the Holy Son's first directive, Feng Shao could forget about being the Holy Son altogether. Fortunately, Qin Jiangzi's wits had not failed him this time. He understood the crux of the matter and nodded slightly, that Yi Chun was no fool. Upon seeing Qin Jiangzi's nod, he immediately comprehended the situation. And his expression darkened. He glanced at the red dragon sword in his hand, hesitating for a moment before flinging it to the ground, glaring at Feng Shao with resentment. "Senior brother Feng, I concede this time. But do not get too smug. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. With that, Yichen swept away, leaving behind a declaration that echoed like a proclamation. Feng Shao could only chuckle helplessly. This had firmly solidified Yi Chen's identity as the child of fortune, while also confirming his own role as the antagonist. Yet, Feng Shao could not fathom how he had become the villain. The contest at the Holy Sun's enthronement ceremony was viewed by many as a farce. Although Yi Chen possessed excellent qualifications, his reckless challenge to the Holy Sun of his own sect was far too frivolous. Especially after losing, his attempt to renege on the wager through underhanded means left many spectators amused. After departing, numerous individuals could not help but whisper and speculate amongst themselves. Once the guests had been sent off, Qin Jiangzi initially intended to speak to Feng Shao about something, but Feng Shao preempted him, saying, "Master, I have urgent matters to attend to. Allow me to take my leave first." Without waiting for Qin Jiangzi's response, Feng Shao soared away on his sword. Qin Jiangzi had not anticipated that Feng Shao would not even grant him a chance to speak, which left him somewhat vexed. However, he was acutely aware that his recent decision had indeed hurt the feelings of his foremost disciple, making Feng Shao's little tantrum entirely understandable. Moreover, since Feng Shao had joined the sect, he had been responsible for managing all matters, great and small, tirelessly attending to duties that left him scarcely a moment's respite. Such abrupt departures had occurred more than once, and Qin Jiangzi had grown accustomed to them. With a resigned shake of his head, he prepared to leave when suddenly, Du Yanxi's voice rang out. "Senior brother." "Please wait." Qin Jiangzi turned to Du Yanxi, puzzled, and inquired, "Is there something on your mind, junior sister?" After a moment's hesitation, Du Yanxi replied, "Senior brother, my little disciple's behavior just now was indeed inappropriate. It is only natural for Feng Shao to be upset because of it. However, my branch is not solely represented by Yi Chen, that if this affects the other disciples, it could lead to—" Before Du Yanxi could finish her thought, Qin Jiangzi waved his hand and reassured her, "Rest assured. Feng Shao is a sensible child and would not withhold resources from your branch due to personal grievances. You need not worry." With Qin Jiangzi's words, Du Yanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, she understood that Feng Shao was not a narrow-minded individual, yet she still harbored uncertainties, for Yi Chen's behavior today had indeed been excessive, and Lu Qingyuan had interjected at an inopportune moment, which might leave Feng Shao harboring ill feelings towards their lineage. But with the assurance from her senior brother, Du Yanxi felt her worries eased that if Feng Shao truly were to withhold resources belonging to their branch, she trusted that her senior brother would address the matter without requiring her intervention. Yet, as she pondered, she realized that allowing things to persist in this manner was not a viable solution. If they did not find a way to resolve Feng Shao's grievances, their branch would surely face difficulties ahead. With this in mind, Du Yanxi called for Lu Qingyuan, saying, "Qingyuan, your words and actions earlier were quite inappropriate. Are you aware of this?" Lu Qingyuan hung her head, remaining silent. The Du Yanxi sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. "Qing, you must understand that Feng Shao is now the saint son of our sect, his status second only to that of your master. You need not curry favor with him, but you certainly must not offend him. To go and apologize to Feng Shao, and speak a few good words on behalf of your junior brother. He has always looked upon you favorably, and I am certain he will heed your words." However, Lu Qingyuan expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Master, you heard how he reprimanded the disciples just now. Yes, Yi Chen's antics were indeed inappropriate, but there was no need for him to be so aggressive in front of everyone. Was there? If it comes to that, we could have discussed it privately and compensated him with something else. After all, that little junior brother only has that one weapon, without the red dragon sword. What will he use in the future?" Du Yanxi, however, dismissed her concerns, saying, "Though Yi Chen has been in the sect for 5 years, his behavior still bears the mark of the marketplace, and this is not the first time he has acted so unreasonably. Many outer disciples harbor deep discontent, but dare not voice it, which has severely impacted our branch's reputation, that if this incident serves to teach Yi Chen a lesson, then the loss he incurred is, in fact, worthwhile." Seeing her master so resolute, Lu Qingyuan could only acquiesce, saying, "In that case, I shall obey your wishes." With that, she turned and soared into the air on her sword, vanishing from sight in an instant. Du Yinshi recognized that Lu Qingyuan was sulking and could only shake her head with a wry smile that Lu Qingyuan randomly approached a disciple, inquiring about Feng Shao's whereabouts, and promptly made her way to the scripture pavilion. Upon entering, she found dozens of ancient texts strewn haphazardly across the floor, while Feng Shao sat cross-legged, engrossed in one of the tomes. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation. These ancient texts were exceedingly precious. How could they be carelessly discarded? If they were damaged, it would be a significant loss for the sect. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Feng Shao seemed to sense her presence and suddenly looked up. Spotting her standing nearby, that he initially appeared taken aback, but quickly waved his hand, saying, "Junior Sister Lu, you arrived just in time. Come help me find a book." Lu Qingyin was momentarily at a loss for words, her intentions thwarted by his request. Feeling frustrated, she asked, "What book is it that you seek, senior brother?" "A book containing detailed information on by Fan Yuan. The more comprehensive, the better," Feng Shao replied, gesturing towards several nearby shelves. "You can start by looking through these." Lu Qingyin could not help but gasp inwardly. Goodness, with so many books, how long would it take to find it? Yet upon glancing at Feng Shao, she saw he had already resumed reading another volume. His serious demeanor suggested he had no intention of providing her with further clarification. Reluctantly, Lu Qingyuan approached the indicated shelves, picked up an ancient text, and was about to open it when she suddenly paused, her expression shifting. Right, was she not here to apologize to Feng Shao, given the current situation? Should she still proceed with her apology? After contemplating her options, she quietly called out to Feng Shao, "Senior brother Feng, I must admit my fault earlier, and I apologize, regardless of whether you heard me. I've already expressed my regret, so you cannot hold a grudge any longer." After speaking, Lu Qingyuan hastily shielded her face with the ancient text, peeking at Feng Shao with just a sliver of her eyes. Noticing his lack of reaction, she let out a long sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Shao had indeed heard every word she said. He chuckled softly to himself, murmuring under his breath, "Such a stubborn girl." As night fell, Lu Qingyuan rubbed her neck, feeling an overwhelming stiffness. She could not help but glance towards Feng Shao, who had somehow migrated to the back shelves as if he had perused all the books along the way. He must have flipped through hundreds of ancient texts. Curiosity overwhelmed her. How could he not feel fatigued after such relentless reading? Did he not find it dull? In contrast, she felt exhausted and monotonous after only reading around 100 volumes that afternoon, far less than Feng Shao. Yet, despite the disparity in numbers, she found herself drained and weary. Reflecting on her memories, she realized that from her very first day in the sect, Feng Shao had always been this busy. Rarely glimpsed in moments of leisure, she could not resist lifting her gaze to the window, where a full moon quietly ascended the treetops, casting its silvery radiance, resplendent and flawless, in a moment of contemplation. A question bubbled up in her mind. How many times had Feng Shao spent solitary hours in this scripture pavilion under such tranquil and lonely moonlight? Oddly enough, while she had once held a deep respect for Feng Shao and felt grateful for his attentive care, she had gradually begun to distance herself from him and instead favored her newly initiated junior brother. Despite the many flaws that her junior brother possessed, she found his authenticity endearing. What had changed within her? Lost in thought, Feng Shao suddenly exclaimed with delight, "I've finally found it! What a search it has been!" Lu Qingyuan quickly turned her attention to Feng Shao, who was cradling an ancient text, his face radiating joy. Curiosity piqued, she could not help but ask, "Senior brother Feng, what have you discovered?" Feng Shao looked momentarily startled, then replied, "Junior sister Lu, you have not left yet?" Lu Qingyuan thought to herself, "Did you not ask me to assist you in sifting through the ancient texts? Would I have dared to leave if you had not permitted me?" Observing Lu Qingyuan's silence, Feng Shao slapped his forehead in realization, his expression turning apologetic as he said, "I apologize, junior sister Lu. I forgot I had asked for your help." "My sincere apologies." Lu Qingyuan forced a smile. "It is no trouble. But, senior brother, have you indeed found the records concerning by Fan Yuan?" Feng Shao nodded. "Might I inquire as to why you were seeking information on by Fan Yuan?" Lu Qingyuan pressed on. "As for that, allow me to keep it a secret for now," Feng Shao replied with a mysterious smile. "However, I can assure you that this matter is of great significance to the sect." Seeing Feng Shao's expression, it seemed he was genuinely pleased to have found the necessary material. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingyuan said, "Senior brother Feng, I have a personal request." "What is it?" Feng Shao inquired, eyes still fixed on the ancient text. "Senior brother, could you please return Yi Qin's red dragon sword to him?" Feng Shao looked up in surprise and asked, "What red dragon sword?" Lu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of irritation. Was it truly necessary to feign ignorance at this juncture? However, at that moment, Feng Shao produced Yi Qin's red long sword from his storage ring and asked, "Is this the sword you are referring to?" "Junior sister Lu?" Lu Qingyuan nodded and added, "Senior brother Feng, I understand that my junior brother's actions today were quite wrong, but that sword is the only weapon he possesses. Without it, his future endeavors will be fraught with difficulties. I kindly ask that you show leniency and return it to him, that if necessary, I can offer something else in exchange." Feng Shao regarded Lu Qingyuan with a bemused expression and asked, "Junior sister Lu, do you truly believe I would covet Yi Qin's weapon?" Lu Qingyuan hurriedly replied, "Of course not, it's just enough, junior sister Lu, there is no need for further discussion." Feng Shao interjected, waving his hand. "I cannot return this sword to Yi Qin, and my actions are intended for his own good." Lu Qingyuan frowned. "I ask it truly for the benefit of others to seize their weapons. What reasoning lies behind this?" Wen Shao then inquired, "Sister Lu, did you say this sword is named Crimson Dragon Sword? Where did you hear such a name?" Lu Qingyuan replied, nonchalantly, "This sword was discovered by junior brother Yi during his travels down the mountain, in an unnamed valley. Junior brother Yi is unaware of its origins. However, upon seeing its blood-red hue and hearing the faint sound of a dragon's roar when wielded, he decided to name it Crimson Dragon Sword." "Ah! A dragon's roar?" Wen Shao could not help but chuckle. Lu Qingyuan frowned once more and asked, "Why do you laugh, brother?" "Sister Lu, the sound produced when this sword is wielded is not that of a dragon's roar, but rather the wails of vengeful spirits. Did you not notice that when Yi Qin brandished this sword, it invoked a profound sense of unease within you?" Lu Qingyuan was taken aback. Wen Shao caressed the blood-red blade and stated, "This sword's true name is not Crimson Dragon Sword, but Blood Refining Sword, belonging to one of the four fiends of the demon sect, known as Bloodwing." Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this sword is a demonic weapon? Wen Shao did not answer her question directly, but elaborated. "In the past, the righteous path was represented by the four great prodigies: the Wind Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Water Immortal, and Fire God, while the demon sect was represented by the four fiends: Bloodwing, Ice Soul, Ghost Blue, and Purple Charm. The righteous prodigies, led by the Wind Emperor, once engaged in a duel against Bloodwing at the Broken Dragon platform, battling for 3 days and nights. The outcome remains unknown, but it is said that thereafter, Bloodwing's sword, the Blood Refining Sword, mysteriously vanished. This sword had been lost for centuries, becoming the stuff of legend. That it is said that the sword was forged from the Ghost Cry Stone, abundant in the sea of vengeful spirits, and tempered with the blood of the abyss. Hence its crimson appearance and the wails of spirits when swung, that if one were to practice the techniques of the demon sect, it could terrify opponents and drain their essence. Junior brother Yi, it seems, has yet to master these demonic techniques, preventing him from unleashing its full potential. However, if this continues, he may inevitably fall into the path of darkness, though others could not discern the sword's origins. Wen Shao, bearing the Tianhua jade slip, was not so easily deceived. With a mere glance, he comprehended the sword's past and present through the slip. Curiously, in Wen Shao's memory, many protagonists in the fantastical novels he had read seemed particularly fond of the techniques of the demon sect. The most representative saying was, "Power in itself is devoid of good or evil. A virtuous person wields it for good, while a malevolent person wields it for evil." Even the techniques of righteous sects, when practiced by those with impure intentions, can only bring disaster to the realm. Previously, Wen Shao had wholeheartedly agreed with such sentiments. However, after his transmigration and the analyses of various sect techniques provided by the Tianhua jade slip, he realized that it was not quite so simple. The reason why the techniques of the demon sect were abhorred by the righteous sects was that they focused solely on self-cultivation. neglecting the cultivation of the heart. Logically, such techniques, upon reaching the fifth realm, would inevitably give rise to heart demons. The Buddhist and Taoist methods for dealing with heart demons involve their annihilation, seeking clarity of thought and a tranquil heart. In contrast, the demon sect advocates for the integration with one's heart demons. This single point alone ensures their rejection by the righteous sections. One must understand that heart demons are so named because of their ability to corrupt the human heart. Once a person gains extraordinary power, it is all too easy for their mentality to swell, leading to an increase in greed that, if left unchecked, they will inevitably be controlled by their heart demons, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous. The notion of integrating with heart demons is merely a euphemistic way of acknowledging a compromise with one's desires. What is black cannot be described in white terms, no matter how one writes it. The ongoing conflict between the righteous and demonic factions over the millennia is not without reason. As a prominent righteous sect, Tianhua sect cannot possibly accommodate the techniques of the demon sect. Lu Qingyuan then asked, "Brother, are you suggesting that the blood-refining sword, lost by Bloodwing, has been unwittingly discovered by junior brother Yi? Whether it was truly by chance, I cannot say. But sister, you must understand that demonic weapons possess the ability to ensnare the heart. Unless one practices the techniques of the demon sect, they will inevitably be controlled by these weapons. Sister Lu, upon your return, take heed of junior brother Yi. Ensure he does not stray down a dark path." Wen Shao remarked with deep implication. Lu Qingyuan nodded gravely. "Rest assured, brother Feng, I will be vigilant." Wen Shao nodded in agreement and returned the blood-refining sword to his storage ring. Observing this, Lu Qingyuan could not help but inquire, "What are your plans for this sword?" "Divine weapons possess spirits, and so do demonic ones that if discarded carelessly, it is bound to seek out its next master. Now that I am aware of its origins, I shall not be controlled by it. Thus, I will temporarily safeguard this sword. Once I determine an appropriate course of action, I shall dispose of it." Lu Qingyuan nodded thoughtfully. Wen Shao discreetly observed her expression, while internally beginning to analyze the situation. It was now beyond doubt that Yi Chen was the child of destiny. Wen Shao noticed that Yi Chen's purple aura seemed to possess an alluring effect, which might explain Lu Qingyuan's recent coldness towards him. Today, after Yi Chen was first defeated by Wen Shao and then lost his beloved sword, his fortune had been diminished twice in swift succession, and the originally deep purple aura had noticeably lightened. Correspondingly, Lu Qingyuan's intellect appeared to be returning as she began to sense that something was amiss. Yet, why had he become a stepping stone in the novel's narrative? Wen Shao felt that to clarify this matter, he would need to observe further. As for Yi Chen, Wen Shao remained uncertain as to how to handle him. Whether this child of destiny would be a boon or bane for Tianhua sect remained unclear in his mind. Recalling Master Qingyang's attitude toward Yi Chen earlier that day, an ominous premonition began to brew within Wen Shao. Perhaps it was time to consider his own interests. Chapter 8. Reprimand. After conversing with Wen Shao, Lu Qingyuan naturally abandoned her thoughts of retrieving Yi Chen's sword and instead began to contemplate his recent changes. Upon reflection, Lu Qingyuan recalled that since obtaining the blood-refining sword, Yi Chen's personality had indeed shifted. When he first entered the sect, he exhibited an attitude of vindictiveness that Yi Chen had confidently proclaimed, "One must repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity to achieve clarity of thought." At that time, the four of them had thought little of it, believing that while Yi Chen's ideas were peculiar, they held some merit. However, after acquiring the blood-refining sword, Yi Chen had become increasingly arrogant and confrontational. Clashing multiple times with outer sect disciples at that time, Lu Qingyuan and the others assumed Yi Chen was merely grappling with heart demons and contemplated how to assist him in overcoming their influence. Yet now, it appeared that Yi Chen had already been affected by the blood-refining sword, leading to such behavior. It seemed imperative that she discuss this matter with their master and senior sister upon returning. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingyuan hurriedly bid farewell to Wen Shao. Wen Shao, however, made no attempt to retain her, merely waving his hand before redirecting his focus back to the ancient texts. According to the records within these texts, Bifang originally resided on the southern side of Chongyang Mountain, spanning nearly 100 miles, where no grass grew except for a tree known as Bifang wood. The source of Bifeng's flame lay beneath the roots of this tree. To enter Bifeng, one must first master the fire-breaking technique. The Tianhua Jade Slip provided several options for this. The first was to carry the Nine Heavens Lihua Ding and use its power to establish a fire prevention barrier, protecting 10 individuals from the Bifeng flame. Of course, this method was not applicable to Feng Shao, as he did not possess the Nine Heavens Lihua Ding. The second option was to carry a fire-breaking pearl, which could nearly immunize one against all fire-type damage. However, this option was also unfeasible, as the pearl could only protect one person, and it would be challenging for a single individual to extract the Bifeng flame. Moreover, Feng Shao did not possess a fire-breaking pearl either. The third option was to carry Bifeng feathers, which could safeguard one from the Bifeng flame. Feng Shao continued to read through the various methods provided by the Tianhua Jade Slip, finally finding one suitable for him, by refining a fire-breaking pill. He could protect himself from the Bifeng flame for 6 hours after consumption. Although the refining process was complex, it was within Feng Shao's capabilities, albeit requiring some exertion. Closing the ancient text, Feng Shao retrieved paper and pen from his storage ring to write down the materials needed for the fire-breaking pill. I should still have blood-red vine in the storage. While the cool jade dew will require a search in the golden whip stream, .as for firelit jade. It seems I'll need to make a trip down the mountain. After organizing his notes, Feng Shao stood and gazed at the full moon in the sky. Regardless of his master's intentions, he was determined to acquire the Bifeng flame, that if his master truly sided with the child of destiny, then this Bifeng flame would serve as his final contribution to the sect. Damn Feng Shao, relying on the status of the senior brother to bully others. Don't get too smug. When I rise in the future, you'll see. At this moment, on Wuling Peak of Taiwei Mountain, Yichen was striking a large rock with clenched fists, his eyes burning crimson. The rock was riddled with cracks from his relentless blows, a testament to his immense frustration. Just then, a cool voice came from behind him. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Yichen retracted his fists, took a deep breath, and turned to the newcomer, bowing respectfully. "Senior sister." The speaker was Han Biyun, the eldest disciple of Du Yuanci. Observing the somewhat ferocious expression on Yi Chen's face, Han Biyun furrowed her brow and asked coolly, "Junior brother, do you not recognize your mistakes?" Yi Chen gazed at Han Biyun in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Senior sister, what wrong have I committed?" Han Biyun replied, "During the consecration ceremony of the Holy Sun, you disregarded the presence of numerous fellow cultivators and audaciously provoked the Holy Sun. Is that not a mistake?" Yi Chen coldly retorted, "Feng Shao merely relies on his status as the head disciple to be conferred the title of Holy Sun. His talents are mediocre, unworthy of such a position. Given another year, I would undoubtedly defeat him soundly. The position of Holy Sun must be held by one of true merit." "Absurd!" Han Biyun exclaimed in fury. "You have already committed a grave error, yet remain unrepentant. Were it not for senior brother Feng's magnanimity, you would likely have been expelled from the sect by now. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, you spout such insolence. Do you truly believe that the title of Holy Sun is granted solely based on talent?" Yi Chen, with an expression of defiance, replied, "Is it not so? The holy sons of other sects are all unparalleled prodigies. I consider myself no less than they. Yet what is Feng Shao? After 30 years, he has not even advanced to the golden core stage. With such qualifications, what right does he have to lead us in competition with other sects? If he becomes the Holy Sun, the Taiwei sect will soon be the subject of ridicule." Han Biyun fixed her beautiful eyes upon Yi Chen, her fury barely concealed. "Junior brother, you have no idea what senior brother Feng has done for our sect. You cannot fathom the state of the Taiwei sect without him. Do you still look down upon him? I see that your smooth journey in cultivation over the past 2 years has led you to become utterly oblivious to reality." Seeing Yi Chen's continued obstinacy, Han Biyun suppressed her anger and spoke in a calmer tone. "You only know that senior brother Feng has been in the sect for 30 years. But do you know that when he first joined, the Taiwei sect was already in dire straits on the brink of being expelled from the upper domain? It was senior brother Feng who, for years, has worked tirelessly to revive our sect, gradually restoring it to its current state. That if it were you, could you achieve that?" Yi Chen fell silent. Han Biyun sighed and continued, when our grandmaster entrusted the Tianhua sect to the hands of the current leader. Aside from 2 elders and the master, there were but 2 errand disciples. The sect was in ruins, its population dwindling, and at that time, neither the master nor the 2 elders held any hope for its future. Until the leader took in his first major disciple, senior brother Feng. As she spoke, Han Biyun's expression turned reflective. Not long after joining the sect, senior brother Feng began to strive for the revival of the Tianhua sect. His first act was to distribute numerous pamphlets containing simple qi cultivation methods in the remote villages surrounding the sect to ensure the villagers understood. He patiently explained each phrase word by word. I was merely an ordinary girl from a small village then, yet I was fortunate enough to receive one of those pamphlets. It was this pamphlet that provided me the opportunity to embark on my cultivation journey. A year later, senior brother Feng returned to our village. After a series of assessments, he declared that I possessed the aptitude for cultivation and asked if I wished to embark on that path. I, of course, eagerly followed him to the sect without hesitation. That day, senior brother Feng brought back 13 youths with cultivation potential from the surrounding villages. These 13 became the first true disciples of the Tianhua sect. Han Biyun's gaze was piercing as she coldly stated, "Thus, your provocation of senior brother Feng today is utterly intolerable in the eyes of us 13 initial disciples. For without senior brother Feng, we would merely be rural farmers toiling in the fields. Our lives would be those of ordinary folk, forever confined to our village, eventually facing the inevitabilities of aging, sickness, and death." Yi Chen swallowed hard but remained silent. Han Biyun continued, "After joining the sect, senior brother Feng led us 13 disciples in the reconstruction of the incomplete Tianhua Heart Sutra. You must understand that a millennium ago, the Tianhua sect was a renowned and powerful sect. However, due to significant losses in battles against the demonic sects, it gradually fell into decline, and the once proud Tianhua Heart Sutra became fragmented due to the demise of numerous experts and elders. Consequently, cultivation using this method could only reach the golden core stage before it stagnated. The root of the Tianhua sect's inability to revive for 1,000 years lies here. Recognizing this critical issue, senior brother Feng guided us in reconstructing the Tianhua Heart Sutra. Through our collective efforts, we gradually achieved a version that is nearly complete, capable of guiding one to the tribulation crossing stage out of the contributions made. At least 60% originated from senior brother Feng himself. In addition, senior brother Feng consistently led us on journeys beyond the sect, facing dangers and protecting us with his own body, enduring countless injuries in battles against ferocious beasts and wicked men to ensure our safe return. The ancient texts in the sect's library, the treasures in the treasure pavilion, and the rare materials in the heavenly treasure pavilion were all painstakingly gathered by senior brother Feng through arduous efforts. The cultivation methods you practice were perfected through senior brother Feng's guidance. The elixirs you consume were painstakingly concocted by him. The rare materials you utilize were sourced through his relentless searching. Tell me, what right do you have to look down upon senior brother Feng?" In the face of Han Biyun's vehement admonition, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Indeed, Feng Shao had made immense contributions to the Tianhua sect. Yet Yi Chen steadfastly believed that had their positions been reversed, he would have done far better than Feng Shao. However, he had not anticipated that Feng Shao held such a revered status in senior sister's eyes, which left Yi Chen with an indescribable discomfort and deepened his resentment towards Feng Shao. Han Biyun observed Yi Chen and sighed, saying, "Junior brother, we have not placed many demands upon you in the past, allowing you to become so arrogant. Today, you have provoked senior brother Feng, who, in his generosity, does not hold it against you, but others among our peers may not be so forgiving that I share this with you for your own good. Reflect on it deeply." With that, Han Biyun turned to leave. Although Yi Chen felt displeased by her reprimand, he hesitated before calling out, "Senior sister, my red dragon sword. Your sword will serve as the price for your reckless behavior." Han Biyun replied without looking back, her figure gradually receding, leaving Yi Chen alone in the night, grinding his teeth in fury. Chapter 9. Liang City, located north of the Lishui River, is the nearest large city to the Tianhua sect. In the past, when Feng Shao led his junior disciples on excursions, they frequently used Liang City as a resting point, where many memorable events had transpired. The most vivid memory was 7 years ago, when he had rescued a young girl of about 8 or 9 years old. At that time, the girl was disheveled, resembling a street urchin. Perhaps out of extreme hunger, she had stolen some buns from a vendor and was chased down when the vendor discovered her. Had Feng Shao not intervened in time, the girl would likely have been beaten to death by the vendor. Afterward, Feng Shao treated her to a hearty meal and, at her request, escorted her hundreds of miles to the Xiaoyao Hall. Upon arrival, Feng Shao learned that this young girl was Lin Xiaoran, the only daughter of Lin Fengtian, the master of the Yunjian, and Xiao Ruyao, the master of Xiaoyao Hall, that to repay Feng Shao's life-saving grace. Xiao Ruyao taught him the 36 sword techniques of Xiaoyao Hall, significantly enhancing Feng Shao's strength. However, since Feng Shao was a disciple of the Tianhua sect, it was inappropriate for him to formally join Xiaoyao Hall. Thus, while they shared a teacher-student relationship, it lacked official status. This event marked the greatest opportunity Feng Shao had encountered since his arrival in this world. 4 years later, the Yunjian sent representatives to the Tianhua sect requesting a marriage alliance, with the parties involved being Feng Shao and Lin Xiaoran. However, this matter was never disclosed by Feng Shao, leaving the entire Tianhua sect oblivious to why the esteemed master of Yunjian would willingly offer his precious daughter to the mere head disciple of a second-rate sect. Qin Jiangzi believed that the Yunjian valued the Tianhua sect's potential for growth, unaware of the deeper story behind the alliance. Nevertheless, although Feng Shao had formed a betrothal with Lin Xiaoran, he had not seen her again in all these years and was unaware of how she had grown, whether she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Given Lin Xiaoran's mother Xiao Ruyao's beauty, Feng Shao thought it impossible for Lin Xiaoran to have turned out unattractive. Upon entering the city, Feng Shao made his way towards the Linglong Pavilion. Linglong Pavilion is an establishment set up by Yunjian in the mortal realm to sell various rare treasures. Originally, there was no Linglong Pavilion in Liang City. It was established shortly after Feng Shao rescued Lin Xiaoran. In the words of the manager of Yunjian, this Linglong Pavilion was specifically created for Feng Shao. Reflecting on this, Feng Shao could only marvel at the Yunjian's substantial wealth. Regarding the Yunjian's deliberate arrangements, Feng Shao did not feign modesty by refusing their generosity. Although he was now esteemed as the Holy Son, his circumstances remained largely unchanged. The current resources of the Tianhua sect had primarily been acquired through Feng Shao's efforts. There was some, but not much. Given this, it was only sensible to save where possible. However, while he could accept discounts, deferred payments, or priority access to good items from Linglong Pavilion, he could not accept the idea of getting things for free. The explanation provided by the proprietor of Linglong Pavilion is that the big boss can afford not to profit from you, and losses do not matter. However, one must not indulge the son-in-law to reap rewards without labor, embracing ease over toil. While strolling along the street, Feng Shao suddenly sensed a gust of air brushing past him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively reached out, and in the next instant, he felt a slender wrist ensnared in his grasp, accompanied by a clear voice exclaiming, "Let go, let go! You're hurting me!" Turning his gaze, Feng Shao beheld a disheveled child, desperately attempting to withdraw their wrist from his hold. The child appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, and their filthy appearance made it difficult to ascertain whether they were a boy or a girl. Furrowing his brow, Feng Shao crouched down to meet the child's eyes and inquired, "Were you attempting to steal my money just now?" The child hastily replied, "That is not true. Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations." "Is that so?" Feng Shao chuckled. "Then perhaps you could explain what you were doing moments ago." "I merely passed by and accidentally bumped into you." The child's eyes flitted about, seemingly unwilling to meet Feng Shao's gaze. Observing this behavior, Feng Shao discerned that the child was lying. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a silver ingot from his storage ring. Upon sighting the ingot, the child's eyes sparkled with interest, but they quickly lowered their head, as if wishing to conceal their gaze from Feng Shao. Holding the silver ingot, Feng Shao spoke in a serious tone. "Listen here. Young one, speak truthfully. Were you indeed trying to steal money just now?" The child, eyes darting, asked, "If I answer you honestly, will you give me the silver ingot?" "Yes, but only if you refrain from deceit." The child hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Sighing, Feng Shao queried, "What did you intend to do with the stolen money?" The child, growing anxious, retorted, "Did you not say that if I answered your questions, you would give me the silver? How can you go back on your word?" "I never stated that I wouldn't give it to you." Feng Shao shot him a look. "But for now, the silver ingot remains in my possession, and you must answer my questions truthfully for me to hand it over." The child gritted their teeth. "Adults are always so unreliable. I shall no longer trust you." Yet Feng Shao replied with a smile, "You seem to be in dire need of money. Do you not? Consider this. As long as you respond to my inquiries, you will receive the silver. Even if you don't, you stand to lose nothing. If I were in your position, regardless of the truth of the other party's words, I would seize the opportunity to obtain money without hesitation. Would you not agree?" After a moment of reflection, the child reluctantly admitted, "My younger brother is ill, and he needs medicine, but I have no money to buy it." "What about your parents?" Upon hearing this question, the child's eyes brimmed with tears. "My father was killed, and my mother has vanished. Now it is just my brother and me. I must find a way to support us both. If my brother dies, I will be left all alone in this world." Listening to the child's choked words, Feng Shao could not help but sigh. He placed the silver ingot into the child's hand and gently said, "Go buy medicine for your brother first. Then wait for me at the entrance of the tavern beside Ling Long Pavilion." The child looked up at Feng Shao in disbelief. "Really? You will truly give me this silver?" "Indeed, but this silver is not a gift. You must assist me with certain tasks in return. I must warn you beforehand that my requests may be quite challenging, so you should prepare yourself mentally. For now, take the silver and purchase the medicine for your brother, then return to find me." The child nodded vigorously. "Thank you, great benefactor." With that, they clutched the silver ingot tightly and dashed towards the apothecary. Feng Shao's actions were not without reason. The notion of aiding in emergencies rather than perpetuating poverty meant that the silver ingot could only provide temporary relief, failing to secure their long-term well-being. Once the ingot was spent, the child and their brother would inevitably find themselves in dire straits once more. Thus, Feng Shao contemplated introducing the child to work at Ling Long Pavilion, which would afford them a steady source of income as a subordinate establishment of Yujian. It would provide a sanctuary where no one would dare to create trouble. However, before that, he needed to test the child's character. Should the child indeed wait for him as promised, it would indicate honesty and integrity, making them worthy of his assistance. Conversely, if they failed to show, it would reveal a lack of character, and he would no longer need to concern himself with their plight. Watching the child's retreating figure, Feng Shao sighed. "Did I end this fantastical world? Countless souls suffered similar fates, but he could only extend his aid to a few, unable to save everyone." His thoughts drifted to Lin Xiaoran. 7 years ago, when he first encountered her, she resembled this child in many ways, but he could only wonder what hardships she had endured after leaving home, transforming her into a little beggar. Pulling his thoughts back, he continued on toward Ling Long Pavilion. Upon arriving at Ling Long Pavilion, before Feng Shao could present the exclusive Fengyan Ling of Yunjian, the proprietor behind the counter greeted him with a beaming smile. "It has been quite a while since the young master last visited. Are you here to acquire something good today?" Feng Shao produced a slip of paper and handed it to the proprietor. "I require the items listed here. Could you kindly calculate the price for me?" The proprietor took the paper, calculated for a moment, and then stated, "The items you seek are not overly expensive, totaling 120 spirit stones, or 120,000 taels of silver. Would you prefer to settle the bill now or open an account?" The price given by the proprietor had already been discounted. Had another individual come to purchase, the cost would likely have been doubled. Nonetheless, upon hearing this price, Feng Shao wore a pained expression that he had anticipated that these items would cost no more than 80 spirit stones. And he had nearly that amount on hand, yet the actual price exceeded his expectations significantly. The proprietor, noticing Feng Shao's expression, understood immediately. Though the future son-in-law had many admirable qualities, he was simply too poor. More often than not, he resorted to credit when making purchases. Fortunately, Feng Shao was a person of integrity, always returning to settle his accounts promptly once he had the means. That it appeared that the young master would once again be relying on credit. Just as he pondered this, Feng Shao spoke up. "Proprietor, I recently acquired a sword. How much could it offset the bill?" The proprietor perked up at this. "May I ask if the young master intends to pawn it or sell it outright?" "Sell it outright." The term pawn refers to items that one intends to retrieve later, while sell outright indicates that the item will not be reclaimed. The latter typically yields a greater sum of money. Linglong Pavilion did indeed engage in pawn transactions, and the proprietor promptly led Feng Shao to the back room. Once there, Feng Shao retrieved the blood-refined sword from his storage ring and presented it to the proprietor, saying, "Please take a look at this sword." Upon seeing the sword, red as blood, the proprietor's mind immediately filled with familiar names. He cautiously caressed the sword's blade and employed his skills to examine it thoroughly, a process that took a full half-hour. When he finally set the sword down, his expression was one of astonishment. Could it be that this sword is the legendary Bloodwing's lost divine weapon? Feng Shao nodded. "It seems you have discerned its significance. Indeed, if my deductions are correct, this sword is the fabled blood-refined sword." Chapter 10. Keeping promises, the proprietor gazed at the crimson sword on the table, a wry smile crossing his lips. "Ah, young master, you have certainly presented me with a dilemma." Intrigued, Feng Shao asked, "How so? It is merely a sword. Surely both Linglong Pavilion and Yujian can handle it with ease." Generally, handling divine weapons is indeed simple. However, this is the blood-refined sword, once wielded by one of the four fiends of the demon sect, Bloodwing. This sword is steeped in malice. Prolonged possession can lead to loss of sanity, as it is a genuine demonic weapon. Though our esteemed boss has a penchant for collecting divine artifacts, he would never consider this demonic weapon as a collectible. It must be suppressed in some location. The proprietor explained with a rueful smile. Feng Shao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. So, neither Linglong Pavilion nor Yujian will purchase the blood-refined sword. After a moment of hesitation, the proprietor replied, "Young master, forgive my frankness. The blood-refined sword is a hot potato. It cannot be kept, nor can it be carelessly discarded. Thus, I must consult with the esteemed boss before making any decisions." Feng Shao understood that the esteemed boss referred to Lin Fengtian, the leader of Yujian, and he nodded, saying, "Then I shall rely on you. As for the items I wish to purchase today, I will temporarily open an account that if Yujian is willing to acquire this sword, let it be used to settle the bill, that if not, I will return to repay the debt on my next visit. How does that sound?" The proprietor smiled. "Let us proceed as you suggest." After placing the purchased items into his storage ring, Feng Shao took his leave. Stepping out of Linglong Pavilion, he entered the nearby tavern. The child had yet to arrive. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance had delayed them, or perhaps they would not come at all. Feng Shao resolved to wait there for 2 hours. If the child did not show, it would be of no consequence that he ordered a pot of wine and a plate of food. Settling into a window-side table on the second floor, as he awaited the arrival of the child, he found himself contemplating the impending expedition to the Bifong Plain, renowned as one of the 10 forbidden lands. The Bifong Plain was certainly no trivial matter. For the average person, merely approaching its periphery could lead to being reduced to ash. Yet, Feng Shao intended to delve deep into the Bifong Plain with his junior disciples, even planning to excavate beneath the Bifong tree in pursuit of the source of the Bifong flame. The potential for unforeseen circumstances loomed large, and thus he deemed it prudent to prepare an array of equipment, if only to be ready for any eventuality. The expedition to the Bifong Plain demanded absolute diligence. A moment's negligence could easily lead to total annihilation. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had slipped by. Yet the child had yet to arrive. Gazing out at the street, Feng Shao could not suppress a sigh. It seemed he had misjudged the situation this time. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, with pedestrians clustering into groups, animatedly gesturing toward a specific spot. Unfortunately, that location was obscured from Feng Shao's line of sight, leaving him in the dark regarding the unfolding events. However, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within him. As a practitioner of the Tao, he understood that the path of cultivation emphasized the harmony between heaven and man. Thus, feelings of disquiet often heralded impending troubles. Without hesitation, he descended the stairs and made his way towards the direction indicated by the onlookers. Before he could reach the scene, he caught sight of a diminutive figure struggling to crawl along the ground, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The blood extended for dozens of meters, and one could only wonder how much had been lost by that small form. Yet, despite the arduousness of its movement, the figure pressed on, driven by an indomitable will that I in that moment. Feng Shao recognized the child. She was indeed the very one he awaited. Without a second thought, he dashed forward like the wind, disregarding the dust and grime that clung to her. Scooping her up in his arms, he quickly retrieved a pill and placed it into her mouth. The child, already teetering on the brink of consciousness, had relied solely on her determination to crawl this far as he lifted her. She momentarily regained her awareness. Upon recognizing her rescuer, her face crumpled, and she burst into tears. "I'm sorry, benefactor. I meant to arrive sooner. I'm so sorry for being late," she sobbed, attempting to explain herself amidst her tears. Feng Shao's expression remained solemn, yet his voice was calm as he reassured her. "No need for apologies. I see your resolve. You are a brave child for persevering despite your injuries." After administering the pill, he began to assess her wounds. The examination elicited a surge of anger within him. The child bore multiple injuries from blunt force trauma. Evidently having been mercilessly beaten, 3 bones were fractured, 2 ribs and 1 tibia. There were significant wounds on her forehead, back, and abdomen, the latter being particularly grave that if bleeding were not staunched promptly, the child might not survive much longer. Furthermore, Feng Shao was taken aback to discover that the child was a girl. Due to her youth and malnutrition, her physique had not yet developed, leading him to initially mistake her for a boy. Cradling the injured girl in his arms, he rushed into the Linglong Pavilion amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The proprietor, seeing Feng Shao return, was taken aback. Upon recognizing the child in his embrace, he quickly instructed his assistant, "Hurry! Fetch a doctor at once!" As the effects of the medicine took hold, the little girl succumbed to slumber. Feng Shao gazed at her battered form and was transported back to the first time he encountered Lin Xiaoran 7 years prior. She had been in a similar state. In this fantastical world where human lives were as cheap as grass, Feng Shao, having grown up in modern society, found it deeply unsettling that he did not consider himself a savior, able to rescue everyone. Yet, when faced with such suffering, he could not turn a blind eye. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the proprietor. "Please take care of this child for me, that I must step out for a moment." The proprietor nodded. "Rest assured, young master, we shall look after her." Once outside the Linglong Pavilion, Feng Shao could no longer contain the murderous intent that surged in his eyes. What manner of person would dare to lay hands on such a small child? Were they even human? They were less than beasts. If he turned a blind eye, he could not reconcile it with his conscience. Following the trail of blood the girl had left behind, Feng Shao proceeded onward. After walking approximately 200 or 300 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a pharmacy, which marked the end of the bloodstains. Entering the establishment, he approached the counter and inquired of the attendant, "Might I ask you something?" The attendant, despite noticing Feng Shao's disheveled appearance, recognized him as someone of distinction and promptly replied, "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest?" Feng Shao gestured towards the entrance and asked, "What transpired here earlier? How is there so much blood?" The attendant sighed. "Alas, it is a tragic tale. A young girl came in seeking medicine for her ailing brother, carrying silver that a group led by Lai Tu-san saw her and falsely accused her of stealing their money, demanding she hand it over. When she refused, they beat her mercilessly, nearly to death, and made off with the silver." Feng Shao pressed. Surely someone intervened. With so many people around, they merely stood by as the assault occurred. The attendant chuckled. "You must be an outsider, esteemed guest. Lai Tu-san has a sworn brother who is reputed to be a disciple of the Tianhua sect, one of their true heirs. This connection has emboldened Lai Tu-san, allowing him to act with impunity while relying on his brother's name. He is destined to become an immortal, so who among us mere mortals would dare to provoke him? Thus, we tend to avoid trouble." Feng Shao frowned. "Even if he has a brother in the Tianhua sect, you need not fear him so. Surely his brother would not disregard sect rules and act against civilians?" The Tianhua sect had 7 cardinal rules. First, to never betray one's master or ancestors. Second, to abstain from harming fellow disciples. Third, to avoid colluding with dark forces. Fourth, to refrain from bullying the weak. Fifth, to not act with abandon. Sixth, to shun extravagance and debauchery. Seventh, to resist theft and plunder. Should a member of the Tianhua sect seek revenge for this incident, they would violate the 4th rule, incurring a penalty of 1 month's confinement for reflection that if a life were lost. The penalty would extend to 10 years, along with 100 strokes of the rod. Originally, the Tianhua sect had no such rules. Feng Shao had crafted them based on martial arts novels he read in his past life. The intent behind these rules was to cultivate an image of integrity for the Tianhua sect. The saying goes, peach trees and plum trees do not speak, yet they form paths on their own. By maintaining a good reputation, the Tianhua sect could naturally attract those with righteous intentions. Furthermore, a sect with a good name would deter those with ulterior motives from acting against them. Above all, Feng Shao preferred the harmonious atmosphere of such a sect over one rife with deceit and betrayal. The attendant waved his hand dismissively. You are unaware, esteemed guest. Lai Tusan's brother is no ordinary person either. Before joining the Tianhua sect, he was known for causing trouble. Back then, they had no backing, so they exercised some restraint. But now, Feng Shao pondered this, asking, are you suggesting that if you dared to resist, his brother would come to Lai Tusan's aid? The attendant sighed. From what I know of that lad, it is highly likely. He has always been unreasonable, constantly spouting nonsense about 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Now that he has the upper hand, we locals are surely in for a rough time. At this, Feng Shao raised an eyebrow. What is that brother of Lai Tusan called? The attendant thought for a moment before replying. I only know his surname is Yi. His given name eludes me. However, I've heard he changed it to Yi Chun after joining the Tianhua sect. Feng Shao nodded. It seemed time had come to address the issue of discipline within the sect. Chapter 11. Speculation following the attendant's directions. Feng Shao found Lai Tusan and his cohorts in a tavern that moment. The four of them were seated around a table, feasting on a jug of old wine and 2 pounds of beef, loudly boasting and laughing. Only the names they miscalled were wrong. Their nicknames were spot on. True to their name, Lai Tusan sported a head afflicted with yellow scabs. Opposite him sat a diminutive, shifty-eyed youth who raised his cup with a laugh. Lai Tu, your keen eye has spotted that little girl clenching silver from afar. I wonder where she stole it. It weighs at least 5 taels. Lai Tusan chuckled. Who cares? Regardless of how she came by it, that silver is just enough for us brothers to enjoy a hearty meal. Later, we can pay her a visit and ask her where she acquired the money. So, we can also reap some benefits. To Lai Tusan's left sat a stout man with a brutish visage, who grinned and remarked, but you know, that little girl is rather pitiable. After all that effort to steal a silver ingot, it ends up in our hands. Yet we are kind-hearted enough to only take her silver. If it were someone else, they would have sold her into a brothel. Alas! Old 5, we are thieves with principles. This money is the protection fee we collected, and thus we cannot engage in the vile act of coercing someone in a prostitution, that we shall only consider selling that young girl to a brothel when she fails to pay her protection fee. A youth, who sat beside the hunchbacked third, with a fair complexion yet a demeanor that was rather lewd, chuckled. Just then, a hand suddenly reached for the table, lifting the wine jar. The 4 men were momentarily taken aback, then turned to see a strikingly handsome, yet frostily indifferent young man. As the young man raised the jar, he downed several gulps with a thud, 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 then frowned and remarked, what a wretched wine. Its potency is so low that I doubt I could get drunk even after consuming 3 jars. The hunchback third and his companions were stunned for a while before regaining their composure. The short-statured man slammed the table with a resounding bang, seething. Who do you think you are, daring to disturb our gathering? Put down that wine at once. The young man, however, merely glanced at the man's clenched fist and then abruptly asked, the injuries on that young girl were primarily inflicted by you, correct? The man was taken aback at first, but then burst into laughter. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you came to avenge that little girl. Indeed, it was I who struck her. If you don't wish to meet the same fate, you had better put down that wine and kowtow 3 times to each of us. We are in a good mood today. If you show sincerity in your apologies, we might let you off the hook. Oh, so I should thank you then. The young man replied with a smile that held no warmth. No need for thanks, but before he could finish, the young man swung his hand violently, smashing the wine jar against the burly man's head. With a loud clang, the man immediately fell, blood streaming from his head. The burly man let out a woeful cry and collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the hunchback third and his companions sprang to their feet. The tavern owner and his staff stood wide-eyed, astonished at the sight of the young man. The hunchback third, clearly the leader among the group, fixed his gaze on the young man and coldly stated, "My friend, we have not offended you, have we?" The young man replied icily, "I regret to inform you that you have indeed offended me. Pray tell, how have we offended you?" The young man pointed at the food and drink on the table. "You used my money to buy wine and meat, feasting merrily here, and now you wish to extort me as well. Tell me, do you not think that is an offense?" The group was momentarily stunned. Then realization dawned upon them. The lewd-looking young man spoke up, "Friend, we did not steal this money from you. It was stolen from that young girl. By taking the money from her, we were, in a way, avenging you. Is it unreasonable for you to resort to violence without discerning the facts?" Perhaps the young man's ferocity had intimidated them, for their tone became markedly more polite than that of the burly man. After all, the young man was a stranger, and the hunchbacked third's gang was unaware of the influential connections he might possess, that if they were to inadvertently offend someone beyond their means, their days of ease would be over. Such was their philosophy of survival, to boldly confront the weak while readily yielding to the strong. The young man cast a disdainful glance at them, finally turning his attention to the hunchbacked third, coldly asserting, "The money belonging to that young girl was given by me. You have stolen from me. By taking her money, it is imperative that I teach you a lesson today to prevent you from causing harm to others." Upon hearing this, the group realized that matters had escalated beyond reconciliation. They were quick to act, seizing stools and swinging them at the young man. Moments later, all four lay groaning on the ground. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth could fight with such prowess. Each of them fell to the ground in mere moments. However, the young man seemed to toy with them as one might with mice, clearly capable of incapacitating them entirely, yet he purposefully held back some of his strength. After being knocked down, the hunchback third and his companions rushed at him again, only to be thwarted once more. After several attempts, they finally understood. This young man was not someone they could contend with. Lying on the ground, the hunchback third could not rise but continued to curse. "You little brat, you are in for it. When my brothers return, you'll see." The young man casually sat on a stool, smiling faintly at the remark. "The brother you speak of, could it be the one who joined the Tianhua sect, Yujian?" The hunchback third's face lit up with pride. "So you recognize my brother's name? In that case, you ought to quickly apologize to us and offer compensation of 100 or 80 taels of silver. But if you show sincerity in your apology, we will let this matter rest." The young man stepped forward and suddenly stomped down hard on the hunchbacked third's thigh. With a sickening crack, the hunchbacked third could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream that sent chills down the spines of all present. The young man crouched down, looking at the hunchbacked third, and coldly declared, "You wanted your brother to take revenge, did you not? I shall grant you that opportunity. Remember my name, Feng Shao. When you tell your brother, do not mispronounce it." You, the hunchbacked third, initially seething with rage, suddenly had a terrifying thought cross his mind. "Are you the chief disciple of the Tianhua sect, the newly appointed holy son, Feng Shao? It seems I still possess some renown." Feng Shao replied, raising his foot to systematically break each of the burly man's limbs, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. Feng Shao turned to the others, sneering, "To act brazenly under the auspices of the Tianhua sect, you lot are truly audacious. Hunchback third, rest assured, your brother shall be well disciplined by me, for I am indeed his elder brother." Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked third felt darkness closing in around him. This was disastrous. It seemed even his own brother would be dragged into this mess. After Feng Shao had dealt with the group, he tossed a silver ingot to the tavern owner, instructing, "Throw these ruffians out. If anyone inquires, say it was Feng Shao of the Tianhua sect who dealt with them. Furthermore, should anyone in this city dare to misuse the name of the Tianhua sect, go to Linglong Pavilion and report it. I shall address it the next time I visit." With that, Feng Shao departed without a backward glance. He had not anticipated that a mere trip to purchase something would result in such a tumultuous encounter. Given Yi Chen's character, it was inevitable that he would seek revenge for his sworn brothers. As for who was right or wrong, it hardly concerned him. This was the nature of one favored by destiny. Oneself and one's brothers were always in the right, but do not expect rational discourse from them. Before confronting those ruffians, Feng Shao had already considered some critical factors. That it was clear that a feud with Yi Chun was likely unavoidable, and antagonizing one favored by destiny could only lead to villainy. Feng Shao had a premonition that this incident might be destined to unfold. He and Yi Chun were fated to be adversaries, and their enmity would only deepen, never resolve. Additionally, Feng Shao needed to unravel other matters, such as what truly dictated the changes in fortune. The previous day, during the grand ceremony, his master, Qing Yangzi, had quietly aligned himself with Yi Chun, causing Yi Chun's fortune to shift from purple to gold. After Feng Shao defeated him, Yi Chun's fortune reverted, even diminishing slightly. Following Yi Chun's loss of the blood-refining sword, his fortune further declined from a deep purple to a light purple. Hence, Feng Shao deduced that Yi Chun's fortune stemmed from two sources: connections and external objects. These external objects, aside from divine weapons, might also include rare materials and spirit beasts capable of enhancing one's strength. Based on Feng Shao's understanding of fantastical tales, there could exist items that only a favored one could activate, while remaining utterly useless to others, such as a wordless heavenly book that had stumped scholars for millennia, transforming into supreme techniques in the hands of the favored. Such items would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the increase of a favored one's fortune. As for the fluctuations in his own fortune, Feng Shao harbored a vague suspicion. Though he lacked concrete evidence to substantiate to validate his hypothesis, he might need to conduct several more experiments. Chapter 12. Taking a disciple after teaching the ruffians a lesson, Feng Shao exited the tavern. After inquiring with passers-by, he headed in a specific direction. Before long, he found himself in a filthy, chaotic alley, surrounded by dilapidated thatched huts. Following the directions given by the locals, he arrived at one particularly derelict thatched hut and pushed open the door. In that instant, a thick, musty odor assaulted his senses. He frowned slightly and began to search the hut meticulously. Moments later, he spotted a small figure lying under a quilt on the bed. Approaching, he discerned that the small figure was a boy who appeared no older than 8 or 9. The boy's face was flushed, and he trembled incessantly. Even without touch, Feng Shao could sense the heat radiating from the boy's body. He must be running a fever. Feng Shao placed his hand on the boy's forehead and felt an intense heat. He understood well that if the boy did not receive medical attention soon, his life would be in jeopardy. Upon this reflection, Feng Shao retrieved a medicinal pill and administered it to the young boy, simultaneously infusing him with vital energy to aid in the digestion of the elixir. With Feng Shao's assistance, the boy's body temperature gradually subsided, his breathing became steadier, and his previously flushed face began to return to a normal hue. Feng Shao lifted the boy into his arms and made his way towards Linglong Pavilion. Upon arrival, the innkeeper approached Feng Shao and remarked, "Young master, the little girl has been treated by the doctor, and her injuries have been addressed. She should not suffer any lasting effects." Feng Shao nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, innkeeper." The innkeeper smiled and replied, "Your kindness is a blessing to our Yunjian. Such a trivial matter does not warrant your concern." The innkeeper then glanced at the boy in Feng Shao's arms, curiosity evident in his eyes, and inquired, "And who might this child be?" "He is the little girl's brother, suffering from a high fever that I have just administered a pill to him, and his condition is improving. However, he will likely need a few days of rest to fully recuperate," Feng Shao explained. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper offered, "In that case, young master, allow me to take care of this child." Feng Shao did not hesitate to hand the boy over to the innkeeper, saying, "I appreciate your assistance. You are too kind, young master." The innkeeper then led Feng Shao into the inner hall. Arriving at the room where the little girl was resting, he gently placed the boy on another bed and thoughtfully covered him with a blanket. Meanwhile, Feng Shao turned his attention to the girl still lying in bed. Following her treatment, she appeared significantly better. After a thorough cleaning, her delicate and youthful visage was revealed. At first glance, it was apparent that she was a beauty in the making, destined to blossom into a stunning woman. Yet, Feng Shao could not help but ponder further. Given her striking appearance and impoverished background, the girl's origins must be noteworthy. With this thought in mind, Feng Shao activated the Tianhua Jade slip. He soon perceived the girl's luck, which was an alarming shade of near purplish red. Feng Shao mused, how has the fortune of a child of destiny suddenly become so trivial? Am I to casually encounter one? Turning his gaze to the boy on the other bed, he noted that the boy's luck appeared rather ordinary. A deep gray, almost indistinguishable from black, that it became clear to Feng Shao that this was due to the boy having recently faced death, thus diminishing his fortune. That it was likely that prior to receiving the medicinal pill, the boy's luck was on the verge of becoming entirely black. That it was surprising to witness such a disparity in fortune between the siblings. Perhaps sensing Feng Shao's scrutiny, the little girl drowsily opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Feng Shao, tears streamed down her cheeks anew. Benefactor. Feng Shao gently patted her head and reassured her. There, no need to cry. Those who bullied you have been dealt with. They will no longer dare to trouble you. The girl nodded, yet her tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Feng Shao felt a pang of sympathy. It was hardly surprising that the girl would react this way. After all, she had endured an arduous existence alongside her brother, striving for survival while managing their household with limited resources, bearing the brunt of bullying alone. Now, encountering someone kind-hearted, she found solace in the notion of having a protector, and her pent-up grievances could no longer be contained. After a brief period of weeping, the girl's emotions began to stabilize. After a moment of silence, Feng Shao inquired, "What is your name?" The girl replied softly, "My father calls me Yadu, and my brother Xiaobao." "Oh, my brother." She quickly sat up, urgency lacing her voice. "Benefactor, please save my brother. He is gravely ill. If he dies, I cannot bear to live." As she spoke, she attempted to bow her head in gratitude. Feng Shao swiftly stopped her, saying gently, "Rest assured, I have brought your brother with me. His condition is stable now. With a few days of rest, he will recover." Following Feng Shao's gesture, the girl immediately spotted her brother lying on the other bed. Hearing his steady breaths and seeing his returning color, she finally exhaled in relief. She turned to Feng Shao. "Benefactor, you have saved both me and my brother. I am willing to serve you as a maid for life." Before she could finish, Feng Shao waved his hand dismissively. "I do not require a maid." The girl, in her eagerness, replied. Then yet Feng Shao continued calmly. "I hail from the Tianhua sect, and I have come down the mountain to procure some items. Our meeting is fortuitous, that if you wish, you may accompany me back to the mountain and join the Tianhua sect." Before the girl could comprehend his words, the innkeeper interjected with a smile. "Little one, why not thank young Master Feng? He is the holy son of the Tianhua sect, second only to the sect leader in rank, that if he wishes to take you into the sect, no one would dare oppose." Realizing the significance, the girl immediately prepared to thank Feng Shao with a bow. But he stopped her, saying, "I intend to recommend you to my third master uncle. Thus, you will become my junior sister. There is no need for such formalities with me." The girl raised her head, shaking it fervently. "No, I wish to be your disciple, benefactor. I hope you will grant my wish." Feng Shao was taken aback. He was not surprised by her desire to become his disciple, but felt an undeniable shift within himself the moment she made the request. Instinctively, he checked his luck through the Tianhua Jade slip and discovered that it had significantly increased due to the girl's action. Why was this? Could it be that accepting a child of destiny as a disciple would influence his own fortune? Yet in Feng Shao's memory, after Yi Chan became a disciple of Du Yuanxi, her fortune did not alter. What could this mean? He fell in a deep contemplation. The girl, interpreting his silence as reluctance to accept her, began to bow repeatedly, the sound echoing ominously. Feng Shao snapped back to reality and quickly halted her, stating earnestly, "In my Tianhua sect, disciples of my generation do not yet take on apprentices. That I consider my skills insufficient for teaching. That if you were to become my third master's disciple, you would receive superior guidance. Even so, would you still wish to be my disciple?" The girl looked up, meeting Feng Shao's gaze earnestly, and declared, "You are a good person. I would gladly die to be your disciple." After a moment's hesitation, Feng Shao nodded. "In that case, I will provisionally accept you as an honorary disciple. Upon our return to the sect, we shall conduct the formal initiation." The girl was elated. "Yes, master." The speed at which the girl changed her address was amusing. The innkeeper could not help but chuckle. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring your first disciple. This girl appears to possess excellent aptitude. She should make for a fine cultivator. Feng Shao could only smile wryly. With my limited abilities, I hardly qualify as a teacher. Yet, since fate has brought us together, I shall not decline. The path of cultivation is not solely a struggle against fate. At times, one must also seize the moment. Given Feng Shao's desire to bring the girl under his wing and her insistence on becoming his disciple, it seemed their destinies were intertwined. The girl, overjoyed by Feng Shao's agreement, soon displayed a hint of hesitation on her face. Master, my brother. Feng Shao understood her concern and replied, I prioritize character in my disciples that as for your brother's character, I cannot yet ascertain, so I cannot make any promises. Should he prove to be of good character, I may accept him as a disciple as well, that if not, I will ensure he grows up well and leads a simple life. The girl recognized the limitations of her request and felt grateful that Feng Shao was willing to consider her brother for apprenticeship. Should her brother find no path in cultivation, she could still support him as a sister within the sect. Feng Shao then produced a small booklet and handed it to the girl, stating, this booklet contains some basic qi cultivation techniques. Take it and practice, and you may also share it with your brother, but if you have any questions, feel free to consult the innkeeper. I must return to the sect for now, but I shall come back to fetch you on my next descent. Feng Shao turned to the innkeeper. I kindly ask you to look after these siblings during my absence. The innkeeper replied with a smile. You are too considerate. Young master, you are practically part of Yunjian now, and since this little girl has become your disciple, she is family. Feng Shao nodded and addressed the girl. During this time, behave well and avoid causing trouble. Understood. The girl obediently nodded. Yes, master. Feng Shao could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. Little did he expect that this trip down the mountain would lead him to unexpectedly acquire a disciple, such as the unpredictability of life. Chapter 13. The Formation of Heaven and Earth upon returning to the Tianhua sect. Feng Shao wasted no time and began concocting the fire-repelling pill to he entered the alchemy pavilion. A boisterous voice resonated from within. Ah, is that our esteemed young master Feng? What winds have brought you here? Our alchemy pavilion is hardly equipped to host someone of your stature. Feng Shao turned towards the source of the voice and spotted a burly man in his 40s. Observing him with a rather unfriendly expression, the stout middle-aged man, sporting a full beard and clad in a rather filthy blue robe, exposed his chest and protruded a belly reminiscent of a pregnant woman in her 6th month. He bore a striking resemblance to both Mithra Buddha and the bearded guest. Feng Shao regarded the individual with a wry smile and remarked, Elder Zhu, whom are you disparaging with your peculiar and cryptic words? Elder Zhu snorted coldly. You rascal, what did you promise me when you lured me up the mountain? Where is the spirit fire you spoke of? Where is the elixir formula? I have been languishing in this alchemy pavilion for so long. And you think to placate me with such trifles? Feng Shao forced a chuckle and replied, Elder Zhu, patience is a virtue. While you are anxious, I am even more so. I have been preoccupied with the matter of spirit fire these past few days. So please refrain from your incessant prodding. Elder Zhu shot him a glare. And what of your spirit fire? I have yet to procure it. Elder Zhu. He pointed a finger at Feng Shao, gritting his teeth as he said, Are you taking me for a fool? Just because I am older. If you cannot produce the spirit fire, I shall descend the mountain this very moment and never return to your Tianhua sect. Feng Shao hastily smiled in appeasement. Oh, come now. Elder Zhu, no other sect can offer you better treatment than we do. I truly was not trying to deceive you. Although the spirit fire is not yet in hand, it will be soon. As he spoke, Feng Shao retrieved materials he had just purchased from his storage ring. Elder Zhu examined the items and muttered, Fire refining jade, cool jade dew, and this, crimson flame stone powder? He turned to Feng Shao. Young Feng, are you planning to concoct a fire-repelling pill? Indeed, Feng Shao nodded. Elder Zhu, do you think these materials are sufficient to produce 10 fire-repelling pills? By weight, it seems nearly adequate. However, young Feng, what do you intend to do with the fire-repelling pills? Are you planning another reckless excursion? Elder Zhu regarded him with suspicion. Feng Shao retorted, What do you mean reckless? I am preparing to lead a group to the Bai Fong Plain. The Bai Fong Plain? Elder Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. You are truly out of your mind. Is that place one to be trifled with? Even innate realm cultivators, after consuming a fire-repelling pill, cannot endure more than 6 hours there. As he spoke, Elder Zhu seemed to recall something, and his expression turned serious. You are not contemplating the Bai Fong Flame. Are you? Let me warn you, the Bai Fong Flame is not easily found. Over the years, countless individuals have sought it, yet the vast majority have met with their demise. Do not venture there and lose your life. Our sect relies on you to flourish. Feng Shao chuckled. Oh, Elder Zhu, you underestimate me. Rest assured, I have already pinpointed the location of the Bai Fong Flame. Once we enter, we shall head straight for our destination. As long as we avoid unforeseen circumstances, we should be out in no more than 3 hours. Besides, I will not be going alone. I certainly plan to bring others along. Strength in numbers ensures we can accomplish our tasks swiftly. Elder Zhu scoffed. Do not be overly confident. The Bai Fong Plain is one of the top 10 forbidden zones. It is not a place to be taken lightly. Do not return empty-handed, only to sacrifice your life. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Upon my return, you shall have the Bai Fong Flame. Observing Feng Shao's unwavering confidence, Elder Zhu pondered for a moment before retrieving an item from his storage ring and tossing it to Feng Shao. Acting on instinct, Feng Shao caught it, revealing a triangular talisman. Elder Zhu, what is this? This is a fire-repelling talisman. It activates passively. Hold on to this. It may save your life in a critical moment, Elder Zhu stated nonchalantly. A fire-repelling talisman? Feng Shao exclaimed in surprise. Elder Zhu, this talisman is quite valuable. Are you truly willing to part with it? Elder Zhu glared at him. If you can bring back the Bai Fong Flame, I would gladly give you this talisman. I can discern what is truly important. This talisman can withstand even the 9 heavens leaving fire, and it will surely protect against the Bai Fong Flame. Its efficacy far surpasses that of a fire-repelling pill. He continued with a hint of nostalgia. This talisman was gifted to me by my master. He said that those of us who practice alchemy occasionally encounter unforeseen dangers, and possessing this talisman could save one's life in critical situations that it is surprising that I have not needed it all these years. And now it finds its way to you. Hearing this, Feng Shao quickly attempted to return the talisman. If it was given by your master, it is far too precious for me to accept. Take it, and stop your nonsense. Elder Zhu insisted impatiently. It is merely a life-saving item. I have not used it in years. Do you think I would perish without it now? Faced with Elder Zhu's resolute stance, Feng Shao had no choice but to accept. Very well, thank you, Elder Zhu. Do not give me that. Remember, you must bring back the Bai Fong Flame. Upon exiting the alchemy pavilion, Feng Shao swiftly gathered the disciples of the sect. Over the years, thanks to his efforts, 3 disciples, including himself, had entered the innate realm. The other 2 being Lu Qingyuan and Yichen. It must be noted that Du Yanxi was indeed fortunate, as the 2 most talented individuals in the sect were under her guidance. Furthermore, there were 19 disciples in the Meridian realm. Feng Shao planned to select the 8 most formidable among these 19, then, together with himself and Lu Qingyuan, form a 10-member team to venture to the Bai Fong Plain. As for Yi Chen, Feng Shao still harbored reservations and naturally would not include him. Who could predict whether this self-serving individual might bring calamity upon them? A disciple in the Meridian realm, after consuming a fire-repelling pill, could only endure in the Bai Fong Plain for a maximum of 3 hours. Thus, Feng Shao needed to devise a method to extend their endurance. Consequently, he resolved to teach them a formation in the shortest time possible. This formation, named Heavenly Formation, requires a minimum of 3 participants, with no upper limit. Once formed, the true energy of the participants would merge into one, creating a formidable defensive barrier. In other words, this formation is exceptionally suited for defense, making it ideal for withstanding the raging flames of the Bai Fong Plain. After traversing through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd branches, Feng Shao gathered 9 individuals: Gao Yi, Zhao Yang, Deng Wenxuan, and Wu Gan from the 1st branch, Chao Guang, Li Xiang, and Sun Mian from the 2nd branch, and Han Biyun and Lu Qingyuan from the 3rd branch. Aside from Lu Qingyuan, the others had all been summoned by Feng Shao on multiple occasions and had returned from each outing laden with spoils. Thus, upon receiving Feng Shao's summons once more, their immediate reaction was that their senior brother had tasks for them, and they promptly made their way to the training hall without hesitation. Only Lu Qingyuan, being pulled by her senior sister Han Biyun, was left in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of their purpose. Upon arriving at the training hall, everyone discovered that Feng Shao was already waiting for them. Once all were present, Feng Shao spoke, "Fellow disciples, I have gathered you here for a matter of utmost importance. Naturally, I will accompany you as well. However, due to the sensitive nature of this matter, I cannot divulge the specifics just yet. I ask for your understanding." The most straightforward among them, Chao Guang, immediately exclaimed, "Senior brother, just give us the order. Whatever you say, we shall do." The other disciples expressed their agreement, their eyes alight with excitement rather than apprehension. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but feel intrigued. This was her first time being summoned by Feng Shao. Although she had heard that the Tianhua sect had thrived under his leadership, she had never felt a personal connection to it. However, seeing everyone so enthusiastic now piqued her curiosity about Feng Shao. Feng Shao smiled and waved his hand. "Chao, junior brother, you are as direct as ever. So I shall not delay matters further. Before we set off, we need to learn a formation. With this formation, our mission will be significantly safer that I will now provide a detailed explanation of this formation. As per usual, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." With that, Feng Shao began to explain the heavenly formation in detail. This formation originally belonged to the Tianhua sect, but it did not incorporate the merging of everyone's true energy. It merely enhanced the combat capabilities of those forming the array. After referring to the analyses of formations in the Qian Kuan Classic, Feng Shao commenced improvements on the heavenly formation. After numerous iterations and trials, it had essentially taken shape, although some theoretical aspects remained unrefined. The current version was exponentially more powerful than the previous one, that today marked the first time Feng Shao would teach this formation to others. After the initial explanation, he added, "This formation is still in its infancy. Some details remain to be perfected, but it should suffice for our upcoming journey. Should you have any insights during practice, feel free to share them with me for mutual exploration." After just one explanation, the disciples found the heavenly formation to be profoundly intricate, and they became engrossed in its nuances. Yet, as they all closed their eyes to analyze the formation, someone suddenly spoke up, "Senior brother Feng, I have a question regarding this formation that I would like to clarify." Feng Shao, upon recognizing that the one posing the question was Lu Qingyuan, nodded and remarked, "Lu junior sister, please feel free to inquire." Lu Qingyuan, with a serious expression, then asked, "The potency of this formation, is it not contingent upon the strength of the one who establishes it? The greater the prowess of the practitioner, the more formidable the formation, correct?" Feng Shao nodded once more, affirming, "Indeed." Then, why does senior brother Feng not invite Yi Chen junior brother? Given Yi Chen's current level of strength, his involvement in the formation would surely amplify its power, Lu Qingyuan inquired. The moment these words left her lips, every onlooker turned to her in astonishment. Chapter 14. Dispute as Lu Qingyuan posed her question. A profound silence enveloped the group. Feng Shao, however, chuckled lightly and replied, "Though Yi Chen has reached the innate realm, his rapid advancement has rendered his foundation unstable. His immediate priority should be to stabilize his realm. Thus, there is no need to involve him in this endeavor." Lu Qingyuan was about to press further, but was interrupted by Han Biyun, who seized her arm and said, "What Brother Feng has stated is undoubtedly correct. There is no need for further inquiry." Reluctantly, Lu Qingyuan fell silent. Feng Shao regarded Lu Qingyuan with keen interest. Not only was she the most favored disciple in the sect, aside from Yi Chen, but she also possessed the highest beauty among the female disciples. She seemed to harbor a particular fondness for Yi Chen, often considering him more than others in various matters. Could it be that individuals of high fortune are naturally drawn to one another? Yet, reflecting on the young girl he had recently taken under his wing, Feng Shao found himself uncertain of this notion. Without his intervention, the girl might have met a dire fate long ago, let alone being deemed a woman of destiny. However, Feng Shao soon recognized a critical oversight. The primary reason the girl faced hardship was due to the silver ingot he had given her. Had she not encountered him, she likely would not have been subjected to such treatment. Thus, could it be said that he was an anomaly, perhaps even a calamity, in her fate? The information Feng Shao could glean was limited to this. As for Yi Chun, Feng Shao's decision to exclude him stemmed not from a desire for him to stabilize his realm, but rather from a lack of trust. This individual was exceedingly self-serving, and bringing him along could hardly be deemed beneficial. However, such matters were not suitable for elaboration that in the subsequent days, the disciples diligently practiced the newly learned Tianhua formation under Feng Shao's guidance. The formation proved not overly challenging, and the disciples quickly grasped its fundamentals, lacking only in proficiency. Once Feng Shao confirmed their understanding, he instructed, "Very well, return to your practices. Tomorrow at the hour of the hare. Assemble here again to refine our coordination." Upon hearing this, the disciples bid farewell to Feng Shao and departed. Han Biyun took Lu Qingyuan aside, leading her to a secluded corner after exiting the training hall. Once they were alone, Han Biyun frowned and said, "Junior sister, why were you so reckless just now?" Lu Qingyuan, perplexed, could not help but ask, "Senior sister, I merely inquired why Brother Feng did not include Junior Brother in the formation. What is wrong with that?" Han Biyun interrupted her tone serious. "Have you forgotten what transpired during the ceremony of conferral? Clearly, Brother Feng harbors doubts regarding Junior Brother, making it impossible for him to be included. That I ask your question not a matter of feigning ignorance." Lu Qingyuan, still confused, responded, "Brother Feng is magnanimous. How could he harbor resentment towards Junior Brother for such a trivial matter?" "Trivial?" Han Biyun scoffed. "If you were in Brother Feng's position, you would likely act even more excessively. Who is Brother Feng? Frankly speaking, were it not for him, neither you nor I would be in Tianhua sect, and the very existence of Tianhua sect would be in question. There is no one else who is qualified to covet the position of Saint's son aside from Brother Feng. And how long has Junior Brother been here? Even if he possesses great talent, what contributions has he made to the sect? What qualifications does he have to contend with Brother Feng?" Lu Qingyuan, indignant, retorted, "Senior sister, Junior Brother is still your disciple. How can you speak of him in such a manner?" Han Biyun sighed, "I do not wish to speak ill of him, but we sisters have witnessed Junior Brother's actions over the years. His character, if one were to be charitable, could be described as unaware of his own insignificance. And if one were to be uncharitable, he is simply lacking in self-awareness. Master, along with you and the second junior sister, have indulged him excessively, leading to his current behavior. If this continues, Junior Brother may well attract even greater misfortune." Lu Qingyuan remained silent, yet her expression betrayed her discontent. Han Biyun shot her a glance and coolly remarked, "Junior sister, remember this, within our Tianhua sect, the most important person is not Junior Brother, nor is it Master, nor even the Grand Master. It is Brother Feng. As long as we continue to support Brother Feng and follow his lead, Tianhua sect will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the Eastern continent, and perhaps even ascend to the ranks of first-class sects in the upper domain." Unable to restrain herself, Lu Qingyuan asked, "I understand Brother Feng is formidable. But senior sister, your description seems overly exaggerated." "Exaggerated? I merely state the facts." At this point, Han Biyun could not help but reveal a look of admiration. "Brother Feng is the person I admire most in my life. To have garnered his recognition is the greatest opportunity of my existence. The initial disciples of the sect all share this sentiment. Junior sister, you may find it difficult to comprehend our feelings, but you must realize that Brother Feng is the one who has transformed our lives. He is worthy of our unwavering allegiance." Upon hearing Han Biyun's resolute words, Lu Qingyuan was rendered speechless. She began to ponder what exactly Brother Feng had accomplished to earn such deep respect and devotion from so many. Many claimed that without Brother Feng, there would be no Tianhua sect as it stands today. What could this possibly mean? Perhaps she, too, had yet to truly understand this newly appointed saintess in the following days. The disciples summoned by Feng Shao gathered daily at the training hall to practice the Tianhua formation. Whenever they encountered confusion, Feng Shao would provide thorough explanations. Among them, one individual consistently observed Feng Shao with an unusual intensity, unable to resist contemplating his every action. This individual was, of course, Lu Qing. It suddenly struck Lu Qing that ever since her initiation into the sect, it had been Feng Shao who primarily imparted teachings to her. Whenever she faced difficulties, it was invariably Feng Shao who came to her mind first as a potential source of assistance. She instinctively believed that no matter how formidable the challenge, seeking Feng Shao's help would likely lead to a favorable resolution. Looking at the others now, it seemed they too shared this tendency. All displayed an inexplicable trust in Feng Shao, and none questioned his directives. Upon hearing Feng Shao's requests, their first thought was not whether Brother Feng was correct, but rather how they could fulfill his instructions to the best of their ability. Gradually, Lu Qingyuan began to grasp the meaning behind her senior sister's words. Among this generation of Tianhua sect disciples, Feng Shao had become an unassailable core figure, while Feng Shao busied himself training the disciples. The sect's second senior uncle, Qin Zhao, sought out Qin Yangzi. Upon entering Qin Yangzi's residence, Qin Zhao declared loudly, "Senior brother, I have a matter to discuss with you today." Qin Yangzi frowned at the remark, replying coolly, "If second junior brother has something to say, please do so directly." Without hesitation, Qin Zhao plopped himself down onto a chair, poured himself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, exclaimed to Qin Yangzi, "Master brother, I generally refrain from meddling in sect affairs, as I lack the capability. But what you did during the ceremony of conferral, what on earth was that? Do you realize how deeply you wounded Feng Shao's heart?" In the days that followed, Qin Zhao had reflected on Qin Yangzi's behavior, feeling that something was amiss that he was naturally slow to comprehend, often requiring multiple reflections before grasping a concept. However, it is said that even the wisest can make mistakes, while the foolish may occasionally glean insight. It was precisely because of his slower thinking that he sometimes saw through matters more clearly than others. Thus, after much contemplation, he felt compelled to address this issue with his senior brother. To prevent any momentary lapse in judgment from fracturing the unity within the sect, Qin Yangzi shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Since when did you begin to concern yourself with such matters? I would prefer not to care. However, Tianhua sect is not solely yours. Feng Shao is not merely your disciple. We three siblings have all witnessed Feng Shao's contributions to the sect over the years," the Tio put it bluntly. "Without Feng Shao, who would even know who you, Qin Yangzi, are? Do not take offense at my words, master brother, but that is the reality." Qin Yangzi slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Your words are becoming increasingly nonsensical. In this sect, who is the master, you or I?" Qin Zhao scoffed, "Senior brother, you need not use your title as the master to intimidate me. Everyone in the sect knows that I, Qin Zhao, am merely a fool. If you truly provoke me, it matters not whether you are the master or an elder. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly give you a good fight." Qin Yangzi glared furiously at him. "What exactly do you want?" Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone resolute. "It is not about what I want, but rather what you intend to do. Senior brother, do not think your intentions are concealed from others. Within our Tianhua sect, Feng Shao's prestige is not inferior to your position as master. Moreover, the earliest batch of disciples who ascended the mountain were all personally taught by Feng Shao. In the eyes of many disciples, the three of us, the senior brothers and sisters, are merely figures adorned with the title of master. While it is Feng Shao who truly imparts the teachings of their craft, it is Feng Shao who genuinely guides them through their journeys. It is Feng Shao who leads them onto the path of cultivation. Do you not feel that Feng Shao's prestige has overshadowed your own as the sect leader?" Qin Yangzi, filled with wrath, retorted, "How absurd! Feng Shao is my disciple. Would I fear him usurping my prominence? Isn't that something you are well aware of?" Qin Zhao, unperturbed, met his gaze coolly and said, "Feng Shao respects you, hence he refrains from speaking out. But as your junior, I harbor no such reservations. Master and senior brother, I advise you to focus on your role as sect leader and refrain from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Furthermore, do you truly consider that Yi Chun is a worthy opponent? My junior sister was deceived by him. Can you not see through this charade as well?" Qin Yangzi coldly replied, "Such matters are of no concern to you. Junior brother, you should attend to your own affairs." Qin Zhao locked eyes with Qin Yangzi, who returned the gaze with equal iciness. After a moment of silence, It was Qin Zhao who first broke the stillness with a disdainful snort, saying, "Oh, senior brother, the Tianhua sect has finally achieved its current standing. You must not squander this promising future." With that, Qin Zhao swept his sleeves and departed. Chapter 15. Incitement since joining the Tianhua sect. Yi Chen had never felt such a sense of indignation. After losing his treasured sword, he implored both his master and senior sister to retrieve it from Feng Shao. Yet his eldest senior sister was the first to sternly refuse him, even chastising him for his audacity. Next, he turned to his third senior sister, who, though less harsh, similarly advised him to relinquish hope for the sword. Finally, he approached his master, but she merely urged him to reflect upon his actions and did not mention the sword at all. The only one willing to assist Yi Chen in this matter was his second senior sister, which left him feeling both grateful and resentful towards his eldest senior sister, third senior sister, and master. However, it was not long before his second senior sister informed him that she too could not retrieve the sword for him, while Yi Chen was left bewildered, questioning where things had gone awry. Was he not the most favored junior brother among the three? How had his standing diminished overnight? All he sought was their assistance in reclaiming the sword, yet they each offered excuses, disregarding their bond as fellow disciples. Yi Chen could hardly suppress the urge to exclaim, "Perhaps it is best to leave the Tianhua sect altogether." Fortunately, reason quelled his impulsiveness. With the loss of the Crimson Dragon sword and no support from his master or senior sisters, Yi Chen's heart was heavy with frustration, prompting him to sneak down the mountain. Before joining the sect, Yi Chen was merely a petty rogue in Liang City, struggling to survive. During a scuffle over food, his ferocity garnered admiration from his opponent, leading to a truce and a brotherhood formed before the local deity's shrine. That individual was the infamous Lai San, in truth, Yi Chen held Lai San in contempt. But recognizing his own vulnerability at the time, he had joined Lai San's gang for the sake of protection. After joining, Yi Chen's innate destiny as a child of fortune began to manifest, transforming their once struggling group into a notorious gang in Liang City. However, they were astute enough to know who they could provoke and who they could not. Thus, despite their brazen behavior, they had managed to avoid serious trouble, primarily targeting small eateries such as bun shops, dumpling houses, pancake stalls, and taverns, establishments without significant backing. The proprietors of these humble establishments, wishing to avoid conflict and protect their businesses, reluctantly opted for compromise, paying a so-called protection fee in exchange for peace. Naturally, they had no expectation of actual protection in Liang City. Who else would have the leisure to harass these small shopkeepers besides Lai San and his gang? As for the larger establishments, Lai San and his crew dared not provoke them, nor could they afford to. This state of affairs continued for 3 to 4 years until 5 years ago, when Yi Chen encountered a pivotal turning point in his life. Du Yuanxi, an elder of the Tianhua sect, arrived in Liang City seeking rare treasures. While walking through the streets, she noticed Yi Chen engaged in a brawl with another gang. The fierce determination reflected in Yi Chen's eyes struck a chord with Du Yuanxi. She wondered what hardships he must have endured to possess such a gaze. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Du Yuanxi intervened to help Yi Chen fend off his adversaries, and then asked, "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Yi Chen was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Will you provide me with buns?" This question reminded Du Yuanxi of a conversation she had overheard between her senior brother and Feng Shao, leading her to affirm, "Indeed, then I shall take you as my master." Regardless of how peculiar, melodramatic, or absurd the process was, the outcome remained the same. Yi Chen successfully became Du Yuanxi's fourth disciple, breaking her precedent of only accepting female disciples. Upon learning of this, Feng Shao could only sigh in resignation. The fortune of the child of destiny is indeed formidable. However, Feng Shao held little opinion on the matter at the time. He was still unfamiliar with the true implications of destiny and how someone so favored could affect the sect. He believed that taking in a child of fortune might aid the sect's growth. Yet, reality proved otherwise, that Yi Chen's fortune seemed only to benefit himself, and he utilized his acquired advantages solely for his own gain or to curry favor with those close to him, showing no intention of reciprocating to the sect, from which he unreservedly accepted monthly allowances and elixirs without hesitation. This was a self-serving child of destiny, a trait not unlike that commonly found in protagonists of fantastical novels. Having lost the Crimson Dragon sword due to a wager, Yichen found himself preoccupied with thoughts of why his master and senior sisters did not assist him in reclaiming the sword, rather than considering any faults of his own in the matter. Feeling profoundly misunderstood by the world, Yichen resolved to descend the mountain for some respite. His first destination upon leaving was Liang City, the place of his upbringing. During the 5 years since joining the sect, Yichen had often descended the mountain to explore and returned to Liang City on multiple occasions. Each time he returned, he sought out his former companions, although he held them in disdain. The adage, to return home in wealth is akin to a knight adorned in finery, resonated with him, while Yichen had always relished in ostentation. And thus, in moments of leisure, he enjoyed returning to indulge in feasting and boasting with his old friends. Lai Tuosan and others were eager to curry favor with him, further inflating Yichen's ego. His audacity in challenging Feng Shao during the coronation ceremony was partly due to the excessive flattery he received from Lai Tuosan and his gang. This time, feeling dejected, Yichen sought to vent his frustrations with his old companions. However, upon wandering the streets, he was met with unexpected news. Just a few days prior, Lai Tuosan and his gang had been thoroughly beaten. The most severely injured had their limbs broken, and Lai Tuosan himself suffered a shattered thigh. This incident elicited cheers from countless individuals in Liang City who had long endured bullying at the hands of Lai Tuosan's gang, and their joy was compounded by the identity of the assailant. Feng Shao, the newly appointed holy son of the Tianhua sect, whose status was second only to that of the sect leader. Qinjiangzi. Feng Shao's declaration made it clear that no one would be allowed to exploit the name of the Tianhua sect for their own gain. Otherwise, they would face retribution, with Feng Shao's words. Lai Tuosan's days of unchecked dominance in Liang City were undoubtedly over. Moreover, given the excessive actions of Lai Tuosan and his gang over the years, countless residents harbored resentment towards them. It could be said that from that day forth, their good fortune had come to an end. Upon learning the details, Yichen's fury knew no bounds. Although he looked down upon Lai Tuosan and his crew, they were still his comrades. One must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. How could Feng Shao so brazenly assault his men and utter such words, effectively trampling on his dignity? Such insolence was utterly intolerable. Enraged, Yichen stormed to Lai Tuosan's doorstep and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Inside, Lai Tuosan and his gang were nursing their injuries. Startled by the sound of the door being kicked open, they initially feared it was a vengeful rival and scrambled to escape, leaping towards the window without a second thought. The two who were uninjured made a hasty exit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lai Tuosan attempted to flee as well, but with one leg broken, he could only hop away, making little progress. The one whose limbs had been shattered fared the worst. Unable to move and left to watch helplessly as Yichen entered the room. Moments later, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he shouted, "Third brother, it's Yichen! Yichen has returned!" Lai Tuosan quickly turned to the doorway and, upon recognizing Yichen, rushed forward to embrace his leg, weeping, "Brother Yichen, you must seek justice for us. That fellow Feng Shao, he came in and mercilessly beat us, and it was so brutal that even I could hardly bear to watch. He also stated that in his eyes, you are nothing more than a dog. No, you're even worse than a dog. He may have hit my brothers, but we're tough and can take a beating. However, we absolutely cannot tolerate him belittling you." Infuriated, my brothers confronted him, but without a moment's hesitation, he shattered Shao Wu's limbs. Even I, your elder brother, had one of my thighs broken by him. What he crushed wasn't merely our legs. He was clearly trampling on your dignity. The tearful performance of Lai Tuosan moved even the burly man with broken limbs to tears. "Third brother, I didn't mean to." The giant was interrupted by Yichen's cold inquiry. "Are you saying that it was Feng Shao who assaulted you?" "Indeed. That's what he claimed." Lai Tuosan wiped his tears and spoke with fierce determination. "That pretty boy has a face that begs to be slapped. You can tell he has no good. We, as brothers, didn't want to stir up trouble, so we tried to reason with him, but he responded with such cruelty. Brother Yichen, when you were on the mountain, did he bully you in the same way?" Yichen cast a dark glance at Lai Tuosan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, causing Lai Tuosan's heart to skip a beat. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yichen gritted his teeth and declared, "So it's you, Feng Shao. Not content with humiliating me in the sect, you come down the mountain to assault my people. Just wait. The wheel of fortune turns, and you shall not dare to trifle with the youth in poverty." With that, Yichen strode out. Not looking back, after his departure, the giant couldn't help but ask Lai Tu San, "Third brother, is it appropriate to deceive brother Yichen like this?" Lai Tu San shot him a disdainful glance and replied coldly, "Ever since Yichen ascended the mountain, he's increasingly looked down upon us brothers. We have been humoring him to prepare for this day. If he doesn't avenge us, how can we continue to exist in Liang City?" The giant hesitated. "But what if Yichen can't defeat Feng Shao?" "I couldn't care less." Lai Tu San smirked ominously. "I've long found Yichen displeasing. If he were to be beaten to death, it would be quite fortunate." The giant shuddered at the expression on Lai Tu San's face. Chapter 16. Ding-ing. As Yichen walked through the streets of Liang City, he felt none of the exhilaration he once experienced. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. Damned Feng Shao. Damned Saint Sun. Why? Why must you subject me to such disgrace? You merely rely on your early entry into the sect and the sycophancy of your peers. Without these, what are you? You are utterly unworthy of the title of Saint Sun. Beneath the immense resentment swelling within him, Yichen's originally handsome visage twisted into a grotesque snarl. The Yichen, already narrow-minded and vengeful, had only grown more so after acquiring the blood-refining sword, which fueled his desires and avarice day and night. He had never perceived anything wrong with this, leading him to overlook the sword's detrimental effects for far too long. If left unchecked, he would inevitably succumb to demonic corruption. Naturally, following the typical tropes of fantasy narratives, Yichen would undoubtedly seek to conceal his descent into madness, only revealing it as a last resort. Moreover, to prevent his dark practices from being exposed, he would certainly eliminate anyone who knew. This is a defining characteristic of those who indulge in dark practices. Selfishness, ruthlessness, indiscriminate slaughter, and unrestrained debauchery. Tio still claimed that power is devoid of good or evil would be pure nonsense. At that moment, Yichen heard a commotion not far away. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of the noise, and in the next moment, his eyes widened involuntarily. "You are exceedingly rude. I merely touched your belongings, and you insist I buy them. Do you think me an easy target?" The speaker was a strikingly beautiful young girl, appearing no older than 18, her demeanor exuding an air of defiance that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Standing before her was an unremarkable middle-aged man, clad in coarse fabric, easily lost among the crowd. He held a dingy object in his hands, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "You little wretch. How can you be so unreasonable? This jade pendant is an heirloom of my family, once vibrant and translucent, but thanks to your meddling, it has been reduced to this state. My poor mother lies bedridden, relying on this jade to fetch a price for her treatment. What shall I do now that you have ruined it?" The girl scratched her head and replied, "Well, that's not my fault, is it? How was I to know your jade couldn't be touched? How about I compensate you a bit?" As she spoke, the girl reached into her purse to retrieve some money. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Miss, don't believe his deceitful words. All this talk of jade and curing his mother is nothing but a scam." The onlookers turned their attention to the speaker, a handsome young man who regarded the middle-aged man with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's you are Yichen," the middle-aged man gasped, then furiously retorted, "How dare you distort the truth? Many witnessed the condition of my jade pendant. If it weren't for this girl touching it, how could it possibly be in this state?" Yichen, however, scoffed. "Hu Lao heir, don't think for a moment that I am unaware. You merely took a worthless piece of jade and painted it green. Once the paint wears off, the true nature of your pendant is revealed. As for the onlookers, they are likely just your accomplices. You prey on the ignorance of this young lady, trying to extort her. But as long as I am here, you shan't succeed." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd grew displeased. "What nonsense are you spouting? We all saw what happened. How could you wrongfully accuse this young lady? You speak such absurdity. Don't think that just because you are a disciple of the Tai Wei sect, you can twist the truth. The esteemed Saint Sun of the Tai Wei sect has decreed that no one shall act recklessly under its name." Mentioning Feng Shao darkened Yi Chen's expression immediately. He coldly surveyed the crowd and declared, "As long as I am present today, I will not permit you to bully this young lady, miss. Let us go. Let us see who dares to stop us." In truth, the middle-aged man's jade pendant was indeed genuine. Not only was it authentic, but it was also a rare treasure. However, its value could not be discerned under normal circumstances. It only activated its effects when in contact with a specific physique, which rendered it ineffective once activated. The girl happened to possess such a rare physique, causing the jade to transform upon her touch. Yet, no one among the crowd could discern this nuance. Only Yi Chun, as a cultivator, grasped a fraction of the truth, while the girl felt a strange energy seep into her body when she touched the pendant. However, Yi Chun was one to seize any opportunity without consideration for others' difficulties. The girl was likewise unclear about the changes in her body, uncertain of what had occurred. She hesitated on whether to compensate the middle-aged man, as her family was not lacking in wealth. Though her personality was somewhat headstrong, she was not unreasonable. Unfortunately, Yi Chun took it upon himself to drag her away. The onlookers, though dissatisfied, dared not intervene, intimidated by Yi Chun's evident prowess, and could only watch them leave. After walking a few hundred meters, Yi Chun finally released the girl's hand. His assistance was not motivated by a sense of justice, but rather by her beauty and elegant attire. Thus, upon seeing her, Yi Chun had harbored intentions of forming an acquaintance, which prompted him to step in. Now that the predicament was resolved, he felt it inappropriate to continue holding her hand. He was acutely aware that moderation was key in interactions with the opposite sex, as excessive familiarity could provoke distaste. Once he released her, Yi Chun smiled warmly and said, "This young lady, I am Yi Chun of the Tianhua sect. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Although the girl found Yi Chun's concern somewhat excessive, she felt obliged to respond kindly since he had assisted her. "I am Deng Ying. Thank you, sir, for your gallant defense just now." Yi Chun replied with a smile, "You flatter me, Mississippi. I merely spoke out because I encountered an injustice on the road." Yi Chun's few words instantly elevated Deng Ying's opinion of him. After all, as a favored child of fortune, his charm surpassed mere looks. She promptly considered Yi Chun a good friend and cheerfully asked, "I wonder if it would be convenient for you to visit my home?" Yi Chun grinned. "Then it would be an honor to accept your invitation." Following this, Deng Ying led Yi Chun toward the center of Liyang City. Halfway there, Yi Chun spotted a familiar sign in the distance, Linglong Pavilion. Pointing at it, Deng Ying said with a smile, "That is my home." Yi Chun was momentarily speechless. He was aware of Linglong Pavilion's reputation. It was a well-known establishment for the buying and selling of treasures and artifacts. However, he was unaware that behind Linglong Pavilion stood one of the most formidable powers in the East Continent. Yunjian Pavilion. Why Yi Chun had dealings with Linglong Pavilion, having traveled down the mountain multiple times, each time returning with valuable spoils that he kept for himself what was useful and sold the rest at Linglong Pavilion, thus leaving a deep impression on the shopkeeper, who recognized him as a cultivator frequently bringing in valuable items. In contrast, other disciples of the Tianhua sect generally kept what was useful for themselves and surrendered what was not to the sect. Uncertain if someone else might find it beneficial, it is indeed the most useless items that Feng Shao would take, package, and sell, only to exchange them for supplies beneficial to the sect. This explains why Linglong Pavilion is only familiar with Feng Shao and Yi Chun. Deng Ying, the daughter of the pavilion's steward, originally did not reside here, but had recently arrived in Liyang City. Unexpectedly, on her second day in Liyang City, she met Yi Chun, which filled her with both surprise and genuine joy. Although Yi Chun appeared outwardly indifferent, internally he was exhilarated at the prospect of winning over the charming and affluent Deng Ying, which would undoubtedly grant him numerous advantages through Linglong Pavilion. Despite being aware of her extraordinary background, he was pleasantly surprised by the extent of her distinction. Deng Ying took Yi Chun by the hand, leading him through the front hall into the courtyard of the inner chamber. As they stepped into the courtyard, they spotted two young children earnestly meditating and practicing. One was a girl of about 12 or 13, while the other was a boy of around 8 or 9. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, unmistakably a future beauty, while the boy, though charming, lacked a bit of masculine vigor. Deng Ying approached and playfully patted the girl's head, smiling. "Little one, are you practicing your breathing again?" The girl opened her eyes and, Upon seeing Deng Ying, beamed with a sweet smile, "Sister Deng Ying." Deng Ying responded with a smile and asked, "How has your practice been these past few days? Have you made any progress?" The girl sighed, "Not much progress. Sister Deng Ying, do you think I'm too slow?" Deng Ying shook her head with a smile. "You are not slow at all. It's just that your master has set the bar too high. I've never heard of anyone mastering breathing techniques from just a small booklet." At this, Yi Chun felt a flicker of interest at a booklet. He stepped forward, smiling at the girl. "Little sister, could you show me your booklet?" The girl glanced at Yi Chun and felt an inexplicable aversion towards him. After a moment's thought, she shook her head. "No, this is a gift from my master. I cannot show it to outsiders without permission." Yi Chun replied, "But I am not an outsider, if I am not mistaken. You are holding the entry-level breathing technique of the Tianhua sect, aren't you?" The girl, puzzled, asked, "How do you know?" Yi Chun smiled, "Because I am also a disciple of the Tianhua sect, by the way. What is your master's name? I should know them." The girl shook her head. "I cannot tell you. My master has not officially accepted me yet." For some reason, the girl felt that this seemingly warm and gentle older brother did not possess the same kindness as Feng Shao. His gaze lacked the warmth and clarity she associated with familiarity. Possessing a certain fortune, she could perceive the essence of individuals to some degree, leading her to instinctively avoid closeness with Yi Chun. Thus, she turned and took the hand of the boy, running back into the inner chamber. Oblivious to the rudeness of her actions that Yi Chun, however, watched her retreating figure with an enigmatic smile on his face. Chapter 17. Theft. Individuals of great fortune possess an innate sensitivity towards one another. Just as in the Tianhua sect, those with high fortunes tend to congregate within the same circles, as evidenced by Feng Shao encountering Lin Xiaoran and the little girl on the streets. And now Yi Chun finding himself drawn to the girl. While Feng Shao's fortune was not exceptionally high, he still stood out among the crowd, although he sensed that his template seemed more akin to that of an antagonist. This was not contradictory, as even antagonists possess high fortunes that a lack of fortune renders one unworthy of the role of an antagonist, relegating them to the status of mere bystanders or cannon fodder. While Yi Chun felt an inexplicable curiosity towards the girl, he did not dwell on it. However, judging by the small booklet she held, it likely originated from the Tianhua sect, though he had not seen it himself. He had heard of it from Han Biyun. After all, he had not encountered any other sects engaging in such practices. Subsequently, Deng Ying led Yi Chun on a leisurely tour through Linglong Pavilion. Although her father was not the owner, he managed the establishment in Liang City. Holding a significant position to his daughter, Deng Ying took pride in showcasing the various treasures of Linglong Pavilion, boasting, "Many of these items are exclusive to us in the entire upper domain. Other merchant guilds must source their goods from us." Yi Chun nodded with a smile, choosing to remain silent. This girl was delightful, naive, innocent, and beautiful, but her incessant chatter was a bit overwhelming. However, since this was her domain, he refrained from voicing any complaints, smiling quietly as he entertained thoughts of winning her over and establishing a connection with Linglong Pavilion. Before long, they arrived at the treasure hall dedicated to the collection of divine weapons. After following Deng Ying and perusing the exhibits for a while, Yi Chun's gaze became fixated on a particular divine weapon. It was none other than his own Crimson Dragon sword. Yi Chun suppressed his surprise and smiled at Deng Ying. "Miss Deng, where do you acquire your divine weapons?" Deng Ying shrugged. "I'm not quite sure. I've heard some are custom-made from the Divine Weapon Workshop, others are excavated from secret realms, and some are refurbished from damaged weapons that were purchased. There are also those that were pawned or sold directly to us." A flicker of anger flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. Yet he strove to maintain a calm demeanor. "So, Linglong Pavilion also accepts weapons from others?" "Not just weapons. We acquire anything deemed valuable. Of course, we also sell items, profiting from the price differences," Deng Ying replied. Yi Chun fell silent. Clearly, the Crimson Dragon sword displayed here was sold to Linglong Pavilion by Feng Shao, and oh wonder his master and senior sister were unable to retrieve the sword. It had been sold by Feng Shao for profit. This was utterly outrageous. Yi Chun's anger surged, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, that he glanced at Deng Ying and suddenly asked, "Miss Deng, what can you tell me about that sword over there? It looks somewhat like one I've seen in an ancient text." "Which sword?" Dang Ying instinctively turned to follow his gaze. Seizing the moment while her attention was diverted, Yi Chen discreetly stored the Crimson Dragon sword in his storage ring and then said, "The one that has a bronze hue." Unaware of Yi Chen's subtle maneuver, Dang Ying excitedly began explaining, while Yi Chen listened intently, his heart racing with exhilaration. How fortuitous! After accompanying Dang Ying for a while longer, he concocted an excuse to take his leave. Dang Ying, unable to insist on his stay, reluctantly escorted him to the entrance, urging him to visit again whenever he had the chance. Yi Chen smiled in agreement and hurriedly departed. As Dang Ying watched his figure vanish down the street, she returned to Linglong Pavilion, feeling an inexplicable and intense fondness for him that she could not quite articulate. Upon entering the inner chamber, Dang Ying spotted her father approaching with an anxious expression. As soon as he saw her, he grasped her arm tightly and urgently inquired, "Ying, did you see anyone enter the weapon vault just now?" Dang Ying's heart sank, and she quickly asked, "Father, what happened?" The steward sighed heavily. "Alas, the sword left in our care by the son-in-law is missing." "A sword? What sword?" Dang Ying inquired curiously. "A red sword, 3 feet and 3 inches long, about 2 fingers wide." "Have you seen it?" the steward asked hastily. Dang Ying thought for a moment and replied, "I saw it just now when I went in." "How could it be missing so quickly?" "Where did you see it?" "It was right in the middle of the 4th rack in the weapon vault," Dang Ying affirmed. The steward shook his head. "I remember it being placed there as well, but it is no longer there." "How is that possible?" Dang Ying's mind raced with a troubling possibility that she was reluctant to accept. Could it be that the little girl and the boy took it out to play? A sword weighs at least a dozen pounds. How could children of that age manage to lift it? The steward countered. Dang Ying still refused to believe it, her heart unwilling to accept that the charming young man she had felt such strong affection for could be a thief. Seeing Dang Ying lost in thought, the steward couldn't help but voice a suspicion. "Ying, you didn't happen to take that sword, did you?" "Of course not." Dang Ying hastily shook her head. "What would I do with the sword? I don't even use one." The steward regarded her with skepticism. "If it was you, you should return it quickly. No one would have to know. I told you it wasn't me. Can you stop suspecting me?" Dang Ying retorted angrily and stormed off. The steward watched her retreating figure, increasingly convinced that even if she hadn't taken the sword, she was likely involved in some way. Dang Ying rushed back to her room, throwing herself on her bed, utterly frustrated. The thought that someone she trusted so deeply could steal from her while she was showing him around filled her with rage. She couldn't help but pound her pillow in frustration, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "You despicable thief! You vile scoundrel! I thought you were a good person. You should die. Go die. Just don't let me see you again, or I will make you regret it." The dispute between Qin Jiangzi and Qin Zhao remained unknown to outsiders. Feng Shao was preoccupied with training his fellow disciples and had no time to concern himself with such matters. Not only was he unaware, but even if he had known, he would likely have deemed it a waste of energy to engage in such trivialities that to him. Dwelling on such issues was indicative of a narrow perspective. His ambitions did not lie in clashing with the favored son of destiny, nor in overshadowing his master, but rather in transforming the 3 great holy lands of the upper domain into 4. Moreover, this was merely Feng Shao's initial aspiration to ask for more grandiose goals. They remained but a distant vision, far from the time for serious contemplation. After 5 days of rigorous training, good news arrived from the alchemy pavilion. The 10 fire-repelling pills Feng Shao required had been successfully concocted. Holding the crimson pills, still radiating warmth, Feng Shao inquired of Elder Zhu. "Old Zhu, what are the effects of this elixir?" Elder Zhu took a swig from his wine gourd and replied gruffly, "It boasts about 80% efficacy. There's no spiritual fire to utilize. It all hinges on my alchemical flame to be content with this result." 80%. That's quite commendable, Feng Shao acknowledged, stowing the pills away. "Feng, I must ask you one last time. Are you truly set on going to buy Fanjuan?" Elder Zhu could not help but ask before Feng Shao departed. Feng Shao replied resolutely, "I must go. You know well the significance of spiritual fire to our sect. It's not only needed by your alchemy pavilion, but also by the forging workshop, and for constructing the training tower." Elder Zhu sighed. "Very well. Since your mind is made up, I can only wish you luck. However, before you set off, I must remind you, It's fine if you can't obtain the spiritual fire, but do not risk your life. Feng Shao laughed. Rest assured. Old Jew, I would never rest in peace if I failed to fulfill my promise to you. Pa, you young rascal, don't speak such ominous words. Off you go. Elder Zhu admonished with irritation. Feng Shao chuckled heartily and turned to leave. That day, he instructed everyone to prepare provisions for at least 7 days and to gather at the mountain gate by the third watch on the following day. The disciples were accustomed to Feng Shao's methods and promptly returned to make preparations. At dawn the next day, they gathered at the mountain gate, where Feng Shao first distributed the fire-repelling pills and then announced, "These pills will protect you from being scorched by flames for a short period. Keep them safe. I have no extras to spare." "Senior brother, where are we headed?" Chao Guang inquired curiously. Feng Shao smiled slightly and replied, "To Bai Fanjuan." Chapter 18. Bai Fanjuan. Upon receiving the Crimson Dragon Sword, Yichen returned to Tianhua sect the next day. Brimming with excitement that he had merely descended the mountain to clear his mind, yet he had effortlessly reclaimed the sword. Although he felt a pang of guilt for stealing from Linglong Pavilion, he did not dwell on it excessively. After all, he had once aided Ding Ying, and taking the sword felt like settling that debt. Thus, he did not believe he owed her anything. However, upon returning to the mountain, Yichen was surprised to find that neither the senior sister nor the third senior sister was present. And many disciples from the Longmen and Second Division were also missing. Confused, he began to inquire about their whereabouts. Yet ever since Yichen had challenged Feng Shao during the coronation ceremony, nearly everyone in the sect had harbored discontent towards him. They merely refrained from voicing their grievances due to his status as a true disciple of the Third Division. Their ability to avoid provoking him did not extend to providing answers to his questions. Consequently, after questioning several individuals, Yichen was met with nothing but cold indifference and the response, "I don't know." Naturally, they truly did not know. The 3 words incensed Yichen, yet he felt powerless. Ultimately, he found his second senior sister, Li Qingying, meditating in the tranquil heart hall. While she was not among the disciples descending the mountain, she was aware that Feng Shao had taken others on a serious mission. Over the years, Feng Shao often led groups of disciples down the mountain for important tasks, always returning with substantial gains, further enhancing the strength of Tianhua sect. After explaining the situation, Li Qingying was puzzled as to why the junior brother was so keen on this matter. Unbeknownst to her, Yichen had already begun calculating his own schemes, that he was well aware that Feng Shao's missions were of great significance, although he was unclear about the source of Feng Shao's intelligence. It was evident that he sought rare opportunities. Yet this realization led Yichen to inwardly berate Feng Shao as a fool. With such a golden opportunity at hand, why not keep it to oneself? Why drag so many others along, thus diluting one's own fortune? Was this not foolishness? Hence, upon learning that Feng Shao was leading another expedition, Yichen immediately recognized it as a rare opportunity, a chance to seize fortune. With this thought in mind, he disregarded farewells to his senior sister, drew forth the Crimson Dragon Sword, and soared into the sky with a flash, breaking through the Ai Qingying watched Yichen's departing figure. Perplexed, when had the junior brother retrieved the Crimson Dragon Sword? Bai Fanjuan lay to the south of Tianhua sect, requiring at least 3 days of flight on a sword to reach, while Yichen only had a general sense of direction. He was determined to fly directly toward his destination without taking any detours to accommodate the lower-ranked disciples. Feng Shao did not exert his full strength in contrast. Yichen, flying solo, could soar at his own desired speed. Before long, he spotted the figures of his senior brothers and sisters in the distance, so he slowed down and trailed them from afar, that if he were to seize the opportunity, he could not reveal himself openly. Yichen proceeded with utmost caution, striving to conceal his presence. With his exceptional talent and cultivation level not far behind Feng Shao's, he was significantly stronger than others. Thus, throughout the journey, Feng Shao and the others remained completely oblivious to his presence. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days passed swiftly. Bai Fanjuan, located south of Chongyang Mountain, radiated intense heat over a 100-mile radius. As they approached within several dozen kilometers of Bai Fanjuan, the group felt waves of scorching heat battering against them, their hair seemingly curling in the searing gale. Feng Shao noticed that many had begun to struggle against the oppressive heat and promptly directed everyone to land. After they touched down, he instructed everyone. Take out your fire-repelling pills and form a protective formation that I will lead at the front, while junior sister Lu will bring up the rear. Maintain a distance of no more than 3 feet between each of you. If anyone feels unable to endure, do not push through. Call out immediately. Is that clear? Clear, the group shouted in unison. Feng Shao nodded, then quickly consumed the fire-repelling pills. Without hesitation, everyone took their pills. That Liu Qingyuan observed her senior brothers and sisters' unquestioning compliance with Feng Shao and couldn't help but feel intrigued. She found it hard to comprehend what charm Feng Shao possessed to earn such unreserved trust. Junior sister Lu, stop dawdling. Quickly take your fire-repelling pill. Feng Shao prompted when he noticed her momentary hesitation. Liu Qingyuan came to her senses and quickly replied, "All right." Once everyone had swallowed their pills, Feng Shao directed them to form the protective formation. As the formation took shape, a thin, almost tangible barrier enveloped the group, rendering the previously unbearable heat waves somewhat more tolerable. With a command from Feng Shao, they began their advance towards Bai Fanjuan. From a distance, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a jest? This was Bai Fanjuan, one of the 10 forbidden places. Shortly after stepping onto the path of cultivation, he had heard others mention that each of the 10 forbidden places was off limits, that a careless entry could lead to severe injury or even death. While Bai Fanjuan was not the most perilous of the 10, it was far from easy to enter. Even from several dozen miles away, he could see flames soaring into the sky, as if a massive pit of fire lay before him. Yi Chen longed to follow and seize the opportunity, but feeling the intense heat that could almost render one to oil, he hesitated. That it seemed he would have to wait outside for their return. Through ancient texts and the Tianhua jade slips, Feng Shao confirmed that the source of Bifang's flames lay beneath the Bifang tree. Yet this revelation also sparked doubt within him. Bai Fanjuan had existed for at least several thousand years, with the Bifang tree being its most prominent feature. That if the Bifang flames were indeed hidden beneath the roots, why had no one excavated them for millennia? After some speculation, Feng Shao identified 3 possibilities. Firstly, the majority of people did not believe there were any treasures hidden within Bai Fanjuan, thus lacking interest in exploration. Secondly, the allure of Bifang flames was insufficient to entice cultivators to brave the risk of being burned alive in pursuit of discovery. Thirdly, there might be unknown dangers lurking within Bai Fanjuan. That of these 3 possibilities, Feng Shao deemed the third to be the most likely. Consequently, he proceeded with utmost caution, supporting the protective barrier while striving to expand his perception. The parched, cracked earth continually belched flames from its fissures, with some eruptions reaching several meters high, obscuring the sky and dazzling the eyes. The surrounding air was parched and searing, making one feel as if they were being roasted over an open flame. An unbearable discomfort. The fire-repelling elixir could only ensure they remained unscathed from the flames, but it could not shield their bodies from the intense heat they felt. Despite the excruciating conditions, none of the 10 individuals in the party voiced a complaint. They trudged slowly across the desolate expanse of the Bifang plain for a full hour before Feng Shao finally caught sight of a nondescript, dark, withered tree in the distance. Senior brother Feng. Is that our destination? Han Biyun, who had also noticed the dead tree, could not help but inquire. Feng Shao nodded slowly. From here on, everyone be cautious. I cannot guarantee what may occur if danger arises. Prioritize your safety above all else. The group responded in unison and then followed Feng Shao towards the direction of the Bifang tree. Amidst the vastness of the Bifang plain, the solitary Bifang tree appeared quite jarring. However, it was not particularly tall, measuring no more than 2 meters at best. Its desiccated trunk and bare branches made it seem as though it had been lifeless for many years. What astonished Feng Shao and the others even more was that, as they drew nearer to the Bifang tree, the temperature of the air seemed to gradually decrease. This invigorated everyone's spirits. Yet, Feng Shao and Liu Qingyuan instinctively heightened their vigilance, for some reason. They felt that things would not unfold so smoothly. That as they approached within approximately 200 meters of the Bifang tree, a glimmer of light flashed across its dark trunk. Feng Shao's heart raced, and he shouted, "Danger! Defensive formation ahead!" After days of training, the group immediately raised the protective barrier of the Tiancheng formation at Feng Shao's command. In the next moment, they witnessed the dark Bifong tree suddenly lose its color. Bursting forth with a radiant brilliance, fiery flames erupted from thin air, transforming the entire tree into a blazing torch. Bifong. A piercing cry rang out, and a surging gale accompanied by flames as scorching as the sun surged towards them. In an instant, the earth cracked and the mountains trembled. Feng Shao, positioned at the forefront, bore the brunt of the fiery onslaught. He did his utmost to shield his fellow disciples from the worst of the flames. Alleviating much of the pressure on them, that he then glanced at the spot where the Bifong tree had stood, only to see a radiant, one-legged crane, its outline barely discernible, stretching its neck and screeching. Bifong. Feng Shao immediately comprehended the situation. The Bifong tree was, in fact, the shadow of an adult Bifong. Chapter 19. The flame of Bifong. There exists a bird, resembling a crane, with one leg, adorned with red markings upon azure plumage and a white beak. Known as Bifong, its cry is its name. Wherever it appears, wildfires ensue. In this fantastical realm. Although legends of the Bifong persisted, it had been ages since anyone had glimpsed this mystical beast. Furthermore, all extant ancient texts noted the immense power of the Bifong. Even the shadow of a single adult Bifong was far beyond the capabilities of their group, whose highest cultivation level barely reached the innate realm. Upon realizing that the entity attacking them was the shadow of a Bifong, Feng Shao swiftly made a decision, shouting to Han Biyun, Junior Sister Han, "You take charge of the Tianhua formation, and lead the others to the spot where the Bifong tree stood to extract the flame of Bifong. I will draw this fellow away." As he called out, Feng Shao retrieved a crimson gourd from his storage ring and tossed it to Han Biyun. "Use this to contain the flame of Bifong. Hurry." Han Biyun caught the gourd and exclaimed, "Understood. Senior Brother Feng, please be careful." In this critical moment, there was no time for them to decline one another's assistance. Having accompanied Feng Shao down the mountain numerous times, Han Biyun was well aware of his style, and thus she did not hesitate, rallying the others. "Everyone, follow me. Junior Sister Lu, assist me." This was Lu Qing's first encounter with such a situation, and she felt quite anxious. Upon hearing Han Biyun's call, she hurried to her side. Among the disciples, aside from Feng Shao, Lu Qingyuan had the highest cultivation level, yet she lacked experience in handling such matters, which was why Feng Shao had temporarily entrusted the decision-making authority to Han Biyun, allowing them to jointly uphold the Tianhua formation. "Junior Sister Lu, you possess the highest cultivation among us. You will lead the formation while I guide our direction, while Senior Brother Sheng diverts the beast. Let us hasten to obtain the flame of Bifong." At this moment, Feng Shao had distanced himself from the Tianhua formation, the searing winds scorching his skin to a bright red, yet he had no energy to concern himself with it. He took out 2 talismans, purchased at a high price from Linglong Pavilion, and flung them at the shadow of the Bifong. The shadow emitted a sharp cry and angrily pursued Feng Shao. Noticing the shadow closing in, Feng Shao employed his footwork technique, exerting himself to evade the flames it spewed forth. Although it was merely a shadow, it possessed the abilities of a true Bifong. It soared high, its outstretched wings nearly 10 meters wide, igniting the air in its wake and raising the temperature significantly. With a single opening of its beak, a fireball, a meter in diameter, hurtled down, exploding with a force that affected a radius of at least 7 to 8 meters. Faced with such a ferocious and powerful spirit beast, Feng Shao had no intention of defeating or subduing it, as that was simply unrealistic. That he concentrated all his efforts on dodging the Bifong's attacks, his secret footwork technique pushed to its limits. Nevertheless, he could feel sparks landing on him. Before long, his once pristine garments were riddled with gaping holes, rendering him a pitiable sight akin to a beggar. In Feng Shao's memory, he had never felt so wretched since his arrival in this world. While Feng Shao exerted every effort to draw away the shadow of the Bifong, the others hastened to the location where the Bifong tree had stood. Under Han Biyun's command, 3 individuals immediately produced spirit shovels and began to dig with all their might. The remaining 6 fully supported the protective barrier of the Tianhua formation. As the temperature rose, the barrier began to consume energy at an alarming rate. Lu Qingyuan, being the most powerful within the formation, felt her true energy depleting at a rate that left her astounded. Observing this, Han Biyun quickly took out several true qi pills, shoving them all into Lu Qingyuan's mouth. urging, "Hurry and consume them, quickly." With the replenishment from the true qi pills, Lu Qingyuan finally felt somewhat better. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone to stagger and nearly fall. Once they regained their senses, they instinctively glanced towards Feng Shao, and the next moment, their faces turned to expressions of horror. They saw the shadow of the Bifong hovering in midair, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the ground. Feng Shao was positioned directly in the line of fire. "Senior Brother Sheng," someone cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward to rescue Feng Shao. Han Bian was quick to react, grabbing the individual and shouting, "What are you panicking for? We have accompanied Senior Brother Feng on numerous occasions. Have we ever witnessed him engage in a battle without confidence? If he claims he can entangle that beast, he will certainly do so. What we must do now is to extract the flame of Bifong as swiftly as possible while Senior Brother Feng distracts the beast." Upon hearing Han Bian's words, the group managed to regain a semblance of calm, though anxiety still gripped their hearts. "Stop wasting time. Hurry and dig. The sooner we extract the flame of Bifong, the sooner Senior Brother Feng will be safe," someone urged. The rest echoed in agreement, and their digging accelerated significantly. Although the ground was as hard as iron, with their collective efforts, they soon excavated a pit over a meter deep. Suddenly, those digging felt a flash of light before their eyes, and searing flames erupted from the ground, surging towards them. "Danger! Quickly dodge!" In the next moment, a blinding column of fire shot skyward, piercing the clouds. In the midst of it all, the group could vaguely see a colossal bird formed of flames, taking flight into the heavens. Han Biyun, momentarily stunned, quickly retrieved the crimson gourd and activated it with her true energy. The gourd emitted a dazzling red light, appearing exceptionally enchanting. Han Biyun directed the mouth of the gourd forward, and it instantly absorbed the soaring flames, as if it were a great whale swallowing water. It was unclear what material the crimson gourd was made of, but it could absorb even the ethereal flame of Bifong. The crimson gourd consumed the flame of Bifong. The shadow of the Bifong suddenly seemed to sense something, turning its head towards the group and unhesitatingly flying in their direction. Feng Shao, who had been exerting himself to fend off the attacks of the shadow, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden cessation of its assault. However, upon realizing where the shadow was headed, he was filled with alarm and hurried after it. The shadow of the Bifong flew swiftly, reaching above the group in no time. It then craned its neck, poised to unleash a torrent of flames. In that instant, Feng Shao, sprinting with all his might, flung a bright yellow lasso, which perfectly looped around the neck of the Bifong's shadow. With a powerful tug, he redirected its fiery breath, causing it to crash into the ground just a few meters away from the group. Boom! The fiery blast created a 1-meter-wide crater in the ground, nearly toppling the onlookers. Han Biyun, however, seemed utterly oblivious, as if she had not noticed that she had just danced perilously close to the gates of the underworld. Her eyes were fixed intently on the diminishing blaze of the Bifong, which was being absorbed by the crimson gourd, her mind urging it onward with fervor. "Hurry up! Faster!" The Bifong's shadow, enraged by its missed strike, suddenly beat its wings and soared high into the air. Feng Shao, gripping the lasso tightly, was involuntarily lifted into the sky. The Bifong shadow spiraled momentarily before issuing a piercing cry. Diving toward the ground, it appeared poised to crash upon the heads of the onlookers. Feng Shao gritted his teeth and hurled a long sword with a swift motion. The sword traced a graceful arc through the air before plunging into the opposing wing of the Bifong shadow. Bifong, with that strike, the shadow veered, crashing heavily beside the onlookers, its shriek tinged with agony. The impact sent Feng Shao crashing to the ground, his insides feeling as if they had been rearranged, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to disregard the searing pain coursing through his body, rolling to his feet and flinging a golden grappling hook that lodged itself firmly at the base of the injured wing. Possessing the Tianhua jade slip, Feng Shao had an abundance of treasures hidden within his storage ring. Now was the moment for these treasures to prove their worth. The Bifong, writhing in pain, shrieked incessantly, flapping its wings wildly, the scorching winds nearly capable of roasting a person alive. Yet Feng Shao clung tenaciously to the grappling hook, Should the Bifang's shadow attempt to ascend, he would yank it back down with all his might. Thus, a stalemate ensued between man and beast. Feng Shao gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. The Bifang's shadow screeched repeatedly, flapping its wings in desperation. Others attempted to assist, but were sternly rebuked by Feng Shao, leaving him to contend with the ferocious creature alone. After what felt like an eternity to the onlookers, Han Biyun finally exclaimed, "It's done!" The Bifang's flame had finally been captured within the crimson gourd. Joy radiated from the crowd, yet the Bifang's shadow was consumed by rage. "Bifang, Bifang!" It shrieked furiously, attempting to pounce upon Feng Shao. As the others prepared to rush to his aid, Feng Shao bellowed, "Stay back! Get out of here and don't worry about me." But no buts, quickly leave. Under the weight of Feng Shao's authority, they had grown accustomed to obeying his commands. Though reluctant, they hastened their retreat as he urged them onward. Their arrival had been cautious, taking an entire hour, but their exit was swift, each person darting outward like a flash of light. The consequences of the Bifang's flame being captured began to manifest. The fissures in the ground ceased spewing flames, and the air temperature noticeably dropped. With the absence of intense heat and flames, the group's speed increased once more. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, waiting outside the Bifang domain, noticed the change within. His eyes brightened as he realized that the opportunities within the Bifang had been seized by Feng Shao and his companions. Chapter 20. The heist. Although the others, aside from Feng Shao, had not engaged in battle against the Bifang shadow, merely maintaining the Tianqing formation had drained a significant amount of their vital energy. Everyone felt an emptiness in their dantian, struggling to summon any true energy. Han Biyun was particularly affected. Although the Bifang's earlier strike had missed her, the residual force had sent her own blood churning, and she felt on the brink of vomiting as she flew halfway. After much effort, they finally burst forth from the Bifang domain, quickly settling to recuperate. Han Biyun felt lightheaded and nearly toppled over upon landing. Lu Qingyuan rushed to support her, asking urgently, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Han Biyun suppressed the turmoil within her and replied softly, "I'm fine, just need a moment to recover. Junior sister, please safeguard everyone." Lu Qingyuan nodded in understanding. Just then, a shadow darted past, appearing before Han Biyun in an instant. Startled, Han Biyun instinctively struck out with her palm. The assailant had anticipated her move, countering with a palm of their own. With a loud bang, Han Biyun was sent flying, unable to contain the surge of blood any longer, spitting a mouthful of crimson midair. The figure seized the crimson gourd from Han Biyun's grasp that Liu Qingyuan, realizing what had transpired, was filled with fury and drew her long sword. Shouting, "You scoundrel!" The shadow, unwilling to engage Liu Qingyuan, swiftly evaded her strike. Without hesitation, Liu Qingyuan pursued, launching another attack. The shadow, not wanting to linger, turned to flee. Just as Liu Qingyuan was about to catch up, she hesitated, glancing back at her weakened companions, unsure of what to do. Still on the ground, Han Biyun urged, "Junior sister, go reclaim our possession." At her words, Liu Qingyuan gritted her teeth and soared after the shadow. That shadow was none other than Yi Chun. Knowing he would have to intercept, Yi Chun had donned black clothing, concealing his identity while trailing the group in his attempt to seize the crimson gourd. He had masked his face, allowing him to remain unnoticed by his fellow disciples. With cunning foresight, he had easily succeeded as for Han Biyun's injury. He paid it no mind. However, when it came to Liu Qingyuan, Yi Chun was unwilling to confront her directly. This was primarily due to her striking beauty, which had intrigued him from the onset. He could not bear to harm Liu Qingyuan. Yet, precisely because of this, when she closed in, Yi Chun felt a headache approaching in terms of cultivation. Although both Yi Chun and Liu Qingyuan were of the innate realm, the status of a chosen one differed vastly from that of a common individual. While others' realms were straightforward, a chosen one's realm served merely as a facade that if he were to engage Liu Qingyuan, he was confident of victory, but revealing his true abilities would risk exposing his identity. On the other hand, if he chose to flee, he knew he could not outrun her. With only the Crimson Dragon sword at his disposal, its might was undeniable, and he had long taken pride in its striking appearance. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. The sword was too recognizable. Should he reveal his cultivation path, Liu Qingyuan would deduce his identity as the traitor, but if he wielded the Crimson Dragon sword, she would undoubtedly recognize him as Yi Chun. Thus, he found himself unable to fly on his sword. One relied solely on foot, while the other soared on their blade. How could Yi Chun hope to escape? Had Lu Qingyuan not been equally drained of her true energy, she would have caught up in an instant. Thief, drop the item! After pursuing for several miles, Lu Qingyuan finally closed the distance, striking down with her sword without hesitation. Yi Chun dodged once more, preparing to change direction. But Lu Qingyuan pressed forward with a flurry of attacks, forcing him to defend himself. The Bifang's flame had been secured through the combined efforts and sacrifices of their comrades. Lu Qingyuan would not allow it to be taken away. She unleashed her full strength from the outset, leaving herself almost entirely unprotected in the chaos of their encounter. Yi Chun struggled to keep up, barely managing to fend off her relentless strikes, coming dangerously close to being cleaved down multiple times. Yet, gazing upon Lu Qingyuan's exquisite features, he found it impossible to strike her. In the midst of their confrontation, Lu Qingyuan sensed that her opponent seemed reluctant to harm her. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she questioned, "What exactly are you? Why do you hide your true self?" Yi Chun scoffed, choosing silence as he launched another palm strike toward her. He had realized that in order to escape, he must first subdue Lu Qingyuan. However, one was empty-handed while the other wielded a blade. One was bound, while the other fought with abandon. Although Lu Qingyuan was not superior in strength under these circumstances, how could Yi Chun hope to withstand her? As expected, it wasn't long before Yi Chun, caught off guard, was struck by Lu Qingyuan's sword on his arm. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have lost the entire limb. As Lu Qingyuan prepared to strike down again. With no options left, Yi Chun retrieved the Crimson Dragon sword from his storage ring, raising it to defend. The clash of blade against blade rang out with a sharp sound, causing Lu Qingyuan's expression to shift dramatically. The Crimson Dragon sword? You! Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chun launched a rapid series of attacks, laughing maniacally. What Crimson Dragon sword? This is my bloodthirsty blade. Little girl, you tread where angels fear to go, and now you seek your own demise. Allow me to escort you to the afterlife. In that moment, Yi Chun had no choice but to resort to such tactics to conceal his identity. Hoping Lu Qingyuan's perception wouldn't be keen enough to see through his ruse, that Lu Qingyuan was forced back by his relentless onslaught and was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Yet, just then, Yi Chun feigned reluctance, exclaiming, "Damn it, I must take my leave. Little girl, consider yourself fortunate this time." With that, he took to the skies on his sword, vanishing without a trace. Lu Qingyuan gazed at his receding figure. Disbelief etched across her face. After the loss of the fiery bird's flame, the shadow of the fiery bird gradually dissipated. Feng Shao, having engaged in a strenuous battle with the shadow, appeared pale, his body marred by burns, and his clothes tattered, resembling more of a beggar than a holy son. Despite his dire state, Feng Shao's heart swelled with excitement. With the acquisition of the fiery bird's flame, the Tianhua sect would finally possess its own alchemical chamber and forge, enabling its disciples to obtain superior elixirs and sharper divine weapons. After a brief respite, Feng Shao pursued the direction in which the others had departed. However, upon spotting Han Biyun lying on the ground, utterly dispirited, his expression shifted dramatically. "Junior Sister Han, what has transpired here? What happened?" Feng Shao inquired anxiously. Struggling to sit up, Han Biyun's face was etched with sorrow. "Senior brother Feng, I have let you down. The fiery bird's flame was stolen by a rogue." "What?" Feng Shao exclaimed in shock. That he quickly rose and scanned his surroundings, finding that the other disciples were unharmed, which alleviated his concern somewhat. Yet he soon realized that Lu Qingyuan was conspicuously absent. Before he could voice his query, a disciple piped up, "Holy Son, Junior Sister Lu has gone after that rogue. She went in that direction." Feng Shao nodded, his tone grave. "You all tend to Junior Sister Han. I shall pursue that rogue." No sooner had he spoken than he summoned his sword and soared into the air. It was not long before he detected Lu Qingyuan's presence. He swiftly descended to the ground, eager to inquire about the rogue's whereabouts, only to find Lu Qingyuan wearing a dazed expression. "Junior Sister Lu? Junior Sister Lu." Hearing her name, Lu Qingyuan snapped back to reality and promptly bowed to Feng Shao, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for formalities, Junior Sister. First, tell me where that rogue has gone." "Well, A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Qingyuan's face before she pointed in a direction, saying, "He went that way." Unbeknownst to her, Feng Shao had already sensed something amiss in her demeanor, having led the Tianhua sect for many years. He was a person of keen insight and immediately recognized that Lu Qingyuan was behaving strangely. Connecting this to the thief who had stolen the fiery bird's flame, a bold conjecture formed in his mind. Could this rogue be someone Lu Qingyuan knew? With this thought, Feng Shao inquired nonchalantly, "Junior sister Lu, did you discern anything about the rogue's skills?" Lu Qingyuan's face displayed signs of struggle and hesitation, and after a moment, she shook her head. I did not perceive his skills. Did the rogue possess any distinguishing features?" Feng Shao pressed further. This time, Lu Qingyuan's response was decisive. He was clad in black, his face obscured, and he referred to himself as this old man. He wielded a weapon known as the bloodthirsty sword, and he might be a long-established cultivator. Feng Shao's expression darkened immediately. What nonsense! If he was dressed in black and masked his face, it was clear he wished to conceal his identity. How could he brazenly reveal the name of his weapon? Such a glaring inconsistency could not escape the notice of someone as perceptive as Lu Qingyuan for the bloodthirsty sword. Feng Shao could easily surmise that it was a weapon with distinct characteristics. The very mention of blood made its nature glaringly obvious. With Lu Qingyuan's hesitant and troubled demeanor, could Feng Shao possibly remain oblivious to the rogue's identity? In that moment, a profound sense of murderous intent surged within him for the first time. Chapter 21. Shelter. Feng Shao glanced at Lu Qingyuan and said coolly, "It appears we must concede defeat this time. Regrettably, without the fiery bird's flame, the reconstruction of the alchemical chamber and forge will inevitably be delayed." Lu Qingyuan shuddered at his words. Noticing her reaction, Feng Shao said nothing further and turned to head back. Lu Qingyuan followed closely behind, her thoughts in turmoil. Upon learning that the rogue had made his escape, the other disciples erupted in curses. They had risked their lives to reach the fiery bird's plane, exerting tremendous effort to obtain the fiery bird's flame, only to have it snatched away by an unknown assailant. How could they not feel rage? Yet all were injured, and the strongest among them, Feng Shao, was grievously wounded. That it was evident that they could not reclaim the fiery bird's flame under such circumstances. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet they were powerless to act. Feng Shao found a secluded corner to tend to his wounds. Although the shadow of the fiery bird was merely a shadow, its strength was still far beyond what he could easily handle. In truth, it was a stroke of immense fortune that they could all exit the fiery bird's plane relatively unscathed. Indeed, one of the 10 forbidden lands was not to be trifled with. After treating his wounds, Feng Shao began to assist the others in recuperating. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan sat in a quiet corner, overwhelmed with mixed emotions and inner turmoil. Given the immense exhaustion they had all endured, they would have to spend the night there. Under Feng Shao's arrangement, the group began to prepare food and set up tents. During the meal, as they recalled their arduous efforts being thwarted, another round of curses erupted. Among them, Feng Shao remained the most composed, silently consuming his food, seemingly lost in distant thoughts. After finishing his meal, he resumed meditating to regain his strength. Throughout the ordeal, Feng Shao maintained a demeanor of silence, clearly reflecting his foul mood. The others, observing him, felt even greater disdain for the black-clad figure. As night fell, everyone crawled into their tents to sleep. That Lu Qingyuan and Han Bian shared a tent, and they had entered early. However, just as Lu Qingyuan lay down, Han Bian entered and said, "Junior sister, senior brother Feng is looking for you." Lu Qingyuan's heart sank, a sense of unease washing over her. Yet she said nothing and silently emerged from the tent. Following Han Bian's direction, Lu Qingyuan found Feng Shao over 100 meters away from the camp, his back turned to her as he gazed at the desolate wilderness. Approaching him, she was about to speak when Feng Shao's calm voice broke the silence. "Junior sister Lu, do you not have anything you wish to say to me?" Lu Qingyuan's heart raced. She forced herself to suppress her unease and replied in as calm a tone as possible. Junior sister does not understand senior brother Feng's meaning. Silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Feng Shao finally spoke. "Junior sister Lu, if my calculations are correct, you have been in the sect for 7 years now. During this time, how has the sect treated you?" Lu Qingyuan responded, "The master treats me as a father and mother would, and the sect's kindness is as vast as the ocean." Feng Shao nodded and continued, "If that is the case, should the sect require it, would you be willing to devote yourself wholeheartedly, even risking your life?" Lu Qingyuan, perplexed, answered, "Of course, the sect is like family to me. I would go to great lengths to repay even a fraction of its kindness." Feng Shao sighed deeply, murmuring, "Everyone can speak sweet words, but how many can truly act upon them?" Unable to contain herself, Lu Qingyuan asked, "What exactly do you mean, senior brother Feng? Please speak plainly." Feng Shao turned to face her, his eyes piercing as he asked, "Junior sister Lu, let me inquire. If someone were to act against the sect's interests, what would you do?" Lu Qingyuan was about to respond when Feng Shao scoffed. "Perhaps to you, the sect's interests are of little concern. Maybe there are some people who hold a far greater significance in your heart than the sect itself." Lu Qingyuan's heart plummeted, but she forced herself to maintain composure, saying, "Junior sister does not comprehend senior brother Feng's meaning. Do you not understand?" "I suspect you are merely pretending not to," Feng Shao said, his tone ominous. "Do you truly have no knowledge of the rogue who stole the fiery bird's flame?" At that moment, Lu Qingyuan's heart sank completely. Since Feng Shao could articulate such sentiments, any attempt to argue would be futile. Her breath quickened, her hands trembling as she struggled to formulate a response. Feng Shao coldly remarked, "You claim to be willing to contribute to the sect. Yet why do you conceal the identity of the thief who appropriated the fiery bird's flame? Do you understand how crucial that flame is to the sect? With it, we could genuinely establish our own alchemical chamber and forge, enabling our fellow disciples to access superior elixirs and weapons." "I did not," Lu Qingyuan cried out. "I did not conceal his identity. I truly do not know who he is." "That's a lie," Feng Shao stated calmly. "Junior sister Lu, even now, you refuse to speak the truth. Do you wish for me to report this to the master and have you expelled from the sect?" Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened in shock. Since joining the sect, Feng Shao had shown her much kindness, leading her to suspect he harbored unspoken intentions toward her. Eventually, she realized his actions stemmed from a desire for her to grow quickly and support the sect. Yet, even so, she had felt that Feng Shao's feelings for her were different from those he held for others. Now, however, he spoke of expelling her, leaving her utterly horrified. Feng Shao continued, "Junior sister Lu, you possess exceptional talent in the sect, and few among your peers can compare to. I have diligently instructed you, hoping you would soon stand on your own and help alleviate my burdens. If you are unable to distinguish between public and private matters, and cannot discern right from wrong, then if I were to continue nurturing you, would I not be cultivating an immense calamity for our sect?" Lu Qingyuan felt a chill in her limbs, her heart as desolate as ash. She had never anticipated that the usually magnanimous Feng Shao would use the term calamity to describe her. This left her feeling both sorrowful and ashamed, while a lingering sense of defiance simmered within her. Feng Shao coldly inquired, "Junior sister Lu, let me ask you once more, who is the thief that seized the Baifeng flame?" His tone bore an undercurrent of murderous intent, as if he no longer regarded Lu Qingyuan as his fellow disciple. She gazed at Feng Shao, whose expression was fierce and unyielding, biting her lip. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately shook her head slowly. Feng Shao studied her for a long while before suddenly letting out a derisive snort, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Who would have thought? A disciple nurtured by our sect for 7 years ultimately turns out to be someone who cannot distinguish between personal sentiment and duty. Do you think I wouldn't know the identity of that individual just because you refused to speak? All I sought was your stance, and I just offered you your last opportunity. Regrettably, you chose not to seize it." A sense of foreboding seized Lu Qingyuan's heart, and indeed, Feng Shao's indifferent voice followed. "Upon our return to the mountain, I shall report everything to the sect master. The disciple Yichen brazenly pilfered sect property, and you, Lu Qingyuan, sheltered him." Lu Qingyuan cried out, "You have no evidence. You cannot wrongfully accuse me like this." "Wrongfully accuse you? Huh. Once Yichen returns to the mountain, the truth will reveal itself. Liu Qingyuan, take care of yourself." With that, Feng Shao turned away, leaving Lu Qingyuan in a state of helplessness and confusion. Feng Shao was deeply reluctant to reach this juncture. Yet Lu Qingyuan's inability to discern right from wrong, her attempt to shield Yi Chun, a traitor, left him no choice. While it was true that the theft of the Bai Fong flame was not Lu Qingyuan's fault, her silence equated to placing personal emotions above the interests of the sect. If this continued, it would not be long before the entire Tianhua sect fell victim to someone like her. And as the son of the sect, Feng Shao could not allow that. Naturally, someone like Yi Chun, who betrayed from within, could not remain in the Tianhua sect either. It was a pity, after so many years of careful nurturing. After so many years of camaraderie, they journeyed back to the mountain. Lu Qingyuan fell into a silence, while Feng Shao remained stern and unsmiling, casting a heavy pall over the entire group. The other disciples sensed the tension, but dared not inquire of Feng Shao, resorting instead to whispered discussions among themselves. 3 days passed in the blink of an EYED-AS Tianhua mountain emerged on the horizon. Dread welled within Lu Qingyuan. For the first time in her life, the sect she had once revered felt daunting and unapproachable. She suddenly yearned for an excuse to halt, but how could Feng Shao, leading the way, grant her such an opportunity? As Tianhua mountain drew nearer, her fear intensified. Just as she was about to be fully consumed by her trepidation, Feng Shao's sharp voice rang out. "Who goes there?" Step forward. Before the astonished eyes of the group, a mass of black mist materialized before them. The mist twisted in the air before coalescing into a humanoid form, clad in a long black robe. The figure's features were obscured by the shadows, but the ominous red eyes piercing through the fog betrayed their identity as a demon cultivator. Feng Shao stood with his sword drawn, eyeing the figure coldly. "Which demon dares to obstruct my path?" The demon cultivator let out a chilling laugh, responding, "I have long heard of the esteemed Feng Shao, the son of Tianhua sect, whose remarkable demeanor is unmatched. Today, I see that the rumors do not do you justice." Feng Shao snorted disdainfully. "You block our way merely to utter such drivel?" "Certainly not," the demon chuckled. "Under your leadership, Tianhua sect has grown in power over the years, now ranking as a second-tier sect in the Eastern continent. Alas, the foundation of Tianhua sect is lacking. Compared to true second-tier sects, it falls woefully short. A sect of this caliber is akin to a sumptuous feast for us demons that we have come today to partake in this banquet." "You!" Feng Shao was momentarily taken aback, then shouted to Han Biyun, "Junior Sister Han, gather everyone and return to the sect. I will hold them off here." Han Biyun was instantly struck with alarm. "But Brother Feng, enough chatter, move." As Feng Shao urged the group to flee, the demon cultivator let out a sinister laugh. "Attempt to escape? Sorry, none of you will leave." Chapter 22. Encirclement. As the demon's words faded, Feng Shao sensed two powerful auras emerging from the left and right flanks of the group, forming a triangular encirclement. The three assailants were all at the golden core stage. Feng Shao believed he could manage one-on-one, but against three, it seemed everyone might perish here. Clearly, their intent was to annihilate them all. In an instant, Feng Shao made his decision. He waved his hands, summoning two long swords into his grip. With a flourish, he unleashed a torrent of sword chi, crashing forth like a tidal wave towards the demon cultivator. So it truly is the Super C sword art. Even though the demon was a level above Feng Shao, he could only retreat from the onslaught of the sword ART. As he dodged, Feng Shao shouted, "Everyone, charge forward!" With Feng Shao's command, the disciples surged forward. The demon cultivator attempted to block their escape, but Feng Shao launched another fierce assault. Under Feng Shao's full protection, everyone managed to rush past unscathed. The other two demon cultivators, seeing this, immediately pursued the fleeing disciples. Feng Shao bellowed, "Hold them back!" The greatest characteristic of the Super C sword art was that it disregarded the number of enemies. Regardless of how many foes there were, its power remained largely unaffected, making it ideal for group combat. At this moment, Feng Shao unleashed his full strength, the surging sword chi effectively stalling all three opponents. While Feng Shao held off the trio, some escaping disciples considered returning to assist him, but Han Biyun seized one of them. "Don't go back. We will only hinder Brother Feng. The faster we flee, the safer he will be." Reluctantly, the group complied with Han Biyun's words, hastening towards Tianhua Mountain. Once they reached Tianhua Mountain, the protective sect formation would surely shield them from harm. Among the fleeing group, one person gazed back at Feng Shao, her expression dazed. That person was Lu Qingyuan. After being harshly reprimanded by Feng Shao, Lu Qingyuan felt not only trepidation but also a tinge of resentment towards him. She still believed that while she had not revealed the identity of the thief, she had her reasons. Yet Feng Shao disregarded her plight and threatened to report her to the sect master for expulsion. A notion Lu Qingyuan found unbearable, as she watched Feng Shao besieged by 3 golden core demon cultivators. Lu Qingyuan felt torn between wishing for his escape and fearing for her own fate. Undoubtedly, if Feng Shao managed to extricate himself, she would likely be expelled shortly after returning to the mountain. Yet witnessing him sacrifice himself for the safety of others made it impossible for her to wish for his defeat. Han Bian noticed Lu Qingyuan's conflicted expression and could not help but exclaim, "Junior sister, what are you waiting for? Brother Feng is doing everything he can to buy us time. You must flee." At that moment, 2 of the demon cultivators managed to withstand Feng Shao's onslaught and pressed forward, flanking him to unleash a vigorous attack, simultaneously calling to the 3rd demon, "We will hold him off. You take care of the others." The 3rd demon nodded and charged after the remaining disciples. Han Biyun gasped in shock. She clenched her teeth and shouted to the others, "Quickly return to the mountain and fetch the sect master. I will hold him off." Before Han Biyun could act, Lu Qingyuan grasped her arm, declaring, "I will hold him off. You all run. But you. There is only I here at the innate stage. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can stall him for a while. Sister, you cannot stop him. Let me handle this." Without waiting for Han Biyun to respond, Lu Qingyuan flew towards the oncoming demon cultivator. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan was driven by one thought: to prove to Feng Shao that she was not a calamity for the sect. With this resolve, she charged forward with unwavering determination. Han Biyun watched her junior sister rush forward like a moth to the flame, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face, but it quickly turned to resolve. "We must leave. Now!" In that instant, Han Biyun felt a surge of frustration at her own insufficient cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan, wielding her long sword, closed in on the enemy and struck. The demon, evading her blow, cackled, "Little girl, you are quite brave. You dare to block me at the innate stage. Are you not afraid of being captured?" Lu Qingyuan's face was as cold as frost as she replied, "Spare me your prattle. If you wish to pursue my senior brothers and sisters, you must first pass through me." As her words fell, she unleashed the Tianhua sect's sword art, attacking with all her might. Lu Qingyuan was acutely aware that with her cultivation level lower than her adversaries, under normal circumstances, she would have no chance against him. However, at this moment, a heavy breath weighed down on her heart, one that she could not quite articulate whether it originated from Feng Shao or the demonic cultivator. Regardless, her sole thought was to engage in a fierce battle with her adversary. Thus, Lu Qingyuan's onslaught was executed with reckless abandon, as if she was determined to perish alongside her opponent, the demonic cultivator. Taken aback by the ferocity displayed by this seemingly youthful and beautiful woman, was momentarily stunned. Yet, being a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, with countless years of training surpassing Lu Qingyuan's, his combat experience was unparalleled. After initially being caught off guard by Lu Qingyuan's aggressive assault, he swiftly regained his composure and commenced a counteroffensive against her. As a result, the slight advantage Lu Qingyuan had gained through her desperate efforts swiftly dissipated, and peril loomed in a matter of moments. Once the demonic cultivator seized the upper hand, he couldn't help but taunt her incessantly. Playfully, he engaged with Lu Qingyuan while emitting a lewd chuckle. He remarked, "Little girl, I didn't expect your cultivation to be rather mediocre. Yet you possess such beauty. Why not abandon the Tianhua sect and join me at the Blood Refinement sect? I assure you, you'll find joy every day, becoming utterly captivated by the delights there." The vile words of the demonic cultivator invaded Lu Qingyuan's ears, prompting her to retort, "If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare me your incessant prattle." The demonic cultivator laughed heartily. "Has my teasing left you embarrassed, little girl? Yet, what is wrong with the desires of men and women? Once you experience the joyful Zen, I guarantee you will never wish to engage in anything else." Lu Qingyuan had never encountered such a base individual. Leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond, in exasperation, she opted to turn a deaf ear, focusing solely on executing her sword techniques with all her might to keep him entangled. Meanwhile, Feng Shao faced two opponents, his aura still eclipsing theirs. However, being aware of his own circumstances, he knew that while the super ocean sword technique was immensely powerful, it also consumed a significant amount of vital energy. Thus, he would only employ it when absolutely necessary. Yet in this moment, to suppress his foes, he had no choice but to unleash the super ocean sword technique to its fullest extent. However, as he engaged in combat, he had to divide some of his focus towards Lu Qingyuan, for he had already sensed that she could not hold on for much longer. In truth, Feng Shao himself had not anticipated that Lu Qingyuan would choose to stay behind to cover their retreat. And his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had once held high hopes for her, and witnessing her selfless nature brought him great sorrow. Yet, seeing her willingly take a stand for their fellow disciples offered him a glimmer of solace. At least in her heart, she still held regard for her comrades. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength loomed large, and even with Lu Qingyuan exerting herself to the utmost, the scales of victory gradually tilted in favor of her opponent. Feng Shao observed this stark reality, yet he found himself unable to extend a helping hand, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. Suddenly, he heard Lu Qingyuan emit a cry of alarm. Laced with evident pain, Feng Shao realized he had to devise another strategy. Otherwise, Lu Qingyuan would surely meet her demise here. His mind raced with potential solutions when, in a moment of inspiration, he devised a plan. Time was of the essence, and Feng Shao could not afford to contemplate any other alternatives. That he first launched an aggressive assault to drive back the two demonic cultivators before swiftly retrieving a talisman from his storage ring, hurling it towards Lu Qingyuan while shouting, "Junior sister Lu, catch!" Upon hearing his call, Lu Qingyuan instinctively glanced in Feng Shao's direction. As she saw the talisman hurtling towards her, she reached out in haste. The demonic cultivator she was entangled with rushed to obstruct her, but it was too late. Lu Qingyuan grasped the talisman just in time. In the next instant, a blinding light enveloped her. And when the radiance subsided, she had vanished from her spot. The demonic cultivator was initially stunned, but soon realized that the talisman possessed a teleportation function. Well, the holy son of the Tianhua sect indeed has some tricks up his sleeve, he seethed, glaring at Feng Shao with gritted teeth. Him. Lu Qingyuan was an exquisite vessel for his ambitions. Just as he was about to seize her, she had been whisked away by Feng Shao using an unknown talisman, leaving him with the sensation of a cooked duck flying away. Frustrated, the three demonic cultivators resolved to ensure they captured Feng Shao. The talisman was a means Feng Shao used for self-preservation in critical moments, capable of activation only once a day, allowing for the transportation of a single individual, with both direction and distance being random, but never exceeding 500 miles. After sending Lu Qingyuan away, even Feng Shao himself was unaware of her current location. Observing the three demonic cultivators surrounding him in a triangular formation, Feng Shao narrowed his eyes slightly, sheathing his sword in his left hand. He crossed his sword over his chest and coldly declared, "Shall we continue this fight?" One of the demonic cultivators sneered, "Though we are unable to capture your junior disciples, if we can take you down, it will still be a significant achievement." Feng Shao took a deep breath, responding calmly, "If that is the case, then come at me." The battle reignited. Chapter 23, Devouring Flames in the Tranquil Mountain Forest. A flash of white light suddenly pierced the stillness. Subsequently, a figure came crashing down forcefully. Lu Qingyuan had not anticipated that the object Feng Shao had thrown her would be a rare teleportation artifact. In the instant she was enveloped by the white light, she felt as if the world was spinning around her, akin to having spun in place several hundred times. When the teleportation finally concluded, it felt as though an enormous hand had grasped her out of thin air and then unceremoniously hurled her to the ground. The next moment, she felt her body collide heavily with the earth, as if her limbs had been dislocated. The tremendous impact left her feeling as though her internal organs had shifted, causing her to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. After lying on the ground for some time to regain her senses, Lu Qingyuan slowly rose to her feet, her gaze vacant. She had no idea where she had been teleported to, but she understood that teleportation artifacts were exceedingly rare, often employed by many in critical moments for survival. Even as the holy son of the Tianhua sect, Feng Shao should only possess one such artifact. Yet he had utilized it to save her. What of his own safety? Reflecting on the years, Feng Shao had been like a caring patriarch, meticulously nurturing every disciple within the sect, that he seldom turned down requests for assistance. Always striving to lend a helping hand, that in times of peril, he consistently stayed behind to cover their retreat. Even when faced with foes far superior to him, he resolutely bore the burden alone. Furthermore, during this expedition down the mountain, Feng Shao's pursuit of the Baifeng flame was not for his own gain, but rather for the sect's benefit. Aiming to establish a pill refining chamber and a forging workshop, ensuring that the disciples of the Tianhua sect would have access to superior elixirs and weapons. Unable to contain herself, Lu Qingyuan knelt down, burying her head in her legs as she sobbed. That it was only at this moment that she suddenly realized she had never truly understood her esteemed senior brother. She was aware that the one seeking the Baifeng flame was her junior brother, Yi Chen. While she had been perplexed by Yi Chen's actions, her bias as his sole senior sister led her to shield him, neglecting the considerable damage his actions inflicted upon the sect. She had also overlooked Feng Shao's sacrifices and the high hopes he held for her. She finally recognized her grave mistake, a monumental error. Yet, did she still have a chance to earn Feng Shao's forgiveness? Having successfully seized the Baifeng flame, Yi Chen was overwhelmed with joy that was nearly beyond words. After so much effort, the Baifeng flame, which so many have sought, is now mine. This rare treasure is mine. This opportunity is mine. After securing the Baifeng flame, Yi Chen swiftly fled, covering hundreds of miles before finally halting in a dense forest. Once he confirmed that no one was in pursuit, he eagerly opened the crimson gourd, eager to discover what lay within. However, the moment he uncapped the gourd, a wave of scorching heat surged forth. Yi Chen was taken aback, hastily discarding the crimson gourd. Yet, fierce flames erupted from the gourd, igniting the surrounding flora in an instant. The Baifeng flame was, after all, the essence of vegetation, and its unique spiritual fire could incinerate all plant life in a flash. The roaring inferno shot skyward, transforming the forest into a sea of flames. Yi Chen had not anticipated that the crimson gourd contained such a raging fire. In his moment of carelessness, he had caused a catastrophic blaze. Leaving him utterly bewildered, the flames threatened to engulf him. He was torn between retreating and risking it all to secure the crimson gourd. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a slightly aged chuckle echoed above him. What a reckless young lad, igniting such a tremendous fire. If you're intent on self-immolation, why bring it into the woods? Yi Chen instinctively looked up to see a ragged old man perched on a branch, leisurely sipping from a wine gourd. The elderly figure seemed entirely unconcerned by the roaring flames nearby, instead observing with keen interest. This fire is no ordinary blaze. It nearly rivals the 6 yang spiritual fire. Boy, where did you acquire this fire? The old man inquired with a smile directed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face turned awkward as he stammered. This gourd, I bought it from Linglong Pavilion. I had no idea what was inside. Nor do I know the origins of this fire. In truth, the moment the flames erupted, Yi Chen had already speculated about their source. The fire taken from the Baifeng plain. What else could it be but the flame of Baifeng? Yet he was unable to articulate the origins of this Baifeng flame, so he simply feigned ignorance. The old man cast an intrigued glance at Yi Chen and chuckled. You lad are quite fortunate. To casually purchase a gourd and unexpectedly uncover such a rare treasure is indeed a rarity. At this juncture, the old man suddenly exclaimed, He leaped down from the tree and began to circle Yi Chen. Scrutinizing him closely, Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine under the old man's gaze, but dared not move. He had already discerned that this elder was at the golden core stage and seemed poised to enter the divine transformation stage. Such a venerable figure was not someone Yi Chen could afford to provoke. After examining Yi Chen for a while, the old man clicked his tongue in astonishment. You lad possess quite extraordinary luck. Tell me, do you often come across good fortune when you venture outside? Stunned, Yi Chen gasped. How did you know? The old man laughed heartily. Since you are aware of your own fortune, it is not difficult to deduce such trivial matters. You are quite remarkable. I find myself rather fond of you. With a hint of nostalgia, the old man continued. Who would have thought that in my old age, I would encounter a child of destiny. It is evident that heaven has not been unkind to me. Yichen was left bewildered by the old man's words, his mind brimming with questions. However, glancing at the increasingly fierce flames, he could not help but remind, "Elder, do you have a way to extinguish this fire? If it isn't put out soon, this forest will surely be consumed." The old man chuckled. "You have a good heart, lad, recognizing the need to extinguish the flames. Fear not. With me here, this mere forest fire can be extinguished with a mere flick of my finger. But first, we must retrieve that gourd." With a hearty laugh, the old man swiftly darted into the inferno. It appeared as though a protective barrier enveloped him. For the raging flames did not harm him in the slightest. He navigated through the fire with remarkable speed. Soon reaching the location of the crimson gourd, he swiftly grasped the gourd, sealed the lid, and in the blink of an eye, re-emerged from the flames. The speed of the old man's entrance and exit was nearly imperceptible to Yi Chun. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the crimson gourd to Yi Chun and exclaimed, "Now, allow me to demonstrate how I extinguish fires." With that, he turned, his arms swirling in a manner reminiscent of Tai Chi. It was unclear what methods he employed, but as he gestured, the flames in the forest began to gradually recede. What had once risen to the heavens now seemed to be a mere plaything in the old man's hands. In but a moment, the towering inferno was reduced to flickering flames, and finally, with a soft hiss, the last flicker extinguished. Yi Chun was left utterly speechless, though he had surmised the old man's extraordinary status. He had not anticipated such an adept ability to quell flames. The old man, brimming with pride, declared, "What do you think? Is my technique of embracing the universe not impressive?" "Embracing the universe?" Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment. "But that is the secret technique of my Tai Wei sect. How did you come to master it?" "Oh, you are also of the Tai Wei sect?" the old man inquired, astonished. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun quickly comprehended the old man's implication and promptly asked, "Could it be that you are a senior of our sect?" The old man smiled lightly and replied, "Indeed, I too am of the Tai Wei sect. The current sect leader would still call me Uncle Master upon seeing me." At that moment, Yi Chen's heart began to race with anxiety. The Baifeng flame had been seized from Feng Shao and others, essentially pilfering something that belonged to the Tai Wei sect. Now that a senior from his sect had witnessed it, would it not be akin to catching a thief with the loot? Therefore, he must ensure that the old man remained oblivious to the true origins of the Baifeng flame. As Yi Chun pondered how to mislead the elder, he heard the old man say, "You lad are naturally endowed with a body that devours fire. And here exists such a spirit flame. It must be said that your fortune is indeed remarkable. Since you are a junior of our sect, allow me to lend you a helping hand." Yi Chun was taken aback and was about to respond when the old man suddenly snatched the crimson gourd, bellowing, "What are you waiting for, lad? Open your mouth." Before Yi Chun could voice his objections, the elder unceremoniously shoved the gourd's mouth into Yi Chun's mouth. In the next moment, Yi Chun felt a scorching torrent akin to molten lava surge down his throat, flooding his internal organs. That he flailed desperately, attempting to remove the gourd, but the old man held it in place with one hand while firmly pressing down on Yi Chun's head with the other, preventing any escape. That moment, Yi Chun felt as though he was in utter agony. Although the Baifeng flame was indeed a treasure, its temperature was undeniably scorching with such a direct intake. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to internal burns long ago. Yet, as the body that devours fire, Yi Chun did not fear the flames searing within him, but the pain was all too real. He even felt as if his internal organs were being roasted. A flicker of regret crossed Yi Chun's mind. Why had he seized it in the first place? Chapter 24. A strong backing. Yi Chun had no recollection of how he managed to endure the ordeal. Ultimately, when everything subsided, he found himself lying weak and helpless on the ground, his expression one of utter despair, as if he had been thoroughly played with. Even for one who devours fire, assimilating the Baifeng flame was no simple task. After consuming the Baifeng flame, Yi Chun's entire body felt ablaze, flushed red and incredibly hot. If one were to place an egg on him, it would surely cook in no time to prevent the child of destiny he admired from perishing. The old man assisted in guiding the true energy within Yi Chun's body, successfully merging the Baifeng flame into his very bloodline. By the time the old man completed his efforts, a full day had elapsed, Exhausted and drenched in sweat, the old man leaned against a large tree, slowly recuperating. Meanwhile, after undergoing the trial by fire, Yichen gradually began to awaken from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, Yichen first stared blankly at the sky for a moment before leaping up, instinctively attempting to flee. However, before he could take a step, he heard the old man leisurely remark, "Lad, where do you think you're going?" Yichen forced a smile, his expression a blend of sorrow and humor. With a mournful face, he addressed the elder. "Uncle Master, I bear no grudge against you. Why must you treat me in this manner?" The old man snorted dismissively. "You brat, truly ungrateful. If it weren't for the remarkable bones you possess, I wouldn't have gone through such trouble to help you merge with the spirit flame. And here you are, reaping the benefits without even realizing it. All the effort I expended was in vain." Yichen was taken aback and quickly circulated his true energy to assess his internal condition. Upon doing so, he discovered a blazing fire had indeed taken residence within his dantian. This fire was exceptionally fierce, exuding an aura capable of incinerating all living things. Yet within his dantian, it behaved docilely. As if it had been tamed, Yichen struck a palm against the nearby tree, and the resulting gust of searing wind left a charred imprint upon the trunk. Overcome with astonishment and delight, Yichen exclaimed, "I truly have merged with the Bai Feng flame." "Bai Feng flame?" mused the old man, his brow furrowing in thought. "It seems you are aware of the origins of this spirit flame. But isn't the Bai Feng flame from the Bai Feng plane? How did you come by it?" "Well," Yichen faltered, unsure of how to respond to the elder's inquiry. Fortunately, it seemed the old man had no intention of pressing further. Simply stating, "Though I have not returned to the Tianhua sect for quite some time, I remain a part of a junior of the Tianhua sect. I naturally have a duty to look after you. I only hope that after you have merged with the Bai Feng flame, you can contribute to the sect, and I shall be content." However, Yichen's expression grew somewhat awkward. The Bai Feng flame was something he had taken from his fellow disciples, making it rather difficult to present that if others discovered this, being expelled from the sect would be the least of his worries. Yet now that the Bai Feng flame was fused within him, he could no longer keep it hidden. Contemplating this, Yichen suddenly had a clever idea and tentatively asked the old man, "Uncle Master, why have you not returned to the sect all these years?" The old man sighed, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. "I am unaware of the current state of the Tianhua sect, but when I departed, it was in a state of extreme decline. That time. I felt that it would not be long before the sect would be disbanded, and I was powerless to change that. The only thing I could do was to leave the Tianhua sect, hoping to preserve some form of legacy, as long as my legacy remains. Even if the sect is disbanded, it will one day rise again." Yichen hastily praised, "Uncle Master, your foresight is truly admirable." The old man regarded him with appreciation, sensing a kindred spirit. "I never imagined that after all these years, only you would understand my intentions from back then. However, my senior disciple, your ancestor, could not agree with my views and accused me of shirking responsibility." He did not evade responsibility. Yet did the Tianhua sect rise anew under his leadership? My actions were merely to plant a seed for the sect's future. Yichen nodded in agreement. "Your ancestor lacked your foresight, so it is only natural that he would not understand you." The old man, however, shook his head. "It cannot be said that way as the sect leader. He had to consider a multitude of matters. To be honest, the Tianhua sect was indeed in dire straits at that time." The elder remarked, "Despite enduring numerous hardships, my senior brother has only managed to accept disciples of slightly better aptitude. Without disciples of exceptional talent, the Tianhua sect can only continue its gradual decline." At this juncture, the elder suddenly turned to Yichen and inquired, "By the way, what has become of my senior brother's 3 disciples?" Yichen responded, "The sect master has already reached the transformation realm, and it is said he is but a step away from the harmonization realm. The second master and my own master are somewhat behind, yet they too have entered the transformation realm." The elder exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be possible? The Tianhua Heart Sutra is severely damaged, allowing cultivation only up to the golden core realm at best. After years of diligent contemplation, I have only managed to deduce the golden core's completion. Yet I have never glimpsed the threshold of the transformation realm. How did your master and the others ascend to the transformation realm? Observing the astonishment etched on the elder's face, Yi Chun felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, the original Tianhua Heart Sutra was irreparably damaged, limiting cultivation to the Golden Core realm. The decline of the Tianhua sect over the centuries stemmed from this very fact that if this trend persisted, the sect would inevitably face complete obliteration. Even acquiring talented disciples would prove futile. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of Feng Shao within the Tianhua sect? Shortly after Feng Shao joined, he rallied a group to begin reconstructing the Tianhua Heart Sutra. After years of relentless research and refinement, he managed to restore it to a remarkable degree that it is said that the revised Tianhua Heart Sutra now allows cultivation up to the harmonization realm, marking an elevation of 2 realms from its previously shattered state. Thus, the fact that Qin Jiangzi and his 2 companions can now cultivate to the transformation realm is entirely attributable to Feng Shao's efforts. However, Yi Chun, being proud and ambitious, coveted the position of the sect's holy son and was reluctant to acknowledge Feng Shao as monumental contributions. Consequently, he devised a plan and addressed the elder, "Uncle Master, speaking of this, there is a matter I must bring to your attention." The elder, intrigued, asked, "What matter?" Yi Chun sighed and replied, "Uncle Master, you may not be aware. The Tianhua Heart Sutra was indeed flawed. Fortunately, our sect master, with the help of numerous disciples, has managed to refine it significantly. However, the credit for this accomplishment has been wholly seized by the sect master's eldest disciple. He has even boasted that without him, the Tianhua sect would have long since faded into obscurity." Upon hearing this, the elder could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world?" Yi Chun nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Uncle Master, yet he is the sect master's eldest disciple, and the entirety of the Tianhua sect looks to him as their leader. To make matters worse, outside the sect, he is known solely as the sect master's eldest disciple, overshadowing the true sect master and behaving with reckless abandon." The elder's anger escalated, and he slammed his thigh, declaring, "How can your sect master remain indifferent while he behaves so lawlessly?" Yi Chun feigned helplessness, sighing, "Uncle Master, do you think the sect master does not wish to intervene? He is powerless. Almost everyone in the sect only listens to his eldest disciple, who still regards the sect master as relevant. Were it not for the respect for his role in imparting knowledge, his eldest disciple would have likely taken the position of sect master himself." The elder, believing his words, continued to express his indignation, lamenting, "What a misfortune for our sect. We toil in obscurity only to see a brat gain fame. The heavens are blind." As he spoke, he pounded the ground in frustration. After a while, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. "Young man, since your sect master cannot manage the affairs of the sect, it appears that I must step in. Prepare yourself. I will accompany you back to the mountain. I am eager to witness the kind of person who dares to betray his master." Yi Chun's heart swelled with joy, though he feigned reluctance. "But Uncle Master, he is, after all, the sect master's eldest disciple." "What of the sect master's eldest disciple?" the elder retorted. "Even your sect master must respectfully call me uncle in my presence. I do not recognize the authority of this so-called eldest disciple." Yi Chun's spirit soared, and he swiftly replied, "In that case, I shall accompany you, Uncle Master." At that moment, Yi Chun felt elated that he could hardly believe how easily he had persuaded the elder, who seemed to have grown gullible from spending too much time in the forest. With such a formidable ally at his side, even if word of his attempt to seize the fire of Bai Feng got out, no one would dare confront him. More importantly, the individual he had long resented, Feng Shao, was about to face significant trouble. The mere thought of Feng Shao receiving a tongue-lashing from this somewhat dim-witted elder nearly made Yi Chun burst into laughter. Just then the elder asked, "By the way, young man, you have yet to tell me the name of that eldest disciple." Yi Chun promptly replied, "In response to your inquiry, Uncle Master, his name is Feng Shao." Chapter 25. The 6 Yang Spirit Fire, when Feng Shao returned to the Tianhua sect. Everyone was left utterly astonished at the sight of him. His body was covered in numerous wounds, some of which emitted dark gas, clearly inflicted by demonic energy, rendering them difficult to eradicate at that moment. His once pristine robe was stained with blood, the source of which was uncertain. Whether it belonged to him or his adversaries, and no one knew the exact circumstances that allowed Feng Shao to escape from 3 enemies. It was evident he had endured a harrowing battle for survival. However, it was fortunate that he had ultimately returned alive. Upon reaching the mountain, Feng Shao's immediate concern was to account for the number of disciples. Only when he confirmed that no one had fallen behind. Aside from Lu Qingyuan, did he finally relax. When Han Biyun inquired about Lu Qingyuan, Feng Shao replied, "She is fine, but it may take her a few days to return." Hearing this, Han Biyun felt relieved. After learning of Feng Shao's return, Elder Song, the overseer of the forging workshop, and Elder Zhu, the overseer of the alchemy pavilion, sought him out immediately. Prior to his departure, Feng Shao had assured them he would bring back a spirit fire. So their primary concern now was whether he had succeeded in doing so. Yet, upon seeing Feng Shao, even the usually irritable Elder Zhu fell silent, observing the various wounds on Feng Shao's body. He could not help but remark, "You rascal, did you truly think of yourself as a celestial warrior? When faced with danger, you did not flee, but instead chose to hold the line for others. Do you believe that others possess only 1 life, while you have 9? Feng Shao offered a wry smile and replied, "Old Zhu, spare me the reproach that I am the sect's holy son and the sect master's eldest disciple. Who else would confront danger if not me? I cannot possibly send those disciples who have yet to reach the innate realm to their doom. Besides, I am confident in my abilities. Even if I cannot win, I can certainly escape." Elder Song patted Feng Shao on the shoulder and said, "Feng Shao, the Tianhua sect is not solely dependent on you to manage affairs. Why must you shoulder every responsibility alone? Are your 2 uncles merely ornamental?" Feng Shao countered, "It is not that I doubt my uncle's capabilities, but there are some matters that I prefer to handle personally to ensure everything is under control." "And what is your control based on?" Elder Zhu retorted, "I have heard that the fire of Baifeng you painstakingly acquired was snatched away before you could even warm it. If your 2 uncles had been present, would it have come to this?" Feng Shao's expression turned remorseful. "This is my fault for being overconfident. I did not anticipate the ambush. However, I now know the identity of the thief. And when he returns, I shall ensure he pays for his actions." As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent sparked in Feng Shao's eyes. Elder Zhu queried curiously, "You say when he returns? Could it be that the thief is a disciple of the Tianhua sect?" Feng Shao sneered. "One may know a person's face but not their heart. Who would have thought that after 5 years in the sect, he would not only be of no use but also act treacherously, since he insists on committing such an ungrateful act? I shall make him pay dearly." Elder Song pondered. "Given that this person dared to steal the fire of Baifeng from you and succeeded, he must possess considerable strength that as far as I know. Aside from you, only 2 others within the Tianhua sect have reached the innate realm, and they are both from the 3rd branch. Could it be that this traitor is one of the 3rd branch's disciples?" Feng Shao did not respond directly, but instead said, "Elders, although I did not manage to bring back the fire of Baifeng, I unexpectedly acquired news of another spirit fire. Please allow me a few days, and I assure you I will return with the promised spirit fire." Elder Song reassured him, "Young Feng, there is no need to rush. While the spirit fire is indeed crucial, it is not something that can be obtained overnight. Take a few days to recuperate, and then we can discuss the spirit fire." Elder Zhu nodded in agreement. "You nearly lost your life on this excursion. Rest well. I would prefer to hear news of spirit fires rather than of you meeting your demise." Although Elder Zhu's words were blunt, his concern was palpable. Feng Shao chuckled, "Rest assured, elders, my life is far too precious. I have no intention of throwing it away." After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Feng Shao sat cross-legged on his bed, lost in thought. His recent journey had been fraught with peril. Yet, the gravest danger had not arisen from battling the Baifeng shadow, but rather from confronting those 3 demonic cultivators of the Golden Core realm. In this encounter with the enemy, he nearly exhausted all his means before successfully slaying 3 adversaries. This marked Feng Shao's first foray into eliminating foes at the Golden Core stage, and remarkably, he accomplished this feat all at once that it provided Feng Shao with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Although his cultivation of the Tianhua Sutra progressed at a sluggish pace, its potential was immense. And prior to reaching the golden core stage, he possessed an opportunity to reshape his foundational roots, contingent upon visiting a particular location to fulfill this step. After vanquishing the 3 demonic cultivators, Feng Shao sensed a subtle loosening of his own realm. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated that within a maximum of 3 months, he would enter the golden core stage. Therefore, it became imperative for him to undertake a journey to that location within this time frame. However, this place was situated in the central continent, a staggering distance of 10,000 miles from Tianhua Mountain, making this trip a considerable expedition from which he could not return in the short term. Before embarking on this journey, he needed to resolve the matter of the spiritual fire. Given that the Baifeng flame had already been pilfered by Yi Chun, it was practically impossible to reclaim it. Yi Chun was currently missing, but it was unlikely he would return anytime soon. Although Feng Shao intended to expel Yi Chun from the sect, it was undeniable that Yi Chun was a child of destiny. The fortunes of such individuals often defied rationale. What might be a calamity for others could very well be a grand opportunity for them. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, Feng Shao resolved to act independently this time, aiming to secure the spiritual fire before Yi Chun's return. Ensuring he would not be granted a second chance to seize it, as Feng Shao made his way back to the mountain. He unexpectedly noticed that the luck condensed within the Tianhua jade slip had increased once more. Not only that, but he also perceived faint signs of transformation within the slip. This revelation filled him with unexpected joy. Although he remained unaware of why the Tianhua jade slip had come to him, over the years, he had acquired numerous treasures through it, regarding it as his greatest asset. Despite the absence of a system upon his arrival, the Tianhua jade slip proved to be no less advantageous. However, it often provided vague descriptions regarding treasures, necessitating further research into ancient texts for more intricate details. Yet, the slip's current transformation granted Feng Shao access to far more detailed information. For instance, he learned the location of the Six Suns spiritual fire through the Tianhua jade slip. The Six Suns spiritual fire, in terms of ranking, surpassed the Baifeng flame. Should he secure such a spiritual fire to guard the mountain, not only would it enhance alchemy and forging, but it could also augment the protective array. Contemplating this, a spark of excitement flickered in Feng Shao's eyes, momentarily pushing aside his resentment toward Yi Chun. However, the pressing matter remained to first restore his physical condition. Thus, Feng Shao commenced meditative practice. The Tianhua Sutra, despite its slow progress, could almost be deemed an all-encompassing cultivation method, devoid of any discernible flaws. As he circulated the dual energies of yin and yang, Feng Shao's wounds healed rapidly, and even the true qi within his dantian was swiftly replenished. Within just a few hours, he had nearly returned to his peak condition. Upon concluding his meditation, the sky had already darkened. Stepping outside, he realized it was now the hour of the pig. Usually, at this time, other disciples would be fast asleep. Consequently, Tianhua Mountain was enveloped in silence, with only the faint sounds of insects and birds echoing in the air. Summoning the Tianhua jade slip, Feng Shao confirmed the location of the Six Suns spiritual fire, then took to the skies on his sword, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Meanwhile, everyone at Tianhua sect remained deep in slumber. Lu Qingyan was uncertain how long she had wandered through the forest, even questioning whether she truly wished to leave. Her decision to shield Yi Chun had resulted in Feng Shao, who had always held high hopes for her, contemplating expelling her from the sect. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Qingyuan's heart. Upon being transported by Feng Shao, she realized the immense sacrifices he had made for the sect and for disciples like her, as their eldest brother. He had taken on nearly all responsibilities within the sect, even personally instructing them in their cultivation methods. Feng Shao had shown them unparalleled kindness. Thus, none had the right to demand more from him. Initially, Lu Qingyuan held some grievances against Feng Shao, but now her heart was filled solely with profound guilt. She felt remorse for disappointing his expectations, for prioritizing her junior brother over the sect's interests, and for her inability to distinguish right from wrong. She even felt a twinge of hatred, resenting Yi Chun for seizing the Baifeng flame they had worked so hard to obtain, and for placing her in such a difficult predicament. She wandered through the forest for an indeterminate period until the night quietly passed, and the dawn broke. finally resolving to return to the sect and confess her mistakes to Feng Shao. Regardless of any punishment he deemed appropriate, she took to the skies on her sword, soaring high above. Upon seeing a city 100 miles away, she immediately flew toward it. She needed to ascertain her location to find a way back to Tianhua sect. And a large city would undoubtedly serve as the best point of reference. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Shao had just arrived in this very city. Chapter 26. The Fire-Devouring Giant Python according to the Tianhua Jade Slip. The Six Suns spiritual fire was located approximately 1,800 miles west of Tianhua sect. This journey required no companions. Feng Shao traveled at full speed, reaching a large city 500 miles away in mere hours. Observing that dawn had arrived, he decided to rest for a while and enjoy a meal. In truth, a cultivator at Feng Shao's level could easily forego food for 10 days or even half a month. However, he had yet to attain the pinnacle of innate perfection. While he could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish some of his physical energy, it was insufficient for complete recovery. Thus, occasionally dining was beneficial to his health. Moreover, eating was one of life's greatest pleasures, and why should he forego such joy when it was not necessary to fast? As Feng Shao strolled through the city streets, Lu Qingyuan also entered the city. Feng Shao's teleportation token could transport him up to 500 miles away, albeit randomly. Yet, even he had not anticipated that Lu Qingyuan would coincidentally arrive near this city. Upon entering the city, Lu Qingyuan intended to ask someone for directions when she spotted a familiar figure in the distance, causing her to freeze momentarily. Brother Feng? Why is he here? Under normal circumstances, encountering a fellow sect member hundreds of miles away would be a cause for joy. However, given that it was Feng Shao, Lu Qingyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After some contemplation, she decided to remain hidden for the time being, trailing behind him to observe his actions, that if Feng Shao needed assistance, perhaps she could help to make amends for her previous transgressions. Seeing Feng Shao enter an inn, Lu Qingyuan scanned the surroundings and found a nearby tea house to sit down, casually ordering a cup of tea. Not long after, Feng Shao emerged from the inn and headed straight for the city's western gate. Lu Qingyuan hurriedly settled her bill and followed closely behind. Upon exiting the city gate, Feng Shao sought out a secluded spot before taking to the skies on his sword. Observing this, Lu Qingyuan felt even more puzzled. What exactly was Brother Feng planning to do? She followed suit on her sword, though Feng Shao's speed was extraordinary, and she exerted nearly all her strength to keep up without losing sight of him, by the time they landed that evening. Lu Qingyuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, nearly collapsing to the ground. She promptly sat down to recuperate, while Feng Shao, several miles ahead, glanced back momentarily. Ultimately, Lu Qingyuan's cultivation was slightly inferior to Yi Chen's, and having expended nearly all her energy to catch up with Feng Shao, her presence was easily detected by him. Not wishing to stir up unnecessary trouble, he deliberately increased his speed. Yet he was left wondering about Lu Qingyuan's intentions. Even when she could barely see him, she still doggedly pursued. Feng Shao hesitated that Lu Qingyuan still bore injuries. If she continued to deplete her true qi, it could hinder her recovery. However, allowing her to follow could lead to unforeseen complications. He had grown wary of these children of destiny, who rarely engaged in serious matters and often attracted trouble. Nevertheless, recalling how Lu Qingyuan had fought valiantly to cover their fellow disciples' retreat the previous day, he sighed softly. Very well, let her be. If she intended to stir up more mischief, he would find a way to handle it. The night passed quietly. The following day, Feng Shao continued westward. This time, he intentionally slowed his pace, allowing Lu Qingyuan to keep up. Though she was curious about his reasons for doing so, she assumed it was merely a matter of conserving energy. With Feng Shao's deliberate accommodation, Lu Qingyuan easily managed to stay close, even having the capacity to conceal her own aura. After flying for half a day, Feng Shao ultimately descended before a mountain peak. After meditating for a while to restore his state to its zenith, he rose to observe the mountain before him. At first glance, the mountain appeared unremarkable, hardly more than a small hill amidst the renowned peaks of the upper realm. Yet, who could have imagined that the famous Six Suns spiritual fire lay hidden within this very mountain? The Six Suns spiritual fire, a fire of pure yang, though not as renowned as the Jiutianli fire, ranked among the foremost spiritual fires, should one employ the sixth sun's spiritual fire in alchemical practices. It could effortlessly neutralize the toxins within elixirs, enhancing their quality by at least one tier. Furthermore, if used to forge weapons, it could imbue the blades with the ability to dispel evil and vanquish demons, yielding remarkable efficacy against demonic cultivators. Not only that, but the sixth yang spirit fire can also be utilized to reinforce the protective mountain formation, augmenting its burning attributes and potentially doubling its power. One can only imagine the uproar that would ensue if the world were to discover the location of such a remarkable spirit fire. However, for the time being, the sixth yang spirit fire remains quietly concealed within this unremarkable little mountain, known only to Feng Shao. After a thorough investigation through the Tianhua Jade Slip, Feng Shao finally located a small, concealed entrance to a cave at the foot of the mountain. This entrance was exceedingly discreet. It would be nearly impossible to find without deliberate searching. Upon seeing the cave entrance, an odd thought inexplicably crossed Feng Shao's mind. Why did it seem as if this deeply hidden opening was tailored for a specific type of person? He could almost envision a fortunate child of destiny being pursued by enemies, stumbling upon this concealed entrance while fleeing, and then entering to acquire the sixth yang spirit fire, thereby greatly enhancing their strength and emerging to annihilate their foes in a Glitch D scenario. Shaking his head and chuckling self-deprecatingly at such melodramatic thoughts, Feng Shao realized that he had indeed been overly stirred up by the exploits of those favored by fortune. Once he cleared his mind of distractions, he no longer hesitated and plunged into the cave. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan observed this scene from a distance, increasingly perplexed. She was aware that Feng Shao often led others down the mountain for excursions and that he consistently managed to uncover opportunities. Frankly, anyone would feel envious and curious about the abundance of opportunities Feng Shao encountered. Fortunately, he was never one to hoard knowledge. The majority of the treasures he acquired were generously offered to their sect, with the remainder often gifted to his fellow disciples. For instance, the sword in Lu Qing's possession was forged from materials Feng Shao had discovered during his travels that it seemed at this time. Feng Shao had again obtained some information from an unknown source and had come to seek out another opportunity. Yet, she wondered why he was venturing alone this time, with her curiosity piqued. Lu Qingyuan stealthily followed him. Beyond the entrance lay an exceedingly narrow passage, just wide enough for a single person to traverse. After walking several hundred meters, the passage gradually widened a short distance further. Lu Qingyuan suddenly found herself in a vast, shadowy cavern. Straining her eyes to scan the surroundings, she quickly spotted Feng Shao's figure. He was walking slowly through the cavern, seemingly with a specific goal in mind. Proceeding without the slightest hesitation, upon reaching the stone wall on the opposite side of the cavern, Feng Shao came to a halt, and then observed him crouch down and retrieve some items from his storage ring, beginning to arrange them. Moments later, a simple formation appeared at Feng Shao's feet. To her astonishment, Lu Qingyuan realized that she had never seen this formation before, that it did not appear to be a formation from their sect. How had Feng Shao learned it? It became evident to her that the secrets surrounding this saint's son were far more extensive than she had imagined. She even began to wonder about Feng Shao's identity, with so many opportunities and such an array of secret techniques. What was the true origin of this saint's son? Was he truly just an orphan casually picked up by the sect leader from the snowy wilderness? At that moment, Feng Shao remained oblivious to Lu Qingyuan's swirling thoughts. While setting up the formation, he also divided some of his focus to discreetly observe her. He was uncertain of her intentions in following him, although it was highly likely that she meant no harm. Feng Shao still took additional precautions. Once the formation was complete, he stood up and drew his sword, facing the stone wall. Simultaneously, faint crimson runes began to manifest on the wall, emanating an intense heat. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingyuan could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Such a presence. Could it be that the stone wall sealed something extraordinary? Before she could fully process this thought, Feng Shao suddenly shouted and struck the stone wall with his sword. Boom! With all his might, Feng Shao unleashed a sword chi that surged toward the wall. However, at the moment the sword chi collided with the stone wall, the crimson runes blazed with brilliant light, and a strange shriek echoed from within. Feng Shao's expression grew serious, and he swiftly struck again with another sword chi. This time, he still could not break through the wall. But the runes shone even brighter. The peculiar shriek resonated once more, this time laced with an unmistakable hint of fury that in the next instant, the cavern trembled violently, debris raining down. Concurrently, the crimson runes reached their zenith of brightness, and a colossal figure suddenly sprang forth from the runes. When Feng Shao and Lu Qingyuan finally discerned what it was, they were astonished to see a gigantic python, easily 100 meters in length. This immense creature, having presumably cultivated for countless years, possessed an enormous body, its blood-red skin adorned with intricate patterns. With fiery red eyes fixed on Feng Shao, the python glared menacingly. Yet, Feng Shao met its gaze without a trace of fear. His sword poised for an attack. What a magnificent fire-swallowing python. You must have been cultivating here for a millennium. Haven't you? But I'm afraid I must take the 6-yang spirit fire this time. Feng Shao stated calmly. The fire-swallowing python appeared to comprehend Feng Shao's words, its eyes brimming with an insatiable killing intent. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of raging flames. The searing fire illuminated the entire cavern, casting a glow on Lu Qingyuan's astonished countenance. Brother Feng has come here to claim the 6-yang spirit fire. Chapter 27. Breakthrough. Every spirit object must have its guardian. The same applies to the flames of Bai Feng and the 6-yang spirit fire. Feng Shao had anticipated this battle and immediately began to engage with the fire-swallowing python. This creature, having cultivated for thousands of years, possessed strength rivaling the Golden Core realm and could even contend with the Divine Transformation realm. Feng Shao, close to the Golden Core realm in strength, found himself somewhat challenged in this encounter that he continuously unleashed sword techniques, alternating between the Tianhua sect and the Xiao, sending forth countless sword chi toward the fire-swallowing python. Under Feng Shao's relentless assault, the python suffered blow after blow. Its scales cleaved open, revealing the vibrant red flesh beneath. The fire-swallowing python roared in agony, its cries echoing with a deafening intensity. The sound was peculiar, resembling both human speech and dragon roars, sharp and piercing, yet tinged with a sense of reproach. Each cry seemed to shake the very soul of Feng Shao and Lu Qingyuan. Amidst the battle, Feng Shao could not help but marvel at the situation. He recalled that serpents were typically devoid of vocal cords. How could this fire-swallowing python produce such sounds? Was it undergoing a mutation or on the verge of transformation? The thought of transformation sent a chill down Feng Shao's spine, realizing that he might have underestimated the creature. For a beast to transform, it generally needed to reach a level akin to the Divine Transformation realm. However, prior to achieving that realm, certain aspects of the beast would begin to shift toward a human-like form, with the vocal cords often being the first to evolve. The ability of the fire-swallowing python to emit sounds similar to those of a human indicated its proximity to transformation. Such strength surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. With this realization, Feng Shao furrowed his brow and quickly consumed a medicinal pill, hoping to bolster his spiritual power. As he swallowed the pill, Feng Shao felt his spiritual strength surge, rendering him impervious to the python's roars. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan, hidden in the shadows, lacked such a pill and could only rely on her own strength to endure. After a short while, she began to feel disoriented and nauseous. At that moment, Feng Shao thrust his sword upward, releasing a sword chi that surged toward the python's vital spot. The python, unable to evade in time, was struck directly, leaving it bloodied and disfigured. The creature howled in rage, but the sound grew hoarse from the impact. Lu Qingyuan, still concealed in the shadows, finally let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, Feng Shao's strike had injured the python's vocal cords, and it could no longer produce the terrifying shriek. However, this blow had utterly enraged the fire-swallowing python. It opened its massive maw, unleashing torrents of scorching flames toward Feng Shao, utilizing his agility and footwork. Feng Shao deftly evaded the flames, narrowly escaping several close calls. As the battle progressed, his expression grew increasingly grave. Since the python was named after swallowing fire, it was evident that it fed on flames. Such spirit beasts typically refrained from breathing fire, as flames were akin to their lifeblood. Each exhalation diminished their strength. While it was reasonable for the python to breathe fire a time or two, continuously spewing flames would signify a self-destructive endeavor. Clearly, Feng Shao's previous strike had not only provoked the fire-swallowing python's fury, but had also driven it to madness, as the saying goes. The soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. The fire-swallowing python was now in a state of desperation. Under its frenzied assault, Feng Shao found himself in perilous situations. Nearly scorched by the flames several times, causing Lu Qingyuan to feel a surge of anxiety. Yet, Feng Shao's footwork was so elusive that the python could not land a blow. It was at this moment that Lu Qingyuan realized just how much stronger Feng Shao was than she had initially believed. With Feng Shao now in a position where he could only defend against the python's relentless attacks, Lu Qingyuan hesitated internally. Should she intervene to assist him? Would he misconstrue her intentions? Fortunately, Feng Shao had been prepared. After engaging with the fire-swallowing python for a while, he began to move toward the formation he had previously set up. Though the fire-swallowing python has undergone extensive training over the years, its fierce aura remains unmitigated, resulting in a considerable deficiency in its spiritual essence. Under the deliberate provocation of Feng Shao, it harbored little suspicion as it gradually approached the trap laid before it. Closer, ever closer. Feng Shao remained composed, stepping lightly as he retreated 2 or 3 meters with agile grace. The fire-swallowing python, lacking doubt, followed suit. The moment the python stepped into the very center of the formation, Feng Shao seized the opportunity and activated the array. In an instant, the formation surged with radiant light, and golden chains materialized from the ground, ensnaring the python tightly. The creature let out a furious roar, its massive tail thrashing against the ground, causing the cave to tremble and loose stones to rain down. Feng Shao's expression darkened, his sword dancing with such swiftness that it appeared as mere afterimages. Waves of sword chi coalesced into a nearly straight line, relentlessly striking at the python's vulnerable spot. In the blink of an eye, that critical area was rendered a bloody mess, with torrents of foul blood splattering forth. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that her senior brother Foam could single-handedly vanquish this colossal beast. The python's vital area was struck. It writhed in agony. In a desperate struggle, it managed to break free of 2 golden chains, causing the formation's brilliance to dim slightly. Feng Shao's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he retreated swiftly. The next moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the fire-swallowing python forcefully extricated itself from the formation's confines, lunging madly toward Feng Shao. With a thunderous crash, the python, now completely driven mad, barreled toward him. Despite its massive size, its speed was akin to lightning. Had Feng Shao not anticipated this, he would have surely been caught in its path. The python, missing its target, reared its head once more, aiming at Feng Shao's position, and unleashed a torrent of flames. The searing blaze erupted, reaching several meters away, forcing Feng Shao to dodge aside. Yet this time, the fire-swallowing python was utterly relentless, the flames pursuing Feng Shao relentlessly. In no time, a vast expanse of fire ignited upon the ground. The Bai Feng, being the essence of flora, naturally ignited all vegetation. In contrast, the 6-yang spiritual fire could combust spontaneously, even in the absence of any plant matter. As the flames spewed forth from the python in increasing abundance, the temperature within the cave rose significantly. The once cool cave, reminiscent of early winter, was now on the verge of transforming into a fiery inferno. At this moment, Feng Shao found himself truly bereft of options. Feng Shao pondered how to confront the fire-swallowing python. A sword chi suddenly soared from afar, striking the python's already ravaged vital spot. The python emitted another furious roar, its enormous head swiveling toward the source of the attack, where it beheld a graceful maiden, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, wielding a long sword with a fierce gaze fixated upon it. With a hiss, the python lunged at the girl. In response, she called out to Feng Shao, "Senior brother Feng, I will draw this beast away for you." With that, she employed her agility, engaging the fire-swallowing python in a fierce dance. Feng Shao cast a complex glance at Lu Qingyuan, yet remained silent. Unhesitatingly soaring toward the location of the crimson rune, he retrieved a red gourd, channeling his true energy, while reciting the incantation. Positioning the gourd's mouth directly opposite the red rune, as the incantation echoed, the rune blazed to life, and in the next instant, an intensely scorching flame surged from the rune, rushing toward the red gourd in Feng Shao's grasp. Simultaneously, the fire-swallowing python seemed to sense something, turning its head to gaze at Feng Shao. Upon realizing he was collecting 6 Yang's spiritual fire, it was consumed with rage, twisting its body and charging at him. Lu Qingyuan, witnessing this, was taken aback and hurriedly turned to launch a flurry of attacks against the fire-swallowing python. Uncertain how to divert the python's attention, she focused solely on targeting its vital areas. Yet at this moment, the python was singularly fixated on reclaiming the 6 Yang's spiritual fire, completely disregarding Lu Qingyuan's onslaught. As the distance between the python and Feng Shao dwindled, and with no other recourse, Lu Qingyuan boldly positioned herself in front of the python, exclaiming, "You shall not pass unless you first contend with me." The python opened its gaping maw, a torrent of scorching flames already building in its throat. Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened in alarm. In that moment, she was at a loss for how to withstand such searing flames. However, if she chose to evade, Feng Shao would be directly behind her, should she step aside. The raging fire would undoubtedly engulf him. Just as she was at an impasse, Feng Shao's voice rang out, "Lu Junior's sister, catch." Instinctively, Lu Qingyuan turned her head, extending her hand to catch the object that suddenly appeared. Opening her palm, she found a triangular talisman resting there. What is this? Before she could contemplate further, the surging flames cascaded toward her. Faced with such intense heat, the only option was to shut her eyes. So be it. Even if I turn to ashes, at least I have repaid the kindness of my sect. Yet, amidst her thoughts, a lingering regret remained that if only I could do more. However, after a considerable wait, Lu Qingyuan felt no burning sensation upon her body. Confused, she opened her eyes, only to be astonished to find herself encased within a dim red protective shield, while the raging flames of the fire-swallowing python were entirely thwarted by this thin barrier. Lowering her gaze, she observed the triangular talisman slowly igniting. Though she knew not its origins, it was undoubtedly a precious artifact capable of warding off flames, its value evident. Yet, Feng Shao had refrained from using it during the battle, only to employ it without hesitation to protect her in the end. A complex mix of emotions surged within Lu Qingyuan, her eyes misting over. "I'm sorry, senior brother Feng. I was wrong," she murmured, then suddenly raised her head, her gaze toward the fire-swallowing python, now infused with a fierce determination. "As long as I am here, you shall not harm senior brother Feng." With a piercing cry, Lu Qingyuan raised her sword, unleashing a massive wave of sword chi that surged against the flames, targeting the python's jaw. Boom! The force of her strike elicited a deafening roar from the python, its immense tail thrashing wildly in pain. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lu Qing emerged with her sword, darting toward the python like a shooting star, plunging into its vital spot. The python's roar abruptly ceased. In the next instant, Lu Qingyuan emerged from the python's back, drenched in its murky blood, rendering her unrecognizable from her former graceful self. It was unlikely that anyone in the Tianhua sect would have anticipated that this extraordinary beauty, renowned throughout the sect, could also possess such a disheveled appearance. Yet, Lu Qingyuan felt an exhilarating sense of liberation she had never experienced before, so exhilarating that she could not help but release a clear, resounding cry. As the python's massive form collapsed heavily to the ground, Feng Shao regarded Lu Qingyuan with a look of appreciation. To think she would break through at this moment. It seems that achieving a breakthrough in the heat of battle is indeed the privilege of those favored by fortune, he mused silently. Chapter 28. Questioning the crime on this day, the Tianhua sect was graced by an unexpected visitor. That moment, Qin Jiangzi was seated in his meditation chamber, practicing his skills, ever since he took Feng Shao as his esteemed disciple. Nearly all affairs of the sect had been entrusted to him, even the instruction of teachings. Meanwhile, Qin Jiangzi and others were content to remain in their chambers, engrossed in their cultivation of ancestral techniques. Thus, for Qin Jiangzi, it was truly an uneventful day, until a disciple arrived at his door, reporting that someone claiming to be the master's uncle sought an audience with the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangzi was taken aback, After a lengthy contemplation, he finally recalled that he indeed had such an uncle. However, in his memory, this uncle had departed the sect long ago, nearly 70 or 80 years past. For all these years, this uncle had never returned, nor had there been any news of him, as if he had completely vanished from existence. Today, it was only through the disciple's reminder that he recalled having an uncle at all. But what could prompt his uncle's sudden return to the sect? Qin Jiangzi did not ponder further, instructing the disciple to receive this uncle in the main hall. When Qin Jiangzi finally arrived at the hall, he found an unkempt old man, disheveled and clad in ragged clothing, seated in an exceedingly undignified manner, leisurely sipping wine. At first glance, Qin Jiangzi did not recognize the man. He would not readily acknowledge someone as an uncle simply based on their claim. He needed to verify the identity first. Yet before he could scrutinize the old man's features, the latter slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, "Qin Jiangzi, do you know your crimes?" Qin Jiangzi, what manner of inquiry is this? Qin Jiangzi felt a surge of indignation, but maintained his composure, replying, "I am Qin Jiangzi. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior?" The old man scrutinized Qin Jiangzi for a moment, then suddenly scoffed. "Qin Jiangzi, you've become quite adept. You don't even recognize your uncle. Well done, my senior brother has indeed taken on a fine disciple." Qin Jiangzi, however, remained unflustered, stating, "I did have an uncle once, but it has been many years since I last heard of him. Since you claim to be my uncle, may I ask for some proof?" The old man, wearing a sullen expression, remarked, "Proof? My very countenance serves as proof. You, Qin Jiangzi, do you believe that now that you have ascended to the position of sect leader, you can disregard your senior uncle?" Qin Jiangzi was nearly driven to exclaim in frustration. What was wrong with this old man? You claim to be my senior uncle, yet you must provide evidence. When my senior uncle departed from the Tianhua sect, I had only recently entered the sect, and having devoted myself to cultivation, I had little to no interaction with him. Our encounters were limited to a few occasions during festivals. Given that we had not met frequently, how could we possibly recognize each other after 70 or 80 years apart? This old man was entirely being unreasonable. However, considering that he might indeed be my senior uncle, Qin Jiangzi could only suppress his dissatisfaction and calmly replied, "Senior, you may not be aware that when my senior uncle left the mountain gate, I was still quite young and have minimal recollection of him. Since you assert that you are my senior uncle, I kindly ask you to present proof. Otherwise, I must request that you leave our sect." The old man, infuriated yet smiling, was about to speak when a voice interjected, "Senior uncle, do not be anxious. The sect leader has not seen you for many years, so it is understandable that he may not recognize you." Only then did Qin Jiangzi notice that Yi Chun was seated beside the old man. Yi Chun, exuding an air of filial respect, spoke with utmost politeness. However, his immediate reference to the old man as senior uncle irked Qin Jiangzi, that if you wish to claim kinship, that is your prerogative, but do not involve others. Before Qin Jiangzi could voice his thoughts, Yi Chun turned to him and said, "Sect leader, this esteemed elder is indeed our senior uncle, that he has previously utilized our sect's secret techniques in my presence, which only a member of our sect could employ." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangzi cast a displeased glance at Yi Chun. His discontent was not with Yi Chun's claim of kinship, but rather with Yi Chun's attitude. When Qin Jiangzi entered the main hall, Yi Chun had not risen to pay his respects, but instead sat casually beside the old man. Furthermore, when he spoke, he showed no intention of bowing, as if he were conversing with an equal rather than addressing the sect leader. Qin Jiangzi could not help but ponder that perhaps the issue of the disciples' etiquette and upbringing required greater attention. Just as he was contemplating this, the old man suddenly slammed the table and demanded, "Qin Jiangzi, are you aware of your crimes? Why do you not respond?" Qin Jiangzi frowned slightly and replied, "I am unaware of what crimes you speak of." The old man sneered, "You have 3 charges against you. First, failing to discern loyalty from treachery, good from evil, and misusing public resources for personal gain, favoring those close to you. Second, neglecting your duties, occupying your position without merit, being lazy and complacent, and lacking ambition. Third, failing to recognize people clearly, allowing a mere child to wield power. Additionally, I must add a 4th charge, disrespecting your elders. You have committed these 4 grave offenses, yet you remain oblivious to your wrongdoing. Qinjiangzi. Is this old man delusional? He presents 4 charges, yet aside from the last one, which can barely be justified, the others are utterly nonsensical, leaving me at a loss for words that Qinjiangzi contemplated where the fault lay. He caught sight of the smug expression inadvertently displayed by Yi Chun, and he suddenly comprehended. This old man must have been duped by that rascal Yi Chun. To be honest, although Yi Chun had lost to Feng Shao during the son's coronation ceremony, Qinjiangzi still held him in high regard, as he had achieved the innate realm in just 5 years that he had even privately considered that if Yi Chun could eventually surpass Feng Shao fairly, then the position of son could be reconsidered for him. Perhaps even the alliance with Yunjian could be redirected towards him. Yet now, it appeared that Yi Chun had summoned an unidentified old man who came forth with hostility to accuse him. What role was Yi Chun playing in this matter? Was he perhaps coveting his position as sect leader instead of the son's position? With this thought in mind, Qinjiangzi shifted his gaze to the old man and said, "Forgive my lack of discernment. I truly do not recognize you. Esteemed elder, since you claim to be a disciple of the Tianhua sect, you must possess the sect's disciple token, correct? I kindly ask you to present it so that I may verify your identity." Qinjiangzi's repeated use of disciple subtly conveyed that regardless of whether the old man was indeed a senior uncle, he was currently the leader of the Tianhua sect, and the old man was merely a disciple at best. What? An elder? Pray tell, the Tianhua sect has not had elders for centuries. The 2 elders of the alchemy pavilion and the forging workshop were both brought in by Feng Shao from outside. Moreover, this so-called senior uncle was indeed just an ordinary disciple when he departed from the Tianhua sect, possessing only a disciple token. However, if he were to produce the disciple token, even if he proved his identity, it would still place Qinjiangzi in a more advantageous position. That it must be said that Qinjiangzi's words effectively cornered the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression faltered, and he stammered, "After all these years, who would keep a mere token on their person? I have long forgotten where I concealed it." Qinjiangzi felt a surge of delight and replied with a smile, "In that case, I am unable to confirm your identity. Esteemed elder, while our Tianhua sect may not be a grand sect, we cannot indiscriminately recognize individuals as our revered predecessors without proper proof that I hope you can understand." At this, the old man became furious. "You, Qinjiangzi, dare to deny your senior uncle. How did your master teach you? Have you forgotten the hierarchy of our sect?" Qinjiangzi calmly responded, "I am indeed ever mindful of the hierarchy of our sect. However, your identity remains unclear, and without evidence to corroborate your claims, I can only refer to you as esteemed elder." The old man, "How foolish! I should never have traded my token for wine." Chapter 29. Inner turmoil, just as the conversation between Qinjiangzi and the old man reached an impasse. It was Yi Chun who ultimately broke the stalemate, that he spoke loudly. "Sect leader, my senior uncle possesses a rather direct temperament, which may lead to some harsh words. However, the essence of what he says is for the benefit of the Tianhua sect. Sect leader, are you not aware that when people in the Eastern continent speak of the Tianhua sect, they only mention the son and not the sect leader?" Upon hearing this, my senior uncle was greatly pained and hastened back to the Tianhua sect. I implore you to consider his sincere intentions and not be overly fixated on trivial formalities. Qinjiangzi furrowed his brow at Yi Chen's words that in truth, while he harbored doubts about the old man's claim as a senior uncle, he reasoned that it was unlikely anyone would come to impersonate a venerable elder from a minor sect without cause. However, if one were to argue that this person cared deeply for the Tianhua sect, that was not entirely accurate, that if he truly valued the sect's future, he would not have left during its decline to pursue a life of leisure. Now, as the Tianhua sect had managed to escape the brink of obliteration through the efforts of its disciples, this long-lost senior uncle's return felt unwelcome. Nonetheless, Yi Chen's words did hit a nerve. The people of the Eastern continent now only spoke of the Tianhua sect's son, neglecting the sect leader. While it sounded flattering to be called sect leader, in reality, both within and outside the sect, his renown paled in comparison to Feng Shao. Some even remarked, were it not for the Tianhua sect's good fortune in acquiring Feng Shao, the sect would have perished long ago. Though there was some truth to this statement, it still left Qinjiangzi feeling uneasy. During the sect's decline, he had devoted himself to its growth, Yet unfortunately, his limited abilities resulted in the sect's condition worsening under his leadership. Only after Feng Shao joined did the Tianhua sect gradually experience a revival, becoming a second-tier sect of some renown in the eastern continent. However, as the Tianhua sect began to rise, Qin Jiangxi's ambitions grew. He yearned to establish a reputation for himself based on the sect's prestige and strength, rather than remaining a mere puppet overshadowed by Feng Shao. Regrettably, those who obeyed Feng Shao far outnumbered those who recognized Qin Jiangxi as the sect leader. Even his junior brother Qin Zhao and junior sister Du Yuanshi placed greater importance on Feng Shao than on him. The sect leader, he even feared that one day, he might awaken to find someone demanding his abdication in favor of Feng Shao. This worry was not baseless, but rather stemmed from early signs. On one occasion, he entered the treasure vault, intending to retrieve a magical artifact, only to be informed by the disciple guarding it that the matter required Feng Shao's approval. Without Feng Shao's consent, he could not take the artifact. This incident left Qin Jiangxi feeling deeply unsettled, but he suspected that Feng Shao was gradually usurping his authority as sect leader, and it was only a matter of time before the sect would be entirely under Feng Shao's control. However, one could not entirely blame Feng Shao for this. Feng Shao had established this rule primarily to prevent discrepancies in the inventory of magical artifacts and treasures, ensuring that they would be available when needed. Although the disciple guarding the treasure pavilion may be somewhat obstinate, it is not entirely his fault, for Feng Shao had long proclaimed that every individual within the sect, regardless of their status, must adhere to the rules without exception. As for the sect leader being sidelined, that is purely a consequence of Qin Jiangxi's own making. Feng Shao, being a person who values respect for teachers and the path, placed great importance on Qin Jiangxi's prestige within the Tianhua sect. Consequently, during the early development of the sect, Feng Shao deliberately involved his master in the process. Even if Qin Jiangxi contributed little, at least he could maintain a semblance of presence. However, many of Feng Shao's decisions left Qin Jiangxi perplexed, yet they often yielded remarkable results. Initially, Qin Jiangxi would emerge to assert his presence, but upon realizing that he had little influence and could make no significant decisions, he resigned himself to being a hands-off leader, delegating all matters to Feng Shao. Feng Shao initially opposed this and hoped his master would take a more active role in the sect's development. He nearly implored his master to refrain from any laborious tasks, merely requesting his presence to lend gravity to the proceedings. Nevertheless, Qin Jiangxi's perspective was both simplistic and naive. He believed that since many matters did not require his decision-making, it would be best to leave everything in Feng Shao's capable hands, thus sparing himself the necessity of stepping forward. Hence, this was the fundamental reason behind Qin Jiangxi's marginalization. It was not Feng Shao who actively sidelined him, but rather Qin Jiangxi's own choice to step back. In the beginning, disciples would seek Qin Jiangxi's counsel, but he consistently redirected them to Feng Shao with phrases like, "Ask your senior brother, the sect leader, or consult with your senior brother first." Over time, this naturally led to disciples ceasing to consult him altogether, opting instead to approach Feng Shao. Meanwhile, Feng Shao, in his endeavors to advance the sect, found himself sacrificing his own cultivation time, shouldering the myriad responsibilities of the sect alone. Despite his reluctance to bear such burdens, he found no one else to share his concerns and thus endured with gritted teeth. Thankfully, Tianhua sect has gradually found its footing, requiring his attention only on significant matters. However, precisely because of this, Qin Jiangxi felt dissatisfaction regarding his own marginalization. At this moment, when Yi Qin broached the topic, he unwittingly struck at Qin Jiangxi's vulnerable spot. The Tianhua sect had seemingly transformed into a domain governed solely by Feng Shao's will. With even Qin Zhao and Du Yuanshi providing unwavering support to him, in practice, Qin Jiangxi, as the sect leader, had become incapable of managing sect affairs. Even when he issued directives, disciples would first seek Feng Shao's guidance before acting upon his orders. Thus, Qin Jiangxi found himself in urgent need of someone within the sect to support him, at least to balance the influence of Qin Zhao and Du Yuanshi. The sudden appearance of this senior uncle might just present an opportunity. Though this uncle had not contributed to the sect, his seniority demanded respect. In any sect, the hierarchy of age and status is of utmost importance, rendering this uncle impossible to overlook simply by his presence. Qin Jiangxi surmised that if he could ally with this senior uncle, Perhaps he could alleviate his current predicament. During this brief moment of reflection, Qin contemplated much and arrived at several realizations, having clarified his objectives. His demeanor transformed, and he smiled amiably at the elders, saying, "Though you have long been away from the sect, you remain one of us in Tianhua. Today, it brings me immense joy as the sect leader to see you return. I apologize for my earlier rudeness and hope you will forgive me." The elder, taken aback by Yi Qin's casual remark that had so swiftly altered Qin demeanor, felt a newfound admiration for Yi Qin. Upon receiving Qin acknowledgement, the elder let out a cold snort and muttered, "So now you no longer doubt my authenticity?" Qin replied with a smile, "What a preposterous notion, senior uncle. It is only reasonable that after so many years away, I might not immediately recognize you. Yet, I assure you, I have kept you in my thoughts consistently over these years." The elder was about to voice further thoughts, but caught Yi Qin's knowing glance, causing him to swallow his words and simply state, very well, das the sect leader. You must consider matters more thoroughly. I shall not hold this against you. My return to the sect is for a singular purpose." Qin feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you back?" The elder patted Yi Qin's shoulder and remarked, "This lad suits my taste well. His talents are commendable that if he were to assume the position of the holy son of Tianhua sect, I believe he could lead our sect to greater heights. As for your eldest disciple, I have heard whispers of his ambition. If he were to lead Tianhua, I fear our sect would inevitably decline." Qin cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qin, his eyes narrowing slightly. How intriguing! This young man still harbors ambitions for the holy son's position. In truth, aside from the matter of being sidelined, Qin held a high regard for Feng Shao's capabilities, as Tianhua's current prosperity is largely attributable to his years of hard work. Yet the elder's assertion that Feng Shao is overly ambitious while seeking to elevate someone who has contributed nothing to the sect to the position of holy son is utterly nonsensical. Qin calmly replied, "Senior uncle, you may not be aware, but Feng Shao has made significant contributions to the sect over the years, and his ascension to the holy son's role is the will of the people. To replace him based solely on your word would likely provoke considerable dissent within the sect." The elder slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! As the sect leader, you possess the authority to appoint whoever you please as the holy son. Why concern yourself with others' opinions?" At that moment, Yi Qin interjected, "Sect leader and senior uncle, I assure you, I harbor no covetous desires for the holy son's position. Rather, during my travels, I have often heard others speak of the might of holy sons from other sects. And in comparison, our Tianhua's holy son falls woefully short. Certainly, while Brother Feng has made significant contributions to the sect, the discussions surrounding our holy son often focus more on his realm than his contributions." Upon stating this, Yi Qin's face flushed with embarrassment, as though Feng Shao's lower realm reflected poorly upon him. Qin observed Yi Qin's theatrical display with a silent scoff. The lad, who had repeatedly sought the holy son's position, now has the audacity to feign disinterest in it. Truly laughable. With this thought in mind, Qin smiled at Yi Qin and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter, Yi nephew?" Yi Qin, unperturbed, replied, "In my humble opinion, the position of holy son should be held by the one with the best qualifications within the sect, for this is the only way to elevate our Tianhua sect's standing. Those disciples who have made contributions to the sect may be rewarded with positions as elders or deacons, thus achieving a harmonious balance." Upon hearing this, the elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed. No wonder I have taken a liking to you. Your thoughts are remarkably astute." Qin lips twitched slightly. These two individuals are truly a peculiar pair. Chapter 30. The Three Lives Tower. Yi Qin adamantly professing his lack of interest in the position of holy son is something Qin would never believe that as for this senior uncle. He may serve as an external ally, but his limited discernment compels Qin to deliberate further. Ultimately, Qin deflected the matter under the pretext of its gravity, asserting that it could not be decided hastily. Fortunately, the elder understood that such matters could not be resolved in a single sitting and refrained from pressing further. However, before departing the Grand Hall, the elder requested a copy of the Tianhua Heart Sutra. Refined by Feng Shao, to address his deficiencies in cultivation and seek a breakthrough to the transformation realm. That day, news of the senior uncle returning to the mountain gate spread throughout Tianhua sect. As the disciples discussed this news, they were most curious about the origins of this senior uncle and why they had never heard of him before. In contrast, Qin Zhao and Du Yuanqi scoffed at the news. When the Tianhua sect was in decline, he had distanced himself. Now that it is revitalizing, he returns. Undoubtedly, such individuals are only fair-weather friends, unwilling to share in adversity. Should Tianhua ever falter again, he would undoubtedly depart without a second thought. Yet, despite the elder's questionable character, his seniority commanded respect, and they felt it prudent not to speak ill of him, merely instructing their disciples to maintain a respectful demeanor in his presence, and so it was. Meanwhile, the elder, under Yi Chen's guidance, was exploring Tianhua Mountain. He recalled the dire state of the sect when he had departed, beset by internal strife and external threats, with most of the buildings in disrepair. There were scarcely a few habitable courtyards and a kitchen, nothing more. Yet now, Tianhua Mountain boasted a newly constructed great hall and training rooms, along with the establishment of the Scripture Pavilion, Treasure Tower, Alchemy Pavilion, and Forging Workshop, an astonishing transformation compared to decades past. After touring the area, the elder couldn't help but exclaim, "If only we had these fine structures during my tenure. You truly have arrived at a fortuitous time." Yi Chen chuckled. "Since you find it to your liking, why not explore further? After all, you are a venerable elder of our sect." At that moment, neither of them considered who had spearheaded the construction of these edifices. The elder shook his head and said, "Enough of this. There will be plenty of opportunities for further exploration. I have more pressing matters to attend to." The important matter to which the elderly man referred was none other than the newly acquired edition of the Tianhua Heart Sutra in his possession. He had been stagnating at the golden elixir realm for an excessive duration, pondering daily on how to transcend his current state. Now that the opportunity for breakthrough lay before him, he could hardly contain his eagerness. He had no time to wander aimlessly. Accompanying Yi Chen on a stroll around the mountain was merely a means to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Subsequently, Yi Chen arranged for a temporary residence for the elder, who, upon entering the room, immediately closed the door and eagerly opened the Tianhua Heart Sutra to study it intently. After ensuring the elder's accommodation, Yi Chen returned to the three branches. However, before he could reach his own quarters, he encountered his senior sister, Han Biyun, midway. Han Biyun called out to Yi Chen, inquiring, "Junior brother, where have you been these past few days?" Yi Chen, having previously struck Han Biyun in the Baifeng Plains, felt a twinge of guilt in her presence. Thus, upon being addressed by her, his demeanor became somewhat awkward, but he forced a chuckle and replied, "Oh, nothing much, that I've just been wandering around the foot of the mountain to unwind a bit." Han Biyun frowned and said, "Junior brother, not long ago, 3 golden elixir realm demon cultivators attempted to attack our Tianhua sect disciples. Although they were repelled by senior brother Xingzi, it would be wise for you to limit your outings in the coming days to avoid drawing the attention of the demonic path." Yi Chen, intrigued, asked, "Senior sister, what prompted these demon cultivators to target our Tianhua sect disciples?" Han Biyun shook her head, responding, "I am uncertain, but caution is of utmost importance during these times. You should refrain from venturing outside and focus on your cultivation within the sect. Your third senior sister has yet to return due to this incident." Yi Chen was startled and quickly inquired, "What happened?" Han Biyun recounted the events that had transpired, adding, "After returning to the mountain, senior brother Feng mentioned that the third junior sister had been transported to another location by a secret technique. Thus her return will take some time, that he'll not worry excessively for her. She is destined to return unharmed." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration. Feng Shao. Once again, Feng Shao. Although Yi Chen was oblivious to the specific means by which Feng Shao had dispatched Lu Qingyuan, he knew this incident would inevitably foster a degree of fondness in her towards him, something Yi Chen could not abide. He had long regarded Lu Qingyuan as his own, forbidding anyone from encroaching upon her, even if that individual was the sect's holy son. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing within. With the backing of his revered uncle, he was determined to seize the position of the holy son. Once he attained that status, Feng Shao's good days within the sect would come to an end. Lu Qingyuan had never imagined that she would achieve a breakthrough in the heat of battle and could slay a ferocious beast like the swallowing fire giant python. Staring at the massive serpent's form sprawled on the ground, she found herself momentarily stunned. Just then, Feng Shao's calm voice reached her ears. "Congratulations, junior sister Lu, on your ascension to the Golden Elixir realm. However, your advancement has been rather hasty, and your stability is precarious. It would be prudent for you to meditate and consolidate your realm immediately. And I can protect you while you do so." Lu Qingyuan gazed at Feng Shao, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Her lips parted and closed repeatedly, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Feng Shao seemed to sense her thoughts, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "Junior sister Lu, if you have anything to discuss, it can wait until later. The immediate priority is to solidify your realm. The Golden Elixir realm is exceedingly crucial, as it pertains to your future path in cultivation and must not be approached with carelessness." Reluctantly, Lu Qingyuan nodded and murmured, "Thank you, Brother Feng." She then settled cross-legged on the ground, formed a hand seal, and began to circulate her cultivation method. While she focused on consolidating her realm, Feng Shao casually found a spot to sit, his gaze falling upon the crimson gourd in his hands, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Although this journey had been perilous, he was ultimately successful in acquiring the 6 Yang Spirit Fire. With the 6 Yang Spirit Fire in hand, the sect's strength could once again be elevated. Additionally, he finally had the opportunity to contemplate his own matters. Feng Shao had entered the innate realm 15 years prior, and the reason for his prolonged delay in ascending to the Golden Elixir realm was his inability to find time to refine his own qualifications. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he did not wish to settle for mediocrity. Thus, the reconstruction of his qualifications was imperative. However, this trip would require a minimum of 2 to 3 months, and potentially longer, which left him feeling uneasy about his absence from the sect. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of the 6 Yang Spirit Fire, once he arranged the subsequent affairs, he would finally have the time to embark on this journey. He closed his eyes, envisioning a map of the eastern continent in his mind. Near the western edge of the eastern continent, close to the central continent, a small red dot flickered in and out of focus. Surrounding this dot were towering peaks that seemed to protect it. Should a well-informed cultivator come across this map, they would immediately recognize that the red dot marked the location of the most enigmatic of the 10 forbidden grounds, the 3 Lives Tower. Legend has it that the 3 Lives Tower was originally a celestial artifact that somehow fell into this realm. Within it lay the 3 divine relics, the bonding pillar, the heart-washing pool, and the fate-reflecting platform. The bonding pillar governs all worldly relationships. The heart-washing pool cleanses one of present troubles, and the fate-reflecting platform reveals past lives and present. However, such legends are shrouded in mystery, and as such, none can attest to their veracity. Yet, Feng Shao was certain that the legend held truth. To reconstruct his qualifications, he must journey to the 3 Lives Tower, drink from the heart-washing pool, then trace his past lives at the fate-reflecting platform, and finally bind his current life with the bonding pillar, using the techniques recorded in the Tianhua Canon, 6 Paths volume, to reshape his physique. Yet, as one of the 10 forbidden grounds, the perils within the 3 Lives Tower were unfathomable. Feng Shao possessed the means to enter the tower, but he could not guarantee a safe passage. However, the path of cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. The saying, "Fortune lies in danger," rings true. Without a spirit of adventure, there would be no need to pursue this path. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Lu Qingyuan, who was engrossed in her meditation, and a smile crept onto his lips. The sect had welcomed its first Golden Elixir disciple, and as the elder brother, he must step up his game. Chapter 31. Return to the mountain. After Lu Qingyuan successfully ascended to the Golden Elixir realm and consolidated her progress, Feng Shao returned to the Tianhua sect alongside her. During their journey back, Feng Shao diligently explained the crucial aspects of the Golden Elixir realm to Lu Qingyuan, who greatly benefited from his guidance. However, as she listened to Feng Shao's teachings, a flicker of confusion arose in her mind. Why had he not yet ascended to the Golden Elixir realm if he possessed such profound knowledge of it? Unbeknownst to her, Feng Shao had long since gained a substantial understanding of each realm through the Tianhua Canon. This comprehensive text, while merely a cultivation method, encompassed nearly all forms of cultivation practices in the world, serving as a genuine encyclopedic guide. That it was through the Tianhua canon that Feng Shao could assist others in completing much of the Tianhua Heart Sutra. For anyone else, it would take a lifetime to even come close to filling in the missing pieces. 3 days later, Feng Shao and Lu Qingyuan arrived back at Tianhua Mountain. Upon their immediate return, Feng Shao made his way directly to the alchemy pavilion, presenting the crimson gourd to Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu gazed at the gourd in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young man, where on earth did you procure this spirit fire?" Feng Shao chuckled, "No need to concern yourself with my sources. Inside is the 6 yang spirit fire. It should far surpass the Bai Feng flame. Wouldn't you agree?" Elder Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not just far surpassing, it is overwhelmingly superior. However, as far as I know, outside of the 3 sacred grounds, there is no other place that possesses the 6 yang spirit fire. Where did you acquire it?" As he spoke, Elder Zhu's expression morphed into one of incredulity. "You didn't sneak into the 3 sacred grounds to steal fire, did you?" Feng Shao rolled his eyes. "Come on, stealing fire from the sacred grounds. Even if I had the audacity, I wouldn't have the capability. Enough with the questions. Just know that the 6 yang spirit fire is now in your hands. Later, you can coordinate with Elder Song to properly harness it, enabling the alchemy pavilion and the forge workshop to utilize the 6 yang spirit fire for their crafts. Additionally, I intend to use it to reinforce the protective mountain formation. But that aspect is not my forte. You and Elder Song can research it together." Elder Zhu stroked the crimson gourd, clearly enamored. "Rest assured, I will ensure that Elder Song and I arrange everything for you." Although Elder Zhu was aware that Feng Shao had ventured out to obtain spirit fire, he never imagined he would return with the 6 yang spirit fire. This fire was exceedingly rare, and its application in alchemy and forging was unparalleled. Furthermore, he knew that only the 3 sacred grounds possessed the 6 yang spirit fire, which had contributed significantly to their current stature. Thus, with the acquisition of the 6 yang spirit fire, the Tianhua sect could now barely contend with first-rate sects, with only its foundation remaining to be solidified. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhu, Feng Shao headed straight to the inner hall. His previous departure had been rather hasty, leaving many matters unaddressed. Now, having resolved the spirit fire issue, there were pressing matters that required his attention, such as the situation with Yi Chun. Feng Shao had indeed harbored a deep-seated disdain for Yi Chun's self-serving demeanor. However, Yi Chun had yet to commit any egregious acts, which had led Feng Shao to turn a blind eye to his behavior. Yet, when Yi Chun attempted to seize the fire of Bai Feng, it signified that he had utterly abandoned the moral compass of humanity. Such a person, within the sect, could only spell disaster. Nevertheless, en route to the inner hall, Feng Shao was taken aback upon hearing an unexpected revelation from other disciples. The long-absent grand uncle had returned. Upon receiving this news, Feng Shao's expression turned peculiar. He asked the earliest disciple to join the sect in his generation. He had no recollection of any grand uncle within the sect, nor had his master or the 2 uncles ever mentioned one. He had initially presumed that his master's previous generation consisted solely of one individual, only to discover the existence of a grand uncle. However, why had this grand uncle chosen to appear now, after such a lengthy absence? Thus, Feng Shao began to inquire further from the disciple that in response to the inquiry from the Holy Son. The disciple was forthcoming with information that he stated, "I am unaware of how this grand uncle suddenly emerged. I merely heard that he was brought up the mountain by senior brother Yi Chun, and upon his arrival, he was clamoring to find the sect leader. Holy Son, do you believe this grand uncle to be genuine?" Feng Shao remained noncommittal, responding coolly, "That is difficult to ascertain. However, you should discuss this matter privately and refrain from addressing it in public, regardless of the grand uncle's authenticity." Since the sect leader had not expelled him from Tianhua sect, it was likely that he had received the leader's approval. This implied that, at the very least, the sect leader acknowledged his identity. Once the leader had accepted him, any doubts from the other disciples would have to yield to that acknowledgement. Initially, this matter bore little relevance to Feng Shao, but upon learning that the individual had been brought to the mountain by Yi Chun, his mind began to wander. Feng Shao recalled reading in various fantasy novels during his past life that similar scenarios often unfolded. when the protagonist lacked a solid backing within the sect. An esteemed predecessor would suddenly emerge to offer support, enabling the protagonist to transform from an obscure figure into a celebrated star within the sect, even garnering respect from the sect leader. The current scenario bore a striking resemblance to such a support-has-arrived situation. Feng Shao's intention was to report to the sect leader about Yi Qin's assault on fellow disciples and his attempt to seize the fire of Baifeng, while simultaneously demanding Yi Qin's expulsion from the sect. Yet, coincidentally, Yi Qin had seemingly found a grand uncle, instantly acquiring a formidable ally. What was even more concerning was that this ally had gained the sect leader's recognition. The implications of this development compelled Feng Shao to ponder further. After contemplating for a while, he reluctantly shook his head. With the situation still unclear, he could only inform his master of the matter first. However, upon entering the inner hall and greeting his master, before Feng Shao could say much, a loud and boisterous voice rang out from outside. "Qin Yang, I have come to discuss the sect's techniques with you." Qin Yangzi recognized the speaker as the grand uncle who had suddenly appeared days prior, and his brow slightly furrowed. Yet he quickly regained his composure and remarked to Feng Shao, "The person who has arrived is your grand uncle, who has been away for many years and has not returned to the mountain in quite some time. I know you have never met this grand uncle, but do not forget your manners in his presence." Feng Shao bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Shortly thereafter, a disheveled old man with a shock of white hair entered the inner hall and addressed Qin Yangzi, saying, "Qin Yang, the sect's techniques, after undergoing refinement, are indeed exceptional, but there may be some issues with certain details. I have come to discuss them with you." Over the past 3 days, the old man had regarded the perfected technique as a treasure, diligently studying it. The technique, refined by Feng Shao through reference to the Tianhua Yujian, was indeed far more reliable than the methods the old man had developed over the years. Some concepts that had eluded him for a long time suddenly became clear after a thorough explanation of the technique. And he felt a subtle shift in his own cultivation state, perhaps indicating that he would soon attempt to break through to the transformation stage. However, some aspects of the technique contradicted his previous notions. After much contemplation, he found it difficult to ascertain whether his understanding or the technique's assertions were correct, so he resolved to discuss it with Qin Yangzi. Yet, shortly after entering the inner hall, he spotted Feng Shao standing nearby and could not help but inquire of Qin Yangzi, "Qin Yang, who is this lad?" Qin Yangzi smiled faintly and replied, "Grand uncle, allow me to introduce you. This is my eldest disciple, Feng Shao." Feng Shao also bowed in respect to the old man, saying, "Feng Shao pays his respects to grand uncle." "Feng Shao, you're Feng Shao." The old man, upon hearing this name, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Feng Shao closely. After a considerable pause, he let out a slight snort and remarked, "Feng Shao, I have heard that the current Tianhua sect is essentially under your control. Is this true?" Feng Shao, maintaining his composure, replied, "Grand uncle, you flatter me. I am merely entrusted by my master to manage the sect's affairs, that I have approached my duties with utmost caution, fearing to act improperly and betray my master's trust. Thus, I have not dared to forget his careful teachings over the years. The trust given to me by my fellow disciples is also in consideration of my master's reputation." Although Feng Shao's authority over Tianhua sect was partly due to Qin Yangzi's hands-off approach, he still felt it necessary to uphold his master's dignity in front of the grand uncle. The old man, however, scoffed derisively, saying, "Your words are more melodious than a song. Let me ask you this. Why is it that when outsiders mention Tianhua sect, they only know of you, the Holy Son, yet are oblivious to the sect leader?" Feng Shao calmly responded, "This is a misunderstanding prevalent in the outside world and is fundamentally misguided, that my master dedicates himself to the study of the sect's techniques and finds it difficult to allocate energy to manage internal affairs. As the eldest disciple of the sect leader, it is my duty to take on the responsibility of management and alleviate my master's burdens. Many interactions with other sects are conducted through me. Hence the public's familiarity with my name, that as for what grand uncle has mentioned, I am at a loss for its origin." Feng Shao had discerned that this so-called grand uncle had come to provoke a conflict. As for the reasons behind this, he could easily surmise that it was likely instigated by that rogue, Yi Qin. However, having managed the sect for nearly 30 years, Feng Shao had arranged both internal and external affairs with meticulous precision and possessed his own methods of dealing with people. Although he faced the unreasonable accusations of the grand uncle, he did not feel intimidated. After all, what was there to fear from an old man? Chapter 32. The troublemaker. The old man had not anticipated that Feng Shao's reply would be so astute and unwavering, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet soon after, he became enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng Shao and scolding, "You impudent lad!" In the face of a senior's criticism, not only do you lack remorse, but you also dare to retort. If you treat your grand uncle this way, how much more brazenly will you act towards other elders? At this point, the old man even lamented to the heavens, exclaiming, "How absurd that the heavens are blind enough to allow such a wretch to hold power. Truly a lamentable state of affairs." Upon hearing this, Feng Shao remained unperturbed, but Qin Yangzi's expression darkened. The old man's words about the heavens being blind were, in essence, a derision of Qin Yangzi's capability as sect leader. In truth, although Qin Yangzi respected him as a grand uncle, he held him in no regard. He had not even bothered to remember this elder's name, nor thought to inquire about it, simply because he did not care that if he valued you, he would address you as grand uncle. If he did not, your identity was irrelevant. Feng Shao, possessing remarkable composure, merely smiled and said, "Grand uncle's words leave me somewhat perplexed. This is my first encounter with you, so why do you harbor such strong opinions against me? Could it be that you have been swayed by the words of a petty individual? Preposterous!" The old man exploded with fury. "If others have grievances against you, you claim they are petty individuals? This is a complete distortion of truth. The presence of someone like you in the sect is a great misfortune, were it not for the fact that the old man was a senior." Feng Shao would have rolled his eyes at him, who was truly distorting the truth. It would indeed be a considerable misfortune for the sect to have someone as muddled as this old fool. However, considering the elder's advanced age and possible senility, Feng Shao chose not to engage further. Instead, he turned to Qin Yangzi and said, "Master, I have come to report another pressing matter." Qin Yangzi nodded. "Speak." Feng Shao declared, "Not long ago, I led several disciples down the mountain to seek the fire of Bai Feng for the sect. Initially, we had secured the fire of Bai Feng. However, a masked man in black suddenly attacked us, not only stealing the fire but also injuring Sister Han from our sect. After conducting an investigation, I discovered that this masked man is none other than our own disciple, Yi Chun. That I truly cannot fathom why Yi Chun would disregard the sect's interests and brazenly seize sect possessions while injuring fellow disciples. This matter is of great importance, and I dare not act unilaterally. Thus, I have come to report to Master and seek your decision." Qin Yangzi was taken aback by this revelation that to him. Yi Chun merely seemed ambitious, perhaps a bit overreaching, but he could not fathom that he would resort to stealing from the sect and injuring fellow disciples. That it is essential to note that Sanji's Han Biyun is indeed his senior sister of the same lineage. However, Qin Yangzi is acutely aware that Feng Shao never speaks without certainty. Since he has proclaimed it to be Yi Chun, there must be substantial assurance behind it that if this is indeed the case, then Yi Chun cannot be allowed to remain within the sect. Yet before Qin Yangzi could utter a word, the old man erupted in a tirade. "You shameless brat! Others may merely express their discontent towards you, yet you audaciously seek to expel them from the sect. How malicious your intentions are! The presence of someone like you in Tianhua sect is truly a misfortune. Today, I shall uphold the sect's laws in the name of our ancestors and teach you a lesson for your envy towards the capable." With that, the old man swung his hand, intending to strike Feng Shao. However, Feng Shao stepped back, feigning confusion as he questioned, "What do you mean by that, Uncle Master? You repeatedly speak of upholding the law. Yet what law do you intend to enforce? I am unaware of any sect rules I have violated. I kindly request you to enlighten me." The old man's arm froze midair. Although he was being unreasonable, he still had his pride and understood that actions must be justified. Yet, Feng Shao's words left him at a loss. Indeed, what sect rules had Feng Shao violated? Even tracing back thousands of years, he could find no self-justifiable reason. Yet, as people grow older, they tend to become obstinate, convinced that their perspective is the only correct one, dismissing others' views as erroneous. Even upon realizing their mistakes, They often insist that others acknowledge their faults first. This old man evidently possessed such a flaw, he argued back. You show disrespect towards your elders and harbor jealousy towards the talents of your fellow disciples. Why should I not take action against you? Feng Shao sighed and replied, Your words leave me perplexed, Uncle Master. Since I have stated that junior brother Yi Chun committed such acts, I possess irrefutable evidence to substantiate this claim. Yet you refuse even to listen and hastily conclude that I am envious of the capable. Which is truly disheartening. Do you believe that in your eyes, whatever Yi Chun does is correct, while others are always wrong? Feng Shao spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, presenting his arguments with reason and evidence, rendering the old man speechless. However, convincing the old man to admit his error was utterly impossible. Just as the old man pondered what excuse he could fabricate to refute Feng Shao, he heard the previously silent Qin finally speak. Enough. The truth of this matter will be revealed through confrontation. Feng Shao, summon Yi Chun. Let us hear his side of the story. The old man was taken aback by this, in truth, when Feng Shao mentioned the flame of Bai Feng. He had already realized how Yi Chun had obtained it. Nonetheless, he did not believe Yi Chun had erred. Rather, he felt that Yi Chun acted appropriately when the situation called for it. Disregarding mundane etiquette, which resonated with his own sensibilities, moreover, Yi Chun possessed extraordinary fortune, destined for greatness in the future, as long as he continued to support Yi Chun, he could rise alongside him. However, such matters were best left unsaid. Even if one were to declare it openly, striking against a fellow disciple was unequivocally wrong, a violation of sect rules, especially if it involved seizing sect treasures. Such behavior could warrant expulsion, and other sects would not hesitate to strip such disciples of their cultivation before casting them out. Yet, since the old man had already taken a liking to Yi Chun, he was determined to protect this child of destiny. With a glint in his eye, he devised a plan. He waved his hand and declared, Let us not rush to pursue this matter. There is another issue of greater importance. Qin inquired, What matter does the uncle master speak of? The old man smiled faintly, refraining from responding to Qin and instead turned to Feng Shao, saying, Feng Shao, I have heard that you have been in the sect for 30 years without breaking through to the golden core stage. Yet, Tianhua sect is a prestigious sect of the Eastern continent. How can a mere individual of such limited potential serve as our esteemed saint's son? On the other hand, Yi Chun has ascended to the innate realm within 5 years of joining the sect, and the golden core stage is well within his reach. His exceptional talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. In my humble opinion, he is more than qualified to assume the position of saint's son. Upon hearing this, both Qin and Feng Shao fell silent. Just moments ago, they had spoken of Yi Chun's questionable character. Yet now he was being proposed for the esteemed position of saint's son. How could such words escape his lips? Feng Shao found himself at a loss. Engaging in reasoned discourse was one thing, but this old man was behaving completely unreasonably. Truly, when one loses all sense of shame, they become invincible. After a prolonged silence, Qin finally said, Uncle Master, let us discuss this matter at a later time. The old man, however, grew agitated. How can this be? The position of saint's son is crucial to the reputation of Tianhua sect. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. Feng Shao interjected coldly. Uncle Master, while you may hold Yi Chun in high regard for the position of saint's son, there are hundreds of disciples within Tianhua sect. Who among them would accept him? The position of saint's son indeed relates to the sect's reputation. But it requires the ability to unite the sect that if a disloyal, unfilial, unjust, and immoral individual were to assume the role of saint's son, it would not only be illogical, but also difficult to garner support. The old man retorted angrily, How is Yi Chun disloyal, unfilial, unjust, or immoral? Feng Shao replied coldly, Seizing sect treasures is an act of disloyalty. Receiving the sect's nurturing without any return is unfilial. Standing idle while fellow disciples strive for the sect is unjust, and not only remaining passive but also injuring fellow disciples is immoral. To protect such a disloyal, unfilial, unjust, and immoral individual is indeed puzzling. Feng Shao realized that the old man had resolutely abandoned all semblance of shame. Thus, he felt no obligation to extend him any courtesy. The old man was furious and could hardly restrain himself from attacking Feng Shao. Although Feng Shao appeared outwardly calm, he was secretly on guard, should this old man dare to strike. He would make him regret it. Just as the air grew tense between them, Qin Jiangzi bellowed, "Enough of this insolence." Feng Shao stepped back, standing at attention, while the old man glared at Qin Jiangzi, his anger palpable. The atmosphere was charged, as if he were challenging Qin Jiangzi. "If you dare to oppose me, you will surely regret it." Qin Jiangzi was exceedingly irked with this uncle. From the very first day the old man entered the sect, he had sensed something was amiss with his mind. However, considering it might stem from a mishap in his training, he thought little of it. Yet now, he genuinely believed this old man was nothing but a troublemaker. Regardless of how much he admired Yi Chun, he should at least respect the facts. Having resorted to violence against fellow disciples while still defending Yi Chun was nothing short of absurd. Were it not for the old man's potential usefulness, he would have wanted to expel him immediately. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiangzi finally spoke in a calm tone. "Yi Chun possesses remarkable talent, of which I am well aware. However, Feng Shao's concerns regarding Yi Chun's character are not without merit. The position of Saint's son is of great significance, and we cannot afford to make a hasty decision. I propose that in 3 days, on the sect's martial arts arena, the two shall face off. The victor shall assume the position of Saint's son." Chapter 33. The thief having received Qin Jiangzi's assurance. The old man departed contentedly, leaving Qin Jiangzi and Feng Shao alone. After a prolonged silence, Feng Shao finally spoke. "Disciple is perplexed." Qin Jiangzi smiled faintly and replied, "Feng Shao, I understand your discontent. However, true gold fears no fire, as long as you possess sufficient strength. What do you have to fear from challenges?" Feng Shao replied calmly, "Does this mean we can disregard character?" Qin Jiangzi frowned. "No one is without flaws. Although Yi Chun has his shortcomings, if we grant him an opportunity, he may yet amend his ways," Feng Shao countered. "Even you say may yet. Does this mean your expectations for Yi Chun hinge on mere possibility?" Feng Shao's remarks rendered Qin Jiangzi speechless. He continued, "Since becoming your disciple, I have dedicated myself tirelessly to the growth of the sect. I have sacrificed much for the sect, and I believe I have not failed in my duties. Yet why must I endure 2 consecutive challenges for the position of Saint's son in just a few days? And each time, it is with the Saint's son position as the wager. Does my master truly believe that the role of Saint's son should belong to whoever is the strongest?" Feng Shao's inquiries incited irritation in Qin Jiangzi. He abruptly waved his sleeve and replied tersely, "I am your master, and I am also the sect leader. This matter shall proceed according to my will. Feng Shao, remember, regardless of your status within the sect, you remain my disciple." After a moment of silence, Feng Shao suddenly chuckled bitterly. "So in your eyes, I have already overshadowed my master. Do you think my relentless efforts are merely for power within the sect?" After waiting in vain for a response from Qin Jiangzi, Feng Shao sighed softly and turned to leave. Observing Feng Shao's retreating figure, Qin Jiangzi's expression darkened. After exiting the inner hall, Feng Shao did not head directly to his own quarters, but instead made his way to the 3rd branch. Upon arrival, after inquiring around, he discovered that Yi Chun was not on the mountain to ask for his whereabouts. No one seemed to know. Feng Shao frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He could not pinpoint the origin of this ominous feeling, but his intuition warned him that the son of destiny descending the mountain likely heralded trouble. Yet where could Yi Chun have gone? Suddenly, Feng Shao recalled the group of ruffians he had encountered in Liang City days prior. Reminded of the fantastical novels he had read in his previous life, Feng Shao surmised that Yi Chun was most likely headed to Liang City. Upon contemplating this, Feng Shao ceased his hesitation and immediately took to the skies on his sword. Heading straight for Liang City, Yi Chun arrived in Liang City that very afternoon. It remains uncertain whether Feng Shao has truly discerned the behavioral patterns of this child of destiny, or if Yi Chun simply had no other destination in mind aside from Liang City. In any case, after spending 2 days atop Taiwei Mountain, Yi Chun's restless heart compelled him to journey to Liang City. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Liang City, Yi Chun took in his surroundings with a sense of self-satisfaction. Just as he was enjoying his leisurely exploration, an irate voice suddenly exclaimed, "It's you! You are the one who stole my family's belongings." At first, Yi Chun was taken aback, not fully comprehending the situation until he felt someone firmly grasp his clothing. Upon turning to face his assailant, he was startled to find it was none other than Deng Ying, a girl he had only recently met. Due to her striking beauty, Yi Chen had paid considerable attention to her. Now, seeing her gripping his attire with an expression of fury, he could not help but question, "Miss Deng, have I wronged you in any way?" Deng Ying, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "It's you. I kindly invited you to my home, only for you to steal from us. Return what you have taken immediately, or I shall report you to the authorities." Since the day the blood-refining sword had gone missing from Linglong Pavilion, Deng Ying had been plagued with anxiety. She was acutely aware that Yi Chun was the culprit, yet she dared not disclose this to her father. After all, had she not brought him into their home, the sword would not have vanished. Though her father managed Linglong Pavilion, he was not its owner. That distinction belonged to the couple Lin Fengtian and Xiao Riao of Yunjian, that if Linglong Pavilion suffered a loss, her father would bear the blame. Should this matter reach Yunjian, her father's position as manager would be in jeopardy. Concerned for her father's future, Deng Ying had barely eaten or slept these past few days. Today, feeling agitated, she wandered the streets, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Chun. Deng Ying was initially startled, then elated, but her joy swiftly transformed into anger. How dare this little thief show his face in Liang City? As if I would forget him? With that thought, she charged forward without hesitation and seized Yi Chun. Should he dare to retaliate, she was prepared to demonstrate that those from Yunjian were not to be trifled with. It was only after Deng Ying's confrontation that Yi Chun recalled his actions from a few days prior. However, he felt no remorse. Rather, he was slightly incensed that in his view, the Crimson Dragon sword rightfully belonged to him. Regardless of the circumstances that led to the sword's presence in Linglong Pavilion, he had every justification to reclaim its for the accusation of theft. Ridiculous. Could the affairs of a child of destiny truly be deemed theft? Therefore, Yi Chun remained unperturbed. Not only was he unfazed, but he also felt inclined to engage in a spirited debate with Deng Ying. Adopting a composed demeanor, he addressed her. "Miss Deng, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Have you forgotten how greatly I assisted you last time? I seek no recompense, yet you should not falsely accuse me." At this point, Yi Chun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction that he acknowledged that his act of taking the sword was indeed questionable. Yet he felt justified. After all, it was his sword, but how could she publicly label him a thief over this? Did he not deserve some dignity? Moreover, he had aided her previously. How could she repay kindness with enmity? With newfound resolve, he spoke with a tone of righteous indignation. Deng Ying, however, was nearly driven to laughter by Yi Chen's audacity. Help! Did she require his assistance? Regardless of the value of that jade pendant, Miss Deng was certainly capable of affording it. It was clear that Yi Chun had suddenly appeared to stir trouble, only to later claim he had rendered her a great service. How brazen! Deng Ying began to understand that Yi Chun was a peculiar individual. He could not let go of even the smallest favor, yet remained indifferent to the harm he had caused others. Thus, she disregarded his words and insisted, "Return what you have stolen at once, or I shall have you taken to the authorities." Perhaps Deng Ying's intellect had finally kicked in, for she ignored Yi Chen's attempts at justification and resolutely threatened to report him. As their argument escalated, an increasing number of bystanders began to gather, drawn to the spectacle. After a few more exchanges of words, Yi Chen realized that Deng Ying was impervious to reason, and in his frustration, he forcefully freed himself from her grip, coldly stating, "If you accuse me of theft, then where is your evidence?" No sooner had Yi Chen spoken than a voice from the crowd scoffed, "Yi Chen, everyone in Liang City knows you've always had sticky fingers. Do you think that just because you've joined Tianhua sect, all your past misdeeds can be erased?" Enraged, Yi Chen glared at the speaker and shouted, "Dare to speak another word, and I shall silence you." At that moment, the crowd erupted with jeers. "It's you who is unclean in your dealings, yet you fear others' words. In Liang City, the most shameless is undoubtedly you, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, heed my warning to temper your arrogance. The Holy Son of Tianhua sect has declared that anyone who abuses the sect's name will face dire consequences. Yi Chen, your companions are finished, and your days of comfort are numbered." Hearing such accusations hurled at him, Deng Ying finally grasped the truth. Yi Chen was indeed of dubious character, having committed countless petty crimes. Yet this man showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he appeared to be escalating his misdeeds, deepening her disdain for him. She once again grasped Yi Chun's clothing, her voice icy as she declared, "Yi Chun, with so many claiming you are untrustworthy, what further excuses do you have?" In a fit of rage, Yi Chun laughed bitterly, flinging Deng Ying away a few meters, and coldly replied, "I, Yi Chun, conduct my affairs without the need to justify myself to others. Whether you claim I stole or robbed, if you possess the courage, send me to face the authorities." With that, he dismissed the crowd entirely, summoning his sword and soaring into the sky. As he brandished the blood-refining sword, Deng Ying could not contain her fury, exclaiming, "You dare deny my accusations while wielding the sword you stole from my home? You scoundrel, return my family's sword." Yet, Yi Chun paid her no mind, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 34. Seeking revenge, although Yi Chun had departed. His heart boiled with rage. Merely taking a sword from Linglong Pavilion, and yet that girl had the audacity to accuse him of thievery in front of so many. It was utterly absurd. As for the onlookers, who were they to judge? He had only taken a few inconsequential items from them in the past, yet they still held a grudge to this day that a bunch of petty individuals, destined to remain commoners in Liang City for eternity. In that moment, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within Yi Chun that a dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Since these fools were so ungrateful, he saw no need to show them mercy. That night, as silence enveloped the realm, the nights in the mystical world were often tranquil, for there were few entertainment options available, and lighting lamps required coin. Most ordinary families could scarcely afford the cost of lamp oil, so they refrained from lighting their homes whenever possible. Thus, Liang City at night was shrouded in darkness, nearly impenetrable to the eye. Yet amidst the stillness, a few places remained illuminated, one of which was Linglong Pavilion, that is a subsidiary of Yunjian. Linglong Pavilion had no shortage of wealth. Moreover, their illumination was not reliant on oil lamps, but rather on low-tier magical artifacts capable of providing light. These artifacts served no other purpose, making them unlikely targets for theft, even for those who could not afford oil lamps. Those who lacked the means to light their homes may have coveted such artifacts, but they lacked the audacity to steal them. With the guiding light, Yi Chun effortlessly located Linglong Pavilion. Gazing up at the lofty signboard, he felt a surge of injustice. Why should these people hoard such treasures while he could only toil for his own? Why were some born into privilege, possessing what others toil for a lifetime to achieve? In this world, the worthy shall claim what is rightfully theirs. They have no right to possess these treasures. They would be better off in my hands. At the very least, I could make better use of those magical artifacts and weapons. With that thought, Yi Chun hesitated no longer and leapt into the courtyard of Linglong Pavilion. At that moment, the pavilion's manager was seated at a desk, engrossed in writing. The blood-refining sword had been missing for several days, and he had searched high and low within Linglong Pavilion without any trace of it. He had briefly suspected that his daughter and her brother might have taken it, only to dismiss the notion that a weapon like the blood-refining sword would be too cumbersome for untrained adults, let alone 2 children. Thus, he suspected an internal thief within Linglong Pavilion. However, earlier that day, he had heard from others about the commotion in Liang City, finally piecing together how the blood-refining sword had been stolen. It turned out that his daughter had unwittingly caused the trouble. Though it was not his daughter who committed the theft, she had brought the culprit into their home, and thus bore a portion of the blame. As the steward, being her father, naturally bore a share of the responsibility for the oversight. Therefore, he felt compelled to seek forgiveness from the Yunjian, that if he took the initiative to apologize, he might still secure leniency. However, should he choose to conceal the truth, once the matter came to light, the repercussions from Yunjian would be dire. Thus, in a state of utter helplessness, the steward penned a letter of apology and entrusted it to Deng Ying, instructing her to deliver it to the Yunjian located at Jiutian Peak. Meanwhile, he set about arranging the aftermath of the situation. Following this incident, it was inevitable that the position of steward at Linglong Pavilion in Liang City would change. Before the arrival of the new steward, he needed to ensure that all accounts and related matters were thoroughly organized. Just as he was fervently writing, a faint noise suddenly emerged from the courtyard. The steward furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition that he halted his pen, summoned a 1-foot-long iron ruler into his hand, and opened the door to the courtyard. There, he beheld a figure clad in the robes of a disciple of Tianhua sect standing amidst the courtyard. At first glance, the steward mistook the visitor for Feng Shao, but soon realized that the individual was not him. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the unexpected guest and coldly inquired, "My friend, what brings you here at this late hour?" Yichen glanced at the steward and replied nonchalantly, "I have come to collect a debt." The steward responded, "How curious! It is typically others who owe debts to Linglong Pavilion. When did Linglong Pavilion ever owe a debt to anyone?" With a chilling smile, Yichen retorted, "I have come to collect a debt of humiliation." The steward's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "My friend, feel free to speak plainly. Judging by your attire, you must be affiliated with the Tianhua sect." "Correct. The Holy Son Feng Shao shares a close bond with Linglong Pavilion that if there is a misunderstanding, we can certainly discuss it in light of your esteemed sect son." However, upon hearing the name Feng Shao, Yichen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Feng Shao! Feng Shao! Why does everyone keep mentioning this Feng Shao? What does he possess that I, Yichen, lack? Is it merely because he entered the sect earlier? One day, I shall personally slay this despicable hypocrite." Upon hearing this, the steward immediately grasped that the individual before him had come with malicious intent. Otherwise, he would not have revealed his own name. Thus, the steward brandished the iron ruler and, with a calm demeanor, stated, "You are under the jurisdiction of Linglong Pavilion, overseen by Deng Su. Please, do proceed." Yichen revealed a sinister grin. "Once I strike, there will be no retreat without blood," the steward replied coldly, "and yet it remains uncertain who shall meet their demise. Your bravado is premature." Yichen unsheathed his blood-red sword, pointing it at the steward. "Remember, it is I, Yichen, who shall kill you. When you face the King of Hell, do not misstate my name." Before he could finish, he swung his sword towards the steward, who met the attack with his iron ruler. While they engaged in combat, the young girl fostered by Feng Shao was sitting cross-legged on her bed, attempting to cultivate her qi. Although Feng Shao's manual had been simplified to the utmost degree, allowing most ordinary individuals to comprehend it, the young girl had never attended school and was limited in her literacy, resulting in a superficial understanding of the text. With the assistance of the steward and his daughter, she had gradually begun to grasp the basics, yet she still struggled to circulate her true qi fully. Nevertheless, she was diligent, practicing whenever she had the chance. Over the past few days, she had begun to feel her inner qi growing stronger, which filled her with delight. Particularly, the thought of Feng Shao's astonished expression upon witnessing her progress brought her immense excitement. Surely, her master would commend her. In stark contrast, however, was her younger brother. Whether it was due to his tender age and propensity for play or a lack of interest in cultivation, he had shown no inclination to practice qi over the past few days. Despite the earnest encouragement from Deng Ying and even her sister's physical persuasion, he remained obstinate in his refusal to engage in cultivation. Even when forced to sit and meditate, he could only manage to endure for the duration of a single incense stick before growing impatient. Left with no choice, the young girl temporarily ceased her attempts to persuade her brother to cultivate, believing that perhaps as he matured and recognized the benefits of cultivation, he might willingly engage in it. At that moment, as she sat in meditation, her brother lay soundly asleep on another bed. However, midway through his slumber, the little boy could not resist rubbing his eyes and sitting up, pouting as he exclaimed, "Sister, it's so noisy outside. I can't sleep." The young girl had yet to fully enter the meditative state, so her concentration was shallow. Disturbed by her brother, she furrowed her brow, about to scold him, when she suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle outside. While in meditation, her mind was free of distractions, making her less aware of external disturbances. Yet, once she concluded her meditation, the commotion outside became unmistakably clear to her ears. Curiosity piqued, she whispered to her brother, "Stay here. I will go take a look outside." The little boy, bewildered, nodded as he watched his sister tiptoe out of the room. Their quarters were situated in a relatively secluded part of the courtyard, requiring a turn to reach the main area. Upon reaching the corner, The young girl peeked toward the courtyard and beheld two figures locked in a fierce duel. One wielded a sword, while the other brandished a ruler. Their clash causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard to suffer collateral damage. Yet both combatants appeared oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed in their battle, executing their most formidable techniques. The steward bore a serious expression, executing his moves with precision. Although he did not reveal any lethal strikes, he maintained an impenetrable defense. Occasionally, his attacks yielded remarkable results, forcing Yi Chun to engage in defense. In contrast, Yi Chun exuded a murderous aura, striking with extreme ferocity. Yet it was evident that he lacked experience in combat, knowing only how to attack and not how to defend. Moreover, being at a lower cultivation level than the steward, Yi Chun's relentless assault was deftly countered by the steward's skillful maneuvers. The battle thus devolved into a stalemate. Feeling a surge of frustration, Yi Chun's attacks became increasingly erratic and disorganized. The steward, maintaining his composure, refrained from becoming reckless, instead continuing with methodical precision. Yi Chun was well aware that should the fight continue in this manner, he might very well meet his end here. This person was familiar with Feng Shao, and it was inevitable that he would relay the events to him afterward. Once Feng Shao possessed evidence against him, would he ever let him go? The possibility of being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect seemed all too real. The mere thought of this heightened Yi Chun's agitation, but he began to regret his hasty pursuit of vengeance, realizing he should have waited until he ascended to the golden core stage to ensure a decisive victory. Unfortunately, his recent string of successes had inflated his confidence, leading him to mistakenly believe he could easily conquer Ling Long Pavilion at his current level, only to find that this seemingly ordinary steward was surprisingly formidable. Yi Chun now contemplated the notion of fleeing, postponing his revenge for another day. He could only hope that his senior uncle would protect him and prevent him from being expelled from the sect by Feng Shao. In that moment, as he scanned his surroundings for an opportunity to escape, a youthful voice suddenly rang out. "Uncle Deng, what are you all doing? Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" At this utterance, the entire scene froze. The young girl quickly turned around, only to see her brother rubbing his eyes, gazing with confusion at the two combatants locked in battle. Both the steward and Yi Chun, upon spotting the children, experienced an immediate change in countenance. Yi Chun's expression shifted to one of delight, while the steward's countenance darkened with dread. "Indeed, the heavens have not forsaken me." Yi Chun muset. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the young girl and her brother. The steward hastily pursued, raising his iron ruler to strike at Yi Chun's back if Yi Chun attempted to take the young girl hostage. That iron ruler would surely inflict a grave injury at the very moment he tried to seize her. Yet, Yi Chun appeared to have anticipated this move. As he reached the young girl, he swiftly grabbed her and hurled her toward the steward without a backward glance. Yi Chun exerted immense force, and the steward realized that if he did not catch the young girl, she would undoubtedly suffer a fatal fall. With no other choice, he retracted his iron ruler and caught her. However, in that instant, he felt a jolt of pain in his chest. To his disbelief, he looked down to see a blood-red sword tip protruding through the young girl's body, piercing directly into his own chest. Despicable, the steward gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Chun burst into laughter. "All's fair in war. If you wish to blame someone, blame your own weakness." Yi Chun firmly believed in the principle that those who achieve great things do not shy away from any means. Viewing the two children as mere tools, a notion that did not faze him in the slightest, he regarded the steward, who risked his own safety to save another, as utterly foolish, harboring nothing but disdain for him. At that moment, the steward felt his life essence draining, coursing through the blood-red sword as it siphoned away his vitality. Yi Chun, having absorbed the essence blood of the shopkeeper through the blood-refining sword, felt an unparalleled sense of ease coursing through his entire being. Even experiencing a slight enhancement in his cultivation level, he reveled in the pleasurable sensation brought forth by the absorption of blood. An unusual flush crept onto his face. With a sinister grin, he gazed at the shopkeeper and inquired, "Old man, do you have anything to say before you meet your end?" The shopkeeper, panting heavily, replied in a low voice, "These two children are innocent. I implore you to spare them." Yi Chun glanced at the frail little boy, barely clinging to life, and then at the dazed little girl, who stood frozen in shock, Unable to comprehend the unfolding scene, he shook his head and declared, "That simply cannot be. They now know who I am, and thus they cannot be left alive." The shopkeeper, incensed, retorted, "They are merely children, posing no threat to you. Why must you resort to such ruthless measures?" Yichen smiled and replied, "Because one must root out the grass to eliminate the roots." With that, Yichen abruptly increased the speed of the blood-refining sword's absorption of essence blood. The shopkeeper let out a horrified scream as he instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, realizing his imminent demise. He mustered the strength to extend a finger, glaring at Yi Chun with eyes filled with hatred, and hissed, You will not escape retribution." No sooner had the words left his lips than the shopkeeper collapsed to the ground like a withered branch, lifeless. The little boy cradled in his arms was similarly devoid of life. The blood-refining sword's power to absorb essence blood was beyond the resistance of even a Golden Dan realm cultivator, let alone that of a mere child. The little girl, watching this horrifying scene unfold, was filled with disbelief. She muttered, "Little Bao, Uncle Shopkeeper." Yi Chun withdrew his sword, allowing the shopkeeper and the little boy to fall lifelessly to the ground. He slowly approached the little girl, a hint of regret in his eyes. "What a pity! You seem quite lovely for such a young girl. Who knows, you might grow into a stunning beauty one day. But for now, I must send you on your way. I am the underworld. Do not blame me. I was compelled to act." With those words, Yichen raised the blood-refining sword high and swung it down towards the little girl. Just as it seemed she was about to be slain, a thunderous voice resonated from the heavens. "Stop!" Yichen was taken aback and instinctively retreated. The next moment, a sword aura descended from the sky, crashing violently into the spot where Yi Chun had just stood. His expression darkened as he looked up, only to see Feng Shao glaring at him with a murderous intent. Though Feng Shao was aware of Yi Chen's erratic and vindictive nature, he had not anticipated that he would turn his hand against innocent civilians. Casting a glance at the now silent shopkeeper and the little boy, and then at the little girl still frozen in shock, Feng Shao narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his sword. Coldly, he addressed Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, you have not only struck against your fellow disciples, but have also committed the atrocity of senseless murder. You have violated the rules of our sect and stand guilty of heinous crimes. Today, in the name of the holy son of our sect, I shall bring you to justice." Yi Chun glared back at Feng Shao, grinding his teeth. "Feng Shao, cease your pretense of righteousness. This world is one of survival of the fittest. I have merely eliminated a few insignificant ants. Why do you insist on opposing me? Insignificant ants?" Feng Shao's fury reached its zenith. "You refer to others as ants? Yet have you considered that in the eyes of others, you too are merely an ant? If you deem the murder of a couple of innocents inconsequential, then should I not be justified in killing you right now without objection?" Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you truly intent on killing me? For a wretch like you, who tramples upon human life, should I not eliminate you to prevent further chaos in the world?" Feng Shao shouted, his voice booming as he transformed into a shooting star, his sword cleaving towards Yi Chun with overwhelming force. Yi Chun felt a rush of fear as the dazzling silver sword approached him. He hastily raised his sword to block. The next moment, a resounding clash echoed as Yi Chun felt a crushing impact to his chest, propelling him backwards. Before he could regain his footing mid-air, Feng Shao surged forward again, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy aimed directly at Yi Chun. With all his might, Yi Chun swung his sword, managing to deflect the majority, yet a fraction of the sword energy struck him, causing him to scream in agony as blood gushed forth. In an instant, he found himself in a woeful state, never having anticipated that the usually affable Feng Shao could unleash such terror when provoked. This realization instilled a flicker of trepidation within the typically arrogant Yi Chun. However, the next moment, determination surged within him as he gritted his teeth. Why should Feng Shao possess such strength? He, Yi Chun, was no inferior being. After 3 decades of cultivation without entering the Golden Dan realm, could it be that he was indeed inferior to such a waste? As he beheld Feng Shao, who approached with the gravitas of a judge from the underworld, Yi Chun struggled to rise, bellowing at Feng Shao. "Why do you force my hand? I have merely taken a life. And you would have mine? You people cannot stand to see me thrive. Everything I do is because of your relentless pressure. Feng Shao's gaze turned cold, his voice chilling. You cast blame upon others while harboring a corrupt heart that Yi Chun, a person like you can never achieve true enlightenment, no matter how hard you cultivate. Yi Chun retorted angrily. My fate is not for you to determine. My life is mine to command. With that, Yi Chun suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto the blood-refining sword. The previously dim sword flared to life with a seductive crimson glow, casting an eerie light upon his twisted, malevolent visage. Yi Chun ominously declared, Feng Shao, do you not believe yourself to be stronger than me? Let us see how you fare against me now. As his words fell, Yi Chun swung his sword, the enchanting red blade carving a vivid arc through the air as it slashed toward Feng Shao. Feng Shao regarded Yi Chun calmly, stating, Yi Chun, you have fallen into madness. That is because you forced me into this. Amidst Yi Chun's furious outcry, the seductive red sword light slithered toward Feng Shao. However, Feng Shao merely tucked his sword close to his side, and at the moment the sword light was about to descend, he unleashed a mighty strike. The rising from the abyss technique of the 36 Swords of Carefree. Unlike other sword techniques that comprise numerous moves, the rising from the abyss consists of but a single strike, regardless of whether it is a slash or a stab. It converges all true essence into this singular blow, unleashing power that far exceeds one's realm. With the wind at its back, the great rock soars to great heights, a swift silver sword light shot forth, colliding violently with the red sword light that in the aftermath of the deafening clash. The red sword light was shattered, yet the silver sword light pressed on undeterred, hurtling straight towards Yi Chun's neck. Just as it seemed Yi Chun was destined to be decapitated, a figure suddenly interposed itself before him, blocking the lethal strike with a horizontal sword. A thunderous crash ensued, sending both the figure and Yi Chun hurtling several meters away, attesting to the formidable power of the blow. Yet this seemingly fatal strike had been averted. Feng Shao regarded the elder, sword at the ready, and coldly inquired, Master Uncle, what is the meaning of this? The elder, initially poised to question Feng Shao, was caught off guard by Feng Shao's interruption. Recovering, he turned on Feng Shao, exclaiming, You reckless boy, how dare you act against your fellow disciples? I shall cleanse the sect today. Feng Shao narrowed his eyes at the elder, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Do you not comprehend your own position? The elder, perplexed, asked, What do you mean by that? Feng Shao sneered. In the past, the Tianhua sect waned, and many disciples departed. You, old man, are but one among them, a traitor who has long since severed ties with the sect. What authority do you possess to lecture me? Out of respect for your age, I refrain from holding you accountable. But in my eyes, you are nothing. The elder's face flushed with indignation. Unable to contain his fury, he shouted, You insolent wretch! I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Feng Shao scoffed. Teach me a lesson? Do you possess the ability or the right? Do you think I lack the capability to discipline you? Then by all means try. Feng Shao retorted, drawing a long sword from his storage ring, armed with dual swords. He assumed a poised stance and declared coldly, Today, in the name of the Holy Son of the Tianhua sect, I shall cleanse the sect of these two disgraceful traitors. Preposterous. You dare to raise your hand against your master uncle. The elder drew his own sword, his eyes glaring fiercely at Feng Shao. The earlier display of the rising from the abyss technique had illuminated the elder to the reality that Feng Shao's strength far surpassed what he had anticipated. Uncertain of how Feng Shao had acquired such formidable skills, the elder, despite his bravado, now braced himself for a serious confrontation. Just as the tension between the two escalated, a commanding voice echoed from above, Stop! Feng Shao looked skyward, spotting Qing Yangzi hovering above, his expression grave as he surveyed the unfolding chaos. He first intervened to prevent Feng Shao and the elderly man from engaging in a confrontation, and only then did he begin to assess the situation in the courtyard. Upon witnessing the grotesquely disfigured corpses of the shopkeeper and the young boy on the ground, Qin Jiangzi's countenance immediately darkened. When Yi Chun noticed Qin Jiangzi's sudden appearance, a chill ran down his spine. He was acutely aware that he had violated the sect's rules this time, and the gravity of his transgression weighed heavily upon him. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, expulsion from the sect seemed inevitable, and he might even face the forfeiture of his cultivation. However, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Yi Chen's mind, leading him to contemplate a possible scenario. Thus, he hastily called out to Qinjiangzi in the sky, "Master, the Holy Sun has been indiscriminately killing the innocent, that I attempted to thwart his murderous intentions. Yet he turned his blade against me, that it was only thanks to the timely arrival of my esteemed uncle that I narrowly escaped peril. I implore you, Master, to uphold justice." Feng Shao cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly remarked, "Yi Chen, in terms of shamelessness, I dare say no one could rival you." Yi Chen understood the implication behind Feng Shao's words. Yet he felt no shame. Instead, he relished his own cunning that he audaciously attributed all his actions to Feng Shao, claiming that Feng Shao had been publicly accused of stealing from Linglong Pavilion, which incited his rage and led him to commit murder under the cover of night. Did I end this narrative? Yi Chen portrayed himself as the valiant hero who sought to prevent Feng Shao's heinous acts. Though regrettably, he failed to save the lives of the two victims, that as he spoke with increasing confidence, he almost convinced himself of his own fabricated tale. Meanwhile, Feng Shao stood by silently, observing his performance. While both the elderly man and Qinjiangzi's expressions darkened, Yi Chen remained oblivious to their discontent, feeling a sense of pride in his clever ruse. Yet after concluding his account, he noticed the absence of Qinjiangzi's reprimand directed at Feng Shao, which left him perplexed at that moment. The elderly man tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Feng Shao just returned to the sect this afternoon." Yi Chen was taken aback, but soon realized the implications, his face paling in an instant. This was a predicament. Had he refrained from concocting the latter portion of his story, perhaps there would have been room for negotiation. However, after weaving such a transparent fabrication, anyone could discern that Yi Chen was lying. The intent behind his deception was unmistakable. Thus, Feng Shao remained silent, having no need to speak. He simply watched Qinjiangzi, gauging his stance. Qinjiangzi regarded Yi Chen with disappointment, inwardly berating him for being a hopeless case. Initially, he had held Yi Chen in high regard, for although the boy harbored a vindictive and self-serving nature, he possessed exceptional talent and a guileless heart. A person as arrogant as him could never be the leader of the sect's disciples, that if he were to become the Holy Sun, Qinjiangzi, as the sect leader, would undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost figure in the sect. Yet now, Yi Chen had committed murder that if he had slain an ordinary person, it might have been overlooked. To them, commoners were akin to ants. Killings unseen could be dismissed. However, the issue lay in the fact that he had killed the shopkeeper of Linglong Pavilion. All of Eastern Continent was aware that Linglong Pavilion was affiliated with Yunjian. Thus, the shopkeeper was one of theirs. To kill a member of Yunjian would necessitate accountability, although Tianhua sect enjoyed a cordial relationship with Yunjian. It offered no justification for arbitrarily harming their people. That Qinjiangzi's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Yi Chen before stating, "Let us return to the sect for now. We shall address the remaining matters later." Feng Shao's demeanor was as cold as ice, and without uttering a word, he turned and lifted the dazed little girl, soaring away on his sword. Noting that Feng Shao had not greeted him at any point, Qinjiangzi understood that Feng Shao's ire extended even to him, his master. Yet it was hardly surprising. Having been subjected to a trick by his master earlier that afternoon, it was only natural that he would feel aggrieved. However, Qinjiangzi did not dwell on the matter. For Feng Shao's greatest virtue was his broad-mindedness and sufficient respect for his master, that he believed that even if Qinjiangzi said nothing, Feng Shao would not harbor lasting resentment. Contemplating the situation, Qinjiangzi took out a transmission talisman to contact his junior brother, Qin Zhao, instructing him to send several disciples to Liang City to guard Linglong Pavilion. Before Yunjian sent someone over, Tianhua sect needed to ensure the safety of Linglong Pavilion. Yunjian was quite renowned in Eastern Continent, and its subordinate Linglong Pavilion held a degree of notoriety as well, which discouraged most sects from taking action against it. Typically, each city's Linglong Pavilion was overseen by a single shopkeeper, supplemented by a few locals for assistance. As for guards, they were virtually non-existent. This lack of protection afforded Yi Chen the opportunity to commit murder. However, the absence of guards did not imply that Linglong Pavilion was defenseless. with Yunjian's methods. They could trace any perpetrator provided they were not cultivators of Taiching realm or Jinru realm, but if they exceeded that level, sending guards for protection would be of little use. After issuing his instructions, Qin Jiangzi turned to face Yi Chun with piercing eyes, though why Yi Chun felt a shiver run down his spine under Qin Jiangzi's scrutinizing gaze, but could only stand there in silence, too intimidated to speak. After a protracted silence, Qin Jiangzi finally snorted coldly and turned his head away, plunging the scene into an oppressive silence. Unable to endure the tense atmosphere any longer, Yi Chun leaned over and whispered to the elderly man, "Uncle, Linglong Pavilion conceals quite a few treasures. Now that it's just us here, why don't we?" Before he could finish his sentence, the elderly man smacked the back of Yi Chen's head, looking at him with an expression of exasperation. "You fool! How could you be so reckless? This is Linglong Pavilion, a property of Yunjian. What audacity do you possess to dare take from Yunjian? Do you wish to court death?" Yi Chen protested with a wronged expression. "But I'm doing this for the good of the sect. Just think, if we had the treasures of Linglong Pavilion, wouldn't the strength of Taiwei sect increase significantly? Who would dare bully us then?" The elderly man shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "The treasures of Linglong Pavilion may be easy to acquire now. But what then? Would you dare to use them in public? If you do, I guarantee that by the next day, someone from Yunjian will come seeking retribution." Yi Chen could only shut his mouth, though he remained unconvinced. Despite Yunjian's illustrious reputation, what of it? Sooner or later, I shall make the entirety of Yunjian bow beneath my feet. Meanwhile, Feng Shao held the little girl in his arms, soaring through the night sky on his sword. He carefully shielded her from the biting cold wind, ensuring that the chill did not reach the little girl nestled against him. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed the girl stirring in his embrace. Glancing down, he found her wide, bright eyes staring up at him with a dazed expression. He gently stroked her head and whispered, "Do not be afraid, little one. Your master is here." "Master, where is my brother?" the little girl asked softly. Feng Shao paused for a moment before responding, "Your brother has gone to another world. Master is lying. I just saw it. The person killed my brother." The little girl suddenly shrieked, tears brimming in her eyes. "I want to kill that person, to avenge my brother. And I want revenge for Uncle's shopkeeper too." Feng Shao gently patted the little girl's back and asked softly, "Would you prefer your master to take revenge for you? Or do you wish to avenge him yourself?" The little girl stared at Feng Shao, seemingly struggling to grasp his meaning. Feng Shao elaborated, "If I were to take vengeance for you, I assure you that the murderer would not live to see the third day. However, if you choose to take matters into your own hands, I can impart all my knowledge to you. Once you have cultivated to the point where you can slay your enemies, you will be able to avenge your brother and the shopkeeper with your own hands." For Feng Shao, killing Yi Chun was somewhat troublesome and could entail complications, but ultimately, it was still achievable. However, he now faced another issue. Yi Chun had become the little girl's mortal enemy. The girl had witnessed Yi Chun slay her brother, and this trauma would inevitably leave a shadow in her heart, potentially giving rise to inner demons during her cultivation journey, that if Feng Shao were to kill Yi Chun now, it would leave the little girl unable to resolve her inner turmoil, should it arise in the future. Thus, he chose to leave the decision in her hands. The little girl's eyes flickered with varying emotions, and after a considerable pause, she finally spoke in a hesitant tone. Disciple wishes to avenge my brother with my own hands." Feng Shao nodded and replied, "In that case, your master will do everything in his power to help you slay your enemies." Chapter 37, Confrontation, Part 1. The next day, the bells atop Taiwei Mountain tolled 6 times. The 6 chimes signified that a significant announcement would be made within the sect, and all inner disciples and true disciples were required to be present. Many disciples, upon hearing the bell, were left bewildered, speculating what important matter necessitated such a gathering. The 6 tolls had occurred only once before, during Feng Shao's ceremony of being named Holy Son. To their astonishment, just days later, the bells rang out 6 times once again. Upon hearing the sound, inner disciples and true disciples set aside their tasks and made their way to the sect's plaza. When they arrived, they found the sect leader Qin Jiangzi, along with elders Qin Zhao and Du Yuanci, already seated. After a brief interval, Even elders Zhu and Song from the alchemy pavilion and the forging workshop arrived. Elder Zhu, named Zhu Yu, and Elder Song, named Song Lian, were not originally members of Tianhua sect. They were wandering cultivators whom Feng Shao had recruited. These two individuals possessed distinct talents. One is adept in alchemy, while the other excels in forging. Though their skills may not be deemed unparalleled, they stand out as leading figures in their respective fields throughout the Eastern continent. The reason Feng Shao sought to recruit them was to enhance the sect's capabilities in both alchemy and forging. After all, for cultivators, elixirs and magical artifacts are indispensable. Among those seated at the head of the gathering, there was also an elderly man with white hair and beard to the majority of disciples. This elder was a stranger, with few aware of his origins. Observing his calm demeanor, many speculated that he might be a newly appointed elder brought in by the Holy Sun. Before long, all inner and direct disciples had entered the square. At that moment, Feng Shao stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the purpose of today's gathering is to announce a matter of great importance. This concerns the reputation of our sect, thus necessitating your witness. After a brief pause, he continued, Yi Chen, a direct disciple of the 3rd Division, recently committed a grievous act against his fellow senior sister during an expedition at Baifeng Yuan, seizing the sect's treasure, the Baifeng Flame. Furthermore, he infiltrated Linglong Pavilion in Liyang City yesterday, where he murdered the pavilion's owner, Deng Su, and an innocent child. His methods are vile, and his actions brutal, violating the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th rules of our sect. That in light of this, we have decided to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect, making this announcement known to the world. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The 7 rules of the Tianhua sect, though few in number, have been the foundation of our sect's establishment over the years, and all members must adhere to them. Violations would incur severe punishment. However, it is worth noting that violations have been rare in recent years, and when they did occur, they were typically minor, often resulting in a mere month of confinement. Until now, no one had ever been punished with the stripping of their cultivation and expulsion for transgressing more than 2 rules at once. Yet here we are, with a direct disciple of the 3rd Division brazenly violating 4 rules in one fell swoop. This individual has effectively trampled the dignity of the sect's regulations. Upon hearing of this incident, many disciples silently admired Yi Chun for his audacity. What a fierce individual! However, after Feng Shao announced the punishment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hold on, I object. The speaker was none other than the elderly man with white hair. Rising to his feet, he pointed accusingly at Feng Shao, his eyes ablaze with anger. You are clearly acting out of personal vendetta, envious of his talents. You resent Yi Chen's superior aptitude and swift progress. And you fear that he poses a threat to your position as Holy Son, which is why you are so eager to expel him. Your heart is truly malicious. I assure you, as long as I am here, no one shall strip Yi Chun of his cultivation. Feng Shao regarded the elder with a cold stare and retorted, Pray tell, who might you be? The elder's face flushed with rage as he replied, I am Ling Shuzi, the master uncle of the sect leader Qin Yangzi. Your master uncle? Feng Shao calmly inquired. Do you have any proof? Ling Shuzi was left speechless at that moment. Qin Yangzi interjected, stating simply, Elder Ling Shuzi is the junior of our late master, Yujian. This matter requires no further discussion. Yet, Feng Shao maintained his composed tone, replying, Master, the world is rife with deceit and trickery. One must remain vigilant against such deceptions that I urge you to discern truth from falsehood and not be misled by petty individuals. Qin Yangzi furrowed his brow, about to speak when Ling Shuzi interjected furiously. You insolent boy, who are you calling a liar? Ignoring him, Feng Shao continued addressing Qin Yangzi. I implore you to see clearly. The evidence against Yi Chun, a direct disciple of the 3rd Division, is irrefutable, solid as iron. To uphold the dignity of our sect, he must face severe punishment. Ling Shuzi countered angrily. You claim the evidence is irrefutable, yet where is this evidence? Feng Shao gestured to the side, saying calmly, I call upon Lu Qingyuan, a direct disciple of the 3rd Division. Lu Qingyuan stepped forward. First, she respectfully bowed to Qin Yangzi and the others before speaking. A few days ago, under the guidance of our senior brother, the Holy Sun, we ventured to buy Feng Yuan in search of the Bai Feng flame. Thanks to the Holy Sun's strategic planning, we successfully acquired it. However, shortly after obtaining the Bai Feng flame, a masked figure clad in black suddenly appeared, injuring senior sister Han Biyun before seizing the Bai Feng flame that I gave chase. And during our confrontation, he wielded a blood-red longsword that I clearly recognized that blood-red longsword as belonging to Yi Chun. And given that his techniques were all from our sect's swordsmanship, I can confidently assert that the masked figure was indeed Yi Chun. I ask all esteemed elders to see the truth. On the journey back with Feng Shao, Lu Qingyuan had come to a realization. Feng Shao had dedicated so much to this sect, and all of them, as disciples, directly or indirectly benefited from his contributions that in comparison, how much had an ordinary disciple like Lu Qingyuan contributed to the sect? This thought filled her with shame, making her even less inclined to shield Yi Chun. Once Lu Qingyuan finished speaking, the square erupted in murmurs once more that a disciple of the 3rd Division. Her public accusation against Yi Chun, also a direct disciple of the 3rd Division, bore significant implications. Those familiar with the relationship between Lu Qingyuan and Yi Chun were particularly astonished, finding it hard to believe that the sister who had previously cared for Yi Chun would now accuse him without mercy. Among all present, none were more shocked than Du Yuanxi, the head of the 3rd Division. When she arrived at the square, she was utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding drama. Only when Feng Shao spoke did she realize her little disciple had caused yet another calamity. The very thought of his actions left her astounded, struggling to reconcile that Yi Chun could commit such deeds. Before she could recover from her shock, another astonishing revelation struck her. The one accusing Yi Chun of violating the sect rules was her own 3rd disciple. Lu Qing, at that moment, Du Yuanxi felt as if she were in a dream. She found herself murmuring inwardly, "What on earth is happening today?" Originally, Du Yuanxi had intended to speak in defense of her little disciple, but now she felt it inappropriate to do so. After all, her 3rd disciple was publicly accusing her 4th disciple. Any defense she offered would inevitably raise suspicions of bias, so she chose to remain silent. With Du Yuanxi opting for silence, the only remaining advocate for Yi Chun was Ling Shuzi, that he bellowed, "You little girl, how can you determine that it was he who seized the Bai Feng flame simply based on a sword and his sword techniques? Could it not have been someone else impersonating him?" Lu Qingyuan raised her head and met Ling Shuzi's gaze, replying with unwavering poise, "What I have stated is based solely on what I witnessed. There is not a single falsehood. Should any part of my account be untrue, I am willing to bear the retribution of heavenly tribulation. Before achieving true immortality, Taoist cultivators must endure the heavenly tribulation." Lu Qingyuan's oath was a serious commitment, akin to swearing by her path of cultivation. Thus, when she made this declaration, the disciples in the square largely believed her words. Yet, Ling Shuzi scoffed, "Who cannot swear an oath? Even an ordinary person who has never cultivated can easily make dozens of oaths. You dare to swear? I shall ask you, do you dare to swear by your own heart that you have seen the true face of the one who sees the flame?" This. Lu Qingyuan hesitated before shaking her head. "I did not see." Ling Shuzi's face gleamed with triumph. "I told you, your words are nothing but nonsense." At that moment, Feng Shao interjected, "Then how do you explain the presence of Bai Feng flame's aura within Yi Chen's bloodline?" Ling Shuzi was momentarily taken aback. During the fierce battle yesterday, Feng Shao had distinctly sensed the aura of the Bai Feng flame within Yi Chen's bloodline. Upon further inspection with the Tianhua jade slip, he had discovered that Yi Chun possessed the fire-devouring body, allowing him to enhance his bloodline by consuming spiritual fire. This evidence left no doubt that Yi Chun had indeed seized the Bai Feng flame and consumed it. Ling Shuzi was also aware of this fact. Yet he did not believe Yi Chun had done anything wrong, that in his view, all spiritual treasures belonged to those who were destined to have them, since Yi Chun had acquired the Bai Feng flame. Regardless of how he did so, it was his opportunity, and no one had the right to interfere. However, to voice this belief would only solidify the accusation of infighting among fellow disciples. Thus, he quickly devised a retort. Sneering, "What of the aura of the Bai Feng flame in his bloodline? Yi Chun possesses extraordinary talent. The aura of the Bai Feng flame within him is a divine gift. You cannot accuse him of seizing the Baifeng flame out of jealousy for his talents." In response, Feng Shao coldly retorted, "If that is the case, do you dare to swear by your own heart that Yi Chun did not seize the Baifeng flame, nor harm his fellow senior sister?" Chapter 38. Confrontation, Part 2. Ling Shuzi's lips twitched as he struggled to respond, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly before he finally managed to utter, "Swearing oaths is a child's game. I will not engage in such childish tricks." Feng Shao withdrew his gaze and continued, "Moreover, Yi Chun infiltrated the Linglong Pavilion in Liang City yesterday, where he murdered the pavilion steward, Deng Su, and a young boy, thus committing the fourth and fifth transgressions." Before Feng Shao could finish his statement, Ling Shuzi interjected, "What evidence do you have to substantiate that Yi Chun killed these two individuals?" Feng Shao regarded him with an expression of incredulity, coldly retorting, "Is your vision impaired, sir? You clearly witnessed the events with your own eyes. And yet you still demand proof from me." Ling Shuzi countered, "When I arrived at the Linglong Pavilion, I only saw you attempting to kill Yi Chun. I did not see Yi Chun commit murder against those two. If you assert that Yi Chun is guilty, please present your evidence." "Evidence, you say?" Feng Shao snorted derisively and gestured to the side. Immediately, a delicate-looking girl, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, approached. Feng Shao gently stroked her head and softly inquired, "What did you witness last night? Speak freely." This was the girl's first encounter with such a situation, and she was understandably nervous. Stammering, she began, "Last night, I was meditating in my room when Xiao Bao suddenly mentioned some commotion outside that I was unaware of what was happening, so I went out to take a look." As she spoke, her words flowed more smoothly, and she soon recounted the events of the previous night in detail. When she spoke of her brother being taken hostage and killed by Yi Chun, she could not help but burst into tears, evoking sympathy among the disciples present, many of whom were filled with righteous indignation. The girl concluded through her sobs, "If it weren't for my master arriving in time, I too would have perished at the hands of that wicked scoundrel. To lay hands on such a young girl is truly inhuman." Yi Chun appears to have commendable talent, yet his character is utterly despicable. I have long warned you that Yi Chun is not to be trusted. To have accepted such a morally reprehensible individual into the third division is an utter misfortune. The disciples below murmured amongst themselves, while Du Yuanxi, seated above, exhibited a complex array of emotions, her complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. She had once held Yi Chun in high regard, even considering passing on the mantle of the third division to him. However, the path of cultivation necessitates the cultivation of the heart before all else. A flawed mindset inevitably leads to a troubled journey. The consequences of such a path could range from suffering the wrath of the heavens to being ensnared by inner demons with no hope of escape. Should Yi Chun manage to cultivate successfully even after committing such malevolent acts, it would only serve to demonstrate that he is inherently wicked, treating evil as casually as one would partake in food or drink. Yet, individuals of such nature only grow more dangerous with deeper cultivation. The Tianhua sect prides itself on being a righteous and prestigious faction. How could it possibly tolerate someone with such a mindset? Therefore, if Yi Chun's guilt is established, regardless of whether he is stripped of his cultivation, the Tianhua sect could never harbor him again. Amidst the fervent discussions, Ling Shuzi again queried, "You mentioned your master? Who is your master?" The little girl glanced at Feng Shao and, tugging at his robes, declared loudly, "He is my master." Feng Shao nodded in affirmation, stating, "I encountered this little girl in Liang City, recognized her remarkable talent, and thus took her as my disciple, temporarily housing her within the Linglong Pavilion, that I wonder if you have any objections to this." Feng Shao's persistent use of sir, without ever addressing him as master uncle, only served to further infuriate Ling Shuzi. He cast a dark gaze upon the girl and coldly remarked, "She is your disciple, so naturally her words favor you. Moreover, the words of a child should not be taken at face value." Ling Shuzi's repeated attempts to twist the truth had already caused considerable discontent among the disciples. As he continued to stir trouble, many raised their voices in protest. "You old man are the one being unreasonable. Your words are hardly credible. Who is this senile old fool, assuming authority here? Does he think he runs the Tianhua sect?" The sect leader hasn't spoken, So what right do you have to prattle on? Huh. The way you defend Yi Chun. Could it be that he is your own flesh and blood? The disciples' protest provoked Ling Shuzi to a boiling rage, while Qin Jiangzi furrowed his brow in concern. Although Ling Shuzi's identity was questionable, since Qin Jiangzi had acknowledged him, he should logically be regarded as the disciples' master uncle. However, due to Feng Shao's refusal to acknowledge Ling Shuzi, the disciples were likewise disinclined to accept him. This dynamic illustrated that Feng Shao's esteem among the disciples surpassed even that of the sect leader. This realization troubled Qin Jiangzi. Ling Shuzi, seething with fury, bellowed, "You disrespectful wretches, do you think I wouldn't dare to act against you?" Yet before he could finish, Feng Shao interrupted coldly. "I advise you to tread carefully. This is the Tianhua sect, not a place for you to unleash your fury." "You!" Ling Shuzi was so enraged he could scarcely articulate a response. The implication of Feng Shao's words was clear. He regarded Ling Shuzi as someone not even worthy of being considered a member of the Tianhua sect, let alone a guest. Just as Ling Shuzi was about to erupt, a low voice interrupted. "Enough!" Though the tone was quiet, it resonated with profound authority, sending a shiver through the crowd and snapping them out of their fervent agitation. Feng Shao bowed respectfully. "Thank you, second master uncle, for your concern." Qin Zhao nodded and remained silent. Ling Shuzi, taken aback by Qin Zhao's authoritative tone, felt a wave of apprehension. Since ascending Tianhua Mountain, Ling Shuzi had relied on his seniority, often acting as though he were the patriarch of the sect, even considering erecting a tablet for himself to be worshipped. However, Qin Zhao's reprimand resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. Ling Shuzi realized he could never attain such a level of authority. Gaining a clearer understanding of Qin Zhao's cultivation prowess. Evidently, Qin Zhao's abilities far surpassed his own. The timing of Qin Zhao's intervention was particularly telling. He chose to speak when the disciples were in disarray, yet remained silent while Ling Shuzi was in a rage, a decision laden with meaning. Ling Shuzi, no fool, sensed Qin Zhao's stance, and though he was incensed, he dared not act out further, merely huffing heavily and asserting, "To condemn Yi Chun solely on the word of this little girl is, in my opinion, imprudent." Feng Shao inwardly scoffed. Ling Shuzi's tone was noticeably softer than before, clearly influenced by Qin Zhao's admonition. This old man was evidently one to bully the weak and fear the strong. Finally acknowledging his defeat, Feng Shao countered, "What do you consider to be appropriate, then?" Ling Shuzi's eyes flickered, and he replied, "Yi Chun possesses exceptional talent. With proper guidance, he is bound to soar to great heights. The Tianhua sect is fortunate to have him. As for you, Feng Shao, having been in the sect for 30 years without attaining the golden core stage, your mediocre talent renders you unworthy of the position of Holy Son. Your accusations against Yi Chun are clearly born of jealousy. You envy Yi Chun's superior talent, fearing he may usurp your position as Holy Son, which is why you have levied these baseless charges against him. Jealousy of the talented is indeed a grave sin." Before Feng Shao could respond, the disciples erupted once more. What is Yi Chun, that he would provoke the jealousy of the Holy Son? Has this old man lost his mind? Yi Chun, how could he be worthy of such jealousy? I believe this old man is simply envious of the Holy Son. Where did this old fool even come from? He dares to call himself Master Uncle. What a joke! Ling Shuzi's fury reached a boiling point, compounded by Qin Zhao's failure to quell the disciples' uproar. Further igniting his wrath, he shot a venomous glare at Qin Zhao before turning back to Feng Shao, declaring, "Feng Shao, you are devoid of virtue and capability. Unworthy of the title of Holy Son, you should relinquish your position for someone more deserving." Feng Shao replied with a cold smile, "Relinquish my position? Pray tell, who do you consider deserving? Is it that scoundrel Yi Chun, who harms his fellow disciples within the sect, seizes sect resources, and brazenly commits atrocities outside?" Ling Shuzi scoffed. "Those accusations are merely the words of a few scoundrels you have twisted to suit your narrative. They hold no weight." Feng Shao ignored him and turned to Qin Jiangzi, respectfully saying, "I implore Master to adjudicate this matter." All eyes turned to Qin Jiangzi, who had remained largely silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in a calm demeanor. "The accusations against Yi Chun are fraught with uncertainties, though some have accused him. The evidence remains insufficient for a conviction. Given Yi Qin's contributions to the sect, I shall impose a punishment of solitary reflection for 1 year, during which he shall not descend the mountain. Qin Jiangxi's pronouncement left nearly everyone in stunned silence. The matter seemed nearly settled, and the accuser was none other than the sect's holy son, Feng Shao, the chief disciple of the sect leader. Yet he ultimately chose to side with Yi Qin. Particularly striking was that Qin Jiangxi had acknowledged the dubious identity of Ling Shuzi, sending shockwaves through the assembled disciples. Even Du Yuanqi regarded Qin Jiangxi with incredulity. Among those present, perhaps only Ling Shuzi felt elated. He rejoiced at the news, bowing to Qin Jiangxi and exclaiming, "Master, your discernment is unparalleled. I am in awe." However, Qin Jiangxi shot him a cold glare, rising to his feet and declaring, "Enough. This matter is settled. You may disperse." With that, he turned to return to the inner hall. Yet before he could take a step, Feng Shao's voice drifted through the air, laden with disbelief. "Is this all?" Qin Jiangxi turned around, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Feng Shao with displeasure, saying, "Feng Shao, I am aware of your discontent. However," Feng Shao unceremoniously interrupted Qin Jiangxi, coldly inquiring, "What transpired yesterday was clearly witnessed by you, master, yet you still choose to shield Yi Qin in front of so many. May I ask, master, which tenet of our sect does this pertain to?" Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly fell into silence, and no one anticipated that Feng Shao would so boldly direct his ire at the sect leader. After all, he was his master. Qin Jiangxi, equally incredulous, looked at Feng Shao, only to find his gaze chillingly resolute. In that moment, Qin Jiangxi suddenly realized that perhaps he had consistently underestimated this eldest disciple. Chapter 39. Departure. In Qin Jiangxi's memory, Feng Shao had never displayed such an expression as he did now. Evidently, Qin Jiangxi's attempts at placation had crossed Feng Shao's threshold. Yet, Qin Jiangxi remained unfazed. Feng Shao, at his core, was still a disciple who respected his master, and he had always shown enough reverence towards Qin Jiangxi. Such a person, who held his master in high regard, would not turn against him merely due to an unpalatable decision, would he? Thus, Qin Jiangxi replied nonchalantly, "Feng Shao, this is my decision, and there is no need for further inquiry." With that, Qin Jiangxi attempted to turn away. However, Feng Shao let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Among those slain by Yi Qin yesterday, aside from my disciple's brother, there was also a manager from the Linglong Pavilion. Do you intend to dismiss this matter with such words regarding Linglong Pavilion, master?" Qin Jiangxi retorted impatiently, "Our sect has familial ties with Yunjian. A mere manager from Linglong Pavilion would not incite a rift between us and Yunjian. As long as we offer adequate compensation, this matter can be resolved quite easily." At this point, Qin Jiangxi even found himself questioning why Feng Shao was so slow-witted today. Such a simple matter hardly required his master's guidance. In a fit of rage, Feng Shao laughed ironically. "So, according to you, Yunjian can be placated with a trifling gesture. Moreover, from where would we procure the compensation for Yunjian? Should the sect bear the cost?" Hearing this, Qin Jiangxi's expression faltered. Compensation was indeed necessary, yet if it were to come from the sect, it would be a painful loss for him. Although the treasures in the Songbao building were acquired through Feng Shao's efforts, they had now become part of the sect's assets, integral to the strength of Taiwei's sect. Parting with any of these items would be quite a hardship. Before Qin Jiangxi could voice his thoughts, Ling Suzi interjected, "Of course it should come from the sect. Yi Qin has only been a disciple for 5 years. He possesses no wealth to compensate Linglong Pavilion." Feng Shao coldly scoffed once more. "On what grounds? Why should the entire sect bear the consequences for Yi Qin's transgressions? What treasure from the Songbao building has Yi Qin contributed? In his 5 years, Yi Qin has rendered no service to the sect. Rather, he has harmed fellow disciples, seized sect property, and even made enemies for us. What utility is there in retaining such a notorious individual?" "You!" Ling Suzi was infuriated, barely restraining himself from attacking Feng Shao. Yet, Qin Jiangxi intervened with a raised hand. He regarded Feng Shao and said coolly, "What do you propose then?" Feng Shao stated with unwavering conviction, "Deprive him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect." Qin Jiangxi replied with displeasure, "If we were to do so, Would it not appear as though we are intimidated by Yujian? Feng Shao scoffed internally. Despite Tianhua sect's recent ascendance and growing strength, what made Qinjiangzi believe they could contend with Yujian? Even a single one of the 13 halls under Yujian could easily overpower the entirety of Tianhua sect. Moreover, this situation was inherently Tianhua sect's fault. Rather than seeking to atone and apologize, Qinjiangzi was merely concerned with maintaining appearances. Very well. I shall provide you with a solution that if you were to strip Yi Chun of his cultivation and expel him from the sect, emphasizing that it was a necessary measure due to his breach of sect rules, appearances could still be preserved. Yet, you seem reluctant to offend Yujian while simultaneously refusing to show any weakness, all while desperately clinging to Yi Chun, employing such half-hearted measures. Do you believe Yujian is so easily deceived or cowed? Observing Qinjiangzi's obstinate demeanor, Feng Shao could not fathom why his master would make such an irrational decision on behalf of someone as selfish as Yi Chun. Could this truly be the influence of a child of fortune? Was this the legendary aura of diminished intellect? It was utterly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Feng Shao spoke with a grave expression. As a disciple of the sect, I bear the responsibility of guiding and motivating my fellow disciples, as well as upholding the tenets of our sect. Since Yi Chun has violated these tenets, he must face punishment that if we allow transgressions to go unpunished. What becomes of our sect's rules? Who would take the rules seriously? I implore you, Master, to reconsider your decree. The disciples gathered in the square echoed in unison. We beseech the sect leader to retract his decree. Qinjiangzi's expression darkened significantly. To him, Feng Shao's remarks felt like a direct assault on his authority. As the sect leader, could he not even retain the power to protect a disciple? Feng Shao's actions were tantamount to rubbing his dignity into the dirt. At this moment, Qinjiangzi was less concerned with Yi Chun's fate than with his own standing. It was evident that within Tianhua sect, his authority paled in comparison to that of Feng Shao, the mere eldest disciple. Initially, Qinjiangzi had only regarded Feng Shao with some apprehension, yet now he felt as though Feng Shao was openly challenging him. Realizing this, Qinjiangzi's face turned icy as he said coldly, Feng Shao, do you truly wish to defy your master? Feng Shao replied earnestly, I would never dare to contradict you, master, but your decision is simply untenable. I beseech you to consider my words and retract your decree. Yet, Qinjiangzi countered, what if I refuse? Feng Shao fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. If that is the case, I have nothing further to say. A smirk involuntarily crept onto Qinjiangzi's lips. Ultimately, I remain the sect leader, not you, Feng Shao. Even as the Holy Son, you must heed my command. However, before Qinjiangzi could revel in his triumph, Feng Shao spoke in a calm tone. Since I joined the sect 30 years ago, I have received 3 significant favors from you, Master. Thus, I have diligently endeavored over the years, seeking only to alleviate your burdens. As Feng Shao spoke, Qinjiangzi could not help but recall the effort Feng Shao had expended for the sect over the years. Indeed, without Feng Shao's dedicated stewardship, Tianhua sect would not enjoy its current standing. Even their practice of the Tianhua Heart Sutra would not have progressed beyond the Golden Core stage without Feng Shao's numerous simulations. The realm of divine transformation would have remained unattainable. Reflecting on this, Qinjiangzi began to soften as he was about to utter words of comfort when Feng Shao continued. You have saved my life, mastered my efforts to refine the sect's heart techniques, and assist you in elevating your realm can be seen as my repayment of your life-saving grace. Qinjiangzi furrowed his brow, feeling an unease creep back into his heart. What did Feng Shao mean by this? Was he attempting to leverage his contributions? Feng Shao continued, you have provided me with the gift of nurturing. My endeavors to develop the sect and recruit disciples over the years can be seen as my way of repaying your kindness in raising me. At this point, a sense of disquiet spread among all present. They exchanged anxious glances, harboring an unspoken suspicion that they dared not voice, hoping fervently that their fears were unfounded. You have imparted vital teachings to me, mastered my efforts to reconstruct the alchemy pavilion, forged the workshop, enrich the scripture repository and treasure building, and establish protective formations for the sect can all be viewed as my way of repaying your teachings. With that, Feng Shao raised his head. enunciating each word with conviction. I believe I have fulfilled my obligations to both the sect and you, master, and owe neither the sect nor you anything further. Qin Jiangzi stared intently at Feng Shao, his tone chilling. Feng Shao, what do you mean by this? Do you truly intend to betray the sect? Feng Shao did not respond directly to Qin Jiangzi's question. Instead, he glanced down at the small girl who appeared anxious and uneasy, gently stroking her head before continuing. I have taken this little girl as my disciple, and I vowed to seek justice for her. Now, with you turning a blind eye and disregarding the sect rules while ignoring Yi Chen's crimes, if I were to remain within Tianhua's sect, I would have no grounds to punish Yi Chen. If I were to disregard my vow, I would lose the right to be this child's master, and my integrity as a disciple would be compromised. Thus, I have no choice but to depart from the sect, taking on the identity of an outsider to seek retribution against Yi Chen. Feng Shao's words revealed only half of his true intentions. He had resolved to allow the little girl to exact vengeance for her brother, but the issue remained that if Tianhua's sect did not expel Yi Chen would become the little girl's uncle by the sect's hierarchy. By virtue of their lineage, the little girl would be in no position to seek revenge against Yi Chen. Therefore, the first step for Feng Shao was to sever this connection. Either Yi Chen would be expelled from the sect, or Feng Shao would depart. Ultimately, only one of them could remain within Tianhua's sect. Thus, when Qin Jiangzi decided to protect Yi Chen, this outcome became inevitable. Feng Shao's declaration left nearly everyone present in shock. Qin Zhao was the first to rise, admonishing, Feng Shao, what do you mean by such words? You have dedicated 30 years to the Tianhua sect. Do you truly intend to relinquish your allegiance so easily today? Do you exquisite interjected, Feng Shao? While the words of our esteemed master may not be entirely without fault, he is nonetheless your mentor. They're not a way for masters and disciples to communicate openly. Why must you sever ties with the sect? Lu Qingyuan exclaimed in distress, Senior Brother Xingzi. We, your junior disciples, have been nurtured under your guidance. Are you really going to abandon us? The other disciples chimed in, urging, We implore you, Senior Brother Xingzi, to reconsider. Is it worth forsaking the sect for a mere Yi Chen? Feng Shao, resolute in his decision, merely waved his hand and declared, A man without integrity cannot stand, and I have promised the young lady to seek justice for her, and I must honor my word. He then bowed to the assembly, stating, I am profoundly grateful for your support over the years in building our sect together. Thank you, one and all. The journey through the martial world is long. May we meet again by fate. With that, Feng Shao lifted the young girl into his arms, soared into the sky on his sword, and without casting another glance at Qin Yangzi, vanished from sight in an instant.